somnen bor i Momoja. Men man har jag ber på. Keep your face to the sunshine, and you will not see the shadows. Somnen bor i Momoja. Men man har jag ber på. Keep your face to the sunshine, and you will not see the shadows. Somnen bor i Momoja. Men man har jag ber på. Keep your face to the sunshine, and you will not see the shadows.
Why you had to hide away for so long? Why did we go wrong? Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Why did we go wrong? Mr. Blue Sky's up there waiting, and today is the day we've waited for. Oh, Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Hey there, Mr. Blue, there's a place to be with you. Look around, see what you do. Everybody smiles at you. Hey there, Mr. Blue, there's a place to be.
Last night I had the strangest dream. I sailed away to China in a little rowboat to find you, and you said you had to get your laundry clean. Didn't want no one to hold you. What does that mean? And you said, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. You're on the roll and now you're praying. The road behind was rocky, but now you're feeling cocky. You look at me and you see your eyes. Is that the reason why you're running so fast? And she said, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Never let another girl like you work me over. Never let another girl like you drag me under. If I meet another girl like you, I will tell her. Never want another girl like you. Have to say, oh, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, no, I've got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh, no.
I got a surprise for you in your backstage. Hold on. I'm going in your backstage. I'm warning you ahead of time. Going in the back door.
All right, I'll prepare.
You're right. These people just tell on themselves as I squeeze out of your back door. They just tell on themselves. So when
Okay,
all you
let's hear it.
motherfuckers,
I'm getting right to it.
The only reason that probably 70% of the Proud Boys from my chapter who went to January 6th were there, the only reason is because they got driven there. I mean, maybe they would have found their own ways, but yeah, all this stuff was facilitated by.
Doesn't it always come out in the wash, snap, warthog creature? This is why I say my warthog creature will root you up. Okay? So now we have Boshene, we have the pathetic warrior, and we have Hoste, all tied to supposed federal agent groups, con men,
interesting.
frauds, dupes, detractors. Doesn't surprise me at this point. I've told you, this is why they say that I'm a loose cannon and that I'm just like you. I'm paranoid. I may be. My paranoia has kept me right where I need to be, if you want to call it that. So why is it all these people always wind up in the same groups, in the same places, tied to the same organizations with the same intent for me, by the way, to hang around me, to try to buddy next to me, to get information from me, to speak to me privately even, right? To undo me and my presentment, to cast doubt upon what I'm putting forth, to say I'm lying and that I've bought my way everywhere and that I'm part of the system. Maybe that is you. Maybe the majority of you are getting an extra 500 to 1,000 a month because you have no work ethic. You're not successful at anything. We don't know how many of you live. Maybe you're getting an extra 5 to 1,000 a month to do whatever it is you do. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. These folks have tons of resources and tons of folks who need to work off cases. Every one of these folks has a criminal past that gets uncovered. Every one of them has open cases and charges. I contend they're all working them off. And I contend possibly, I'm saying possibly, I contend possibly there's a division or a group that does media all day, every day, and takes regular old drug addicts and losers and failures and gives them funding or ideas. It's potential to me. I know it sounds crazy to me as I'm saying it. But again, it's either that or I'll do you one better. I found the universe is so synchronistic, it doesn't even have to be that because they're an agent of something else. So somehow or another in this hologram, if it's not a direct correlation, there's correlation and causation written into the fabric of this experience. So somehow these folks are always found in the same groups, doing the same things and treating me the same way and trying to do the same things to me or with me, and then scurrying off at some point, not to be seen. Very strange, you know. Slave caught another one who claims he had multiple federal charges, terrorism and all the rest of it. Lives in a house for 5 years, says it's going to get taken. It's been another year. He said it's going to get taken again. I contend he's going to find himself in that house again, and he's going to claim God did it, and he's going to say all you need is love.
Right in front of the
he's gonna
fireplace,
get
right?
and he's going to get X amount of more dupes to follow him and cycle and spin in nothingness and detract from folks like me. And that's all it's meant to do. So whether it's a corporate agent or a spiritual agent, they're all working toward the same idea and ends. They're all found together. They all respond and react the same way, and they all have the same root motivations and intentions and outcomes when they deal with me. And they can't understand it. How I could be so consistent, how I could not waver, and how I could not have any ins in the armor of God in this circle, doing what's true and what's right, no matter how much I care about my fellow man and woman, or how much I think it may be beneficial and advantageous to work with them. They can't understand it. So whoever, whatever this is that sends them at me, I know it's flummoxed. Can't believe Paulie Boy stands tall over and over again, that there's no intention or motivation outside of the original principle, that he's unwavering, right? And completely responsible and accountable, spiritually faithful. I know that it eats him up inside, the individuals and whatever organization they work for, spiritual or corporate.
Henrik Ibsen. And he says, the strongest man upon the earth is he who stands most alone. I need no group. Truth doesn't need your support. You don't need to be in a group to support truth. Truth is on its own paramount.
Yeah, it's very interesting how this is why I say it's probably a spiritual dynamic. I've been proven wrong in this aspect, but I try to mitigate my paranoia and ego by saying I'm not that important. Why would anybody be spending so much time, energy, attention, resources fucking with me? And I've been proven over and over again that's not true. I am valuable. I am important. My word is inspiring and powerful. It's not my word, it's the word. The way that I bring it adds a little something to it. So they've confirmed to me that I am valuable and powerful because I never saw myself that way. And just moving into this way, just like the Christed being, you start to see how all of them start to show up, and the tests and the challenges and the rest of it. So it's meant to be that way.
And send her some new pants.
So, Flo,
Let me see.
so Flo,
Let me see what
you
the
went
small,
with the
small
Cowboys
bottle.
to DC in December.
Yeah.
Is there footage of that, or do you know?
If there is, I'm not giving it to you.
That's fine. I was just wondering.
There's
There might be.
I'm sure there was because the Antifa crew. There's a lot of motherfuckers who were running around pretending to be Proud Boys and then taking pictures.
Did the Proud Boys not have that tactic at the time to pretend to be Antifa? Because that's certainly something they adopted months later. Even during January 6th, they were making those claims. Joe Biggs was.
I mean, not that I'm aware of, but I just really, if it was happening outside of my chapter, I didn't really know about it. And we're in Kansas City, so there wasn't a lot of opposition here.
Yeah. Huh.
But I don't. When I was in DC, I didn't see. The tactics are different from the ground up. Proud Boys is sort of macho, and we'll just stand on our own shit. We're not going to sneak around. At least, what you doing, Em?
I was looking at the prices of some of that stuff. Like,
It's
that's
expensive.
crazy. Yeah. Well, I mean, I can
I
get
also
it
think it's worth mentioning that
whole
all
for $42 is like the cheapest I can find right now.
there was a handful of stabbings and shit, and that night that I was there, and every single incident of a weapon being used was Antifa,
Yeah.
which I think
So,
you know.
so at the early stages, Proud Boys wasn't initiating. Was there a shift that you noticed?
The early stages of the whole timeline, or of that night.
Well, I mean, like going into like if you paid attention to the events that
Mhm.
followed,
Yeah,
because the People's Convoy was hijacked by undercover Proud Boys, and they immediately went. They started passing out tear gas canisters and stuff like this to go into DC. This was last year, and they
by initiating, I assume you mean like going to DC. That happened after the election results.
They started
prior-
to do that sort of a behavior.
Right. Prior to that, it had just been local shit. And
That's
there
what
was
it-
several of them. It was Stop the Steal rallies is what they coincided with. And
Okay.
yeah, I only went in December. I know that there was a handful of them, but I went in December. And honestly, like if Josh is still listening, for that event or that trip specifically, like, what was I trying to get out of that at that point? I didn't want to go to DC. Like, it was just basically a trip. I don't ever want to go back to DC. I don't like it, honestly. And also, I had an astrologist tell me, or an astronomer, whatever, read the charts, because you can chart a place as well. And she was like, "Yeah, you should never go back to DC. It's not. You two don't jive." Like, all right.
Well, it's a foreign territory, technically. They say, whatever that means. If you believe in certain laws.
Yeah, I do believe it's a foreign territory, but it's just the I mean, the cops there were very much. It was interesting watching the dynamics between the two sides, because Proud Boys would march around and chant and look for a fight, and anytime a fight did break out, the cops would rush in, and they all had bikes, right? But every time they were forming a protective barrier around, Antifa, which I just thought it was really interesting that they're not trying to stop the demonstrations. They're just trying to keep Antifa protected, which, now in hindsight, I think that both sides were largely driven by operatives. I don't know that either way, but
well, that's the controlled opposition to build up the anger going into January 6th among the Proud Boys. I mean, people experiencing that would be like, "Whoa, these DC people are like trying to protect Antifa. They want to," so they're fueling that anger, leading up within a key movement. The Proud Boys, I mean, they participated largely in January 6th.
It's just funny watching so many people scream all cops are bastards and then run and hide behind cops. And cops like totally
Yeah.
be like, all right, come on, buddy. You know, like they just like, what? Who's on whose side? What's going on here? Um, but yeah, at the end of the day, the whole thing was not productive for anybody.
No, but that's important to note leading into January 6th, what people that thought they were Proud Boys believed they were a part of. At least
And there
the
were,
real people.
yeah, I am more sort of jaded and cynical. I would not say that it's safe to assume that most Proud Boys have or had my perspective on it.
No.
I was cynical from the get-go. I don't think that it would be safe to say that most people there were cynical. There were definitely some other cynics, but I think a lot of them obviously actually believed what they believed. Not that it's here nor there, but at the end of the day, the entire incident was a creation of law enforcement. It would
Right.
never have happened without them carrying it along the whole way.
And in DC, they have specific tasks to perform roles within crowds and infiltrate. So within Proud Boys, if they were in DC, there was certainly infiltration. They had insight.
Oh yeah,
Acting
and I figured
things.
I figured that there was infiltration within every chapter. I'm not surprised that we had a Fed. I am a little bit surprised that he was that he would be willing to. I mean, I just feel like if you're transporting 2 entirely full cars to DC, or that if you're the Fed, you're gonna do something a little more subtle, you know, than be everybody's ride. But apparently not.
They get paid for every lead they bring in, I believe. So they're working hard out there.
Well, and he got a lot of he got every single person from the chapter who went to DC at all, regardless of their role, was picked up by the Feds basically the next day, and not really, but quickly. One of the dudes who was in there for quite a while. Fuck, I've still got his, because he lost his house while he was in jail in DC, and so I helped his old lady move some of their stuff out, and I still got his canoe back there. Like, what the? I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, they're on the west side.
Okay, so do they have sufficient resources there?
We don't know.
We're gonna make it.
That's
there.
what
I'm
we're
trying to go to the radio and hold this line here, but but there's capital here.
If they're staying here, I would peel some of your people off and take them. Can they take us through there?
Yep.
Let's go. We'll go through. Okay, got it. Down the seat. We follow you guys? Yeah.
Hey, just so you know, if you have to take any long shots, I got green tips.
Okay.
Got the
Well,
exit.
this is just the marking rounds, but I think I have one long distance for you.
So I want to keep watching some more of this for a second. Wooznews and Rafa, Wooznews, and Eric Clark will be on in just a moment, 7:30. I just wanted to play out some of the clips to give people some background on what is being laid out here, because we all need more context to the story, being portrayed. It's, it was years ago. It's good to bring context back into it. And this footage right here from J6 Clips is premiering right now. It's of an officer that he first was told he was given very little information before he went in to respond to the call. He was told where to go, and he was told basically, I guess, to use less than lethal, because you see at the beginning of this body camera footage, he puts the his gun in the car and then straps up with the pepper ball gun and all this, or whatever you call it. It's like a grenade launcher with pepper balls in it. But then he tries for the next hour and a half to figure out what to do. He's directionless, and he can only rely on the people around him with limited information. There's no organization, and a couple times he gets a phone call from his team's commanding officer. And despite what's being laid out here tonight, I just want to be clear that there were real people involved, and this is one of the genuine people involved. In my opinion, is this officer here. He's literally trying to figure out what to do. He's asking everywhere, like, what's going on? Meanwhile, in this footage is freaking Jacob Chansley being escorted about the Capitol by one of the DC officers. He's probably right here. He shows up a few times in this one. And this here, of course, is from the database that Eric Clark developed here. I see you're behind backstage. If you want to come up, just turn your camera on, or I'll give you a couple minutes. Boom. All right, I'll drag you up. What's up? How's it going?
Hey, it's going good. It's going good. I'm in a new place here today. I just moved to Pensacola, Florida, and with a sort of veteran. She took me in just because I'm a January 6th defendant, and so I kind of I'm outside. It seems a little dark, and I'm in my toboggan because I didn't want to really expose her to everything quite yet, right? I kind of want to work her slowly into it. She's one of those just supporters of January 6th defendants that has kind of bought into the whole. She's not familiar with Woos or the truth of the matter, so I don't want to put it all on her at once when she just asked me to stay here. I don't know who she's contributed to or supported in the past, and
yeah. Well, yeah, there's a lot of that behind the scenes, and I see Woos is backstage now, so I'm gonna let him up, and we're gonna get into that. I don't know. You're gonna kind of have to lead the charge with who you're wanting to point out, because I don't want to put you on the spot. Although Bo Shaney, I have a private issue with, so I will bring him into the matter. But anyhow,
absolutely.
What's up, Woos?
What's up, man? You look
Rafa.
like Freddy Krueger over there.
I'm so used to calling you Woos. I'm sorry.
You can call me Woos. Oh, I'm good. I've just been looking at crime scene photos. Just looking at David Crowley's case right now. You know, whenever I have a free moment.
You're going back to that after part 3, yeah?
I'm doing good, Rafa. How are you doing?
I'm great, man. I'm trying to build my energy back up. You know, I'm
absolutely
over here in the Keys. I'm here for the holidays. And,
okay, I'm in Perdido Key. Not really the same. Not the Keys.
No, okay.
It's on the Gulf Shore. It's on the Florida Bama Gulf Shore.
Oh, so you did make it to Florida?
I did.
Very good, very good. No, I'm good. I'm whenever I have some free time, I always just go and look, see if I see anything new regarding the David Crowley story. Anyway, it always kind of gets you, in a funk of some sort. So, trying to get out of that now.
I see you took some your chimes down. I hear one in the background now. It's a good amount.
Oh, I actually took 3 chimes down.
They were going
This isn't
crazy.
my house. Oh, when? When we were speaking.
Yeah.
I like that particular clip you were playing right there. Yeah, what you were pointing out. If you watch further into it, you'll see that these officers are definitely very confused.
They have no idea what's going on.
No, there's 3 ladies that are going to walk by those officers here in a minute, and they're going to ask him where the bathroom is. And you see the officers talk amongst themselves like they don't know whether or not to tell the people to leave the building or direct them to the bathroom. They go with direct them to the bathroom. And so it's kind of obvious they're confused and without direction.
And notice where everybody's placed. If you want to look right now, look, that's Aaron Schaff all the way to our left. And ahead of her is Keith Petaway, the cop, the ginger cop with the mask on. So that's the Senate cloakroom. It's 2:45 right now, and they entered into that Senate cloakroom approximately, I want to say 2:16, about 2:16. So they've been holding this, the same spots that they were in all this time.
Yeah, and at this exact moment downstairs, the Senate wing door is being breached for the second time, and none of them are being called down there to help.
Yeah, you see them go look down at the crowd, and they're like looking at the crowd trying to get into the wrong door, and they're like, "We don't want them getting up here," and they're just like, "I think this is that part right here." They're like looking at the crowd, like, "Oh, we don't want them to come up here. This last place," and they don't know what to do though. They're clueless. And I'm not sure what to make of that beyond the fact that whatever we get into, despite saying certain people were paid to be there in certain positions, there were real people on all sides, real officers. I mean, in my opinion,
Absolutely.
this is a real officer he's trying to help people out, and he has no clue what to do.
Absolutely. This is the ones you see them come in through the botanical garden.
I'm not sure about. Yeah.
I think so. I think they say that they're on like active shooter patrol, and they're confused why they're being called to the building, but they come onto the building anyway. They come through the botanical gardens, and like I said, they're right upstairs from the Senate wing door while it's being breached for the second time, and none of them go down there to help.
Yeah, they're not told to. There's no direction. In fact, like this guy, I believe in the helmet there on the right, just points out at one point that he has no signal. He can't get in touch with anyone. Which, it's just weird how little direction all the real police officers had.
That's Dilly.
The guy that just turned around?
With the glasses. To the left, next to the white guy. That's Dilly. You've seen him in Act 2. You'll see him in Act 3 too, as well. He's funny. You'll see why I call him Dilly.
What I noticed about the other guy escorting Chansley around in the same body cam footage is that he also has on a blue mask, like the medical one, like that.
Mm-hmm. That's
that we can cover a little bit of tonight. Just not my source where I got the information. I'm going to sort of talk about on his case. I don't mind talking about who he went with, or who they're related to, or at least who I've been told. Maybe I'm being gamed, but I don't want to reveal the source of that information quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about Petaway, the ginger?
I'm talking about Chansley.
Oh, I see. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. You have so much information. I mean, we had a conversation the other day. I took some notes and I printed them out because I want to get into this Elisa Powell story. Can we get into that?
We can get into that. We can get into that one. We can get into Beauchenet, and we can get into Chansley. I'm comfortable with those. And I'd like to preface that by saying, right, for those people who aren't familiar with why, that since I've been posting a lot of this footage online, a lot of these people, they'll reach out to me in DMs. They'll drop their phone numbers. We'll start talking to each other via phone, and they often try to game me into believing that they're maybe not the crisis actor that they are.
Same.
And other situations as well. Try to get me to start drama within the community to try to discredit me amongst the supporters. And it never really works because I kind of just keep things private. I'll typically contact Woos every couple months and just sort of update him on what these people are calling me and saying so that we can get a really good Act 3.
Yeah. So let's jump into Alicia Powell here. So Alicia Powell is, I hope I'm getting this right, is the what is it? The Gateway Pundit, right?
Yeah, used to be Project Veritas, now Gateway Pundit.
So she reached out to you, Woos, first.
Yep.
I believe, to get your number directly.
Yes, she wanted to speak about Alan Hostetter. But if anybody's seen the director's cut of Act 2, you'd know that I have no business taking a phone call from Gateway Pundit.
You lay out a lot of information in there. I'll have to capture that point because there's so many new people being presented all the time for me. So you didn't give her your phone number or have direct contact with her. So she got in touch with you, Eric.
She did. So she'd gotten in contact with me at first. It was about some things I'd seen in the database, the Discovery database regarding baseball cards. She did a couple stories about that, or a story about that, and something else that I had exposed in some of the footage. So she sort of got a foot in the door with me, and we started to develop, sort of a back and forth. And I didn't want to believe some of the things that a lot of people have said about the Gateway Pundit in general. I wanted to believe that they were really on our side, and they had begged. The first thing that, as soon as they figured out that I was in contact with Woos, is they tried very hard to help me put them in contact with him. And at some point, Elisa had convinced me to give them Rapa's phone number, which I do regret. I do regret.
It's okay.
I should
Honest
have.
mistake.
I know that, but you have a mediator to go through to avoid those type of situations, and in the future, I'll use those for press contacts.
But she didn't just get the number from you. She worked you. She took you out for drinks, had a good time with you. Like, she was working you, and then said, yeah, she was speaking good of Woos. And then you said once you gave her the number, she turned and was like, don't talk to him.
Yes, told me he was a CIA operative, and that all the Proud Boys were innocent. None of them had anything to do with any crisis actors, and they're every one of them, right? Apparently, are her good friends, and so I get suspicious of people who just go out of their way to protect somebody, and they refuse to look at any facts you present them, right? And that's kind of where that whole conversation led, and it actually led to her trying to. She started going on with a lot of the rhetoric that we need to take back our country by force at a dinner that we had, hoping, I guess, that I would purvey the same type rhetoric. But she had the little cell phone with the scratched out corner where the hidden cameras are at on those, like the Project Veritas type phones, and she had it laying right there on the table, so I'd be on the camera, and I knew what she was up to, so I just stuck with the truth that I wasn't there for Donald Trump or for a stolen election. I'm a Donald Trump supporter. I believe elections are stolen, but I went on January 6th because I believe God wrote it on my heart to just be there. Right? I'm not a politically active person. It's not something I really gave two shits about in the past, because I believe it's a rigged system and has been a very long time.
Eric, would you walk us through very quickly the behavior that Alicia was displaying before the dinner and during the dinner?
I'm not really sure what you mean. So I think I kind of get it, right? It was more of a, oh, this was a setup and this, that, and the other. And she was really kind of buying into the Wooznews narrative, even to the point where they wanted me to wear a hidden camera to the Freedom Corner and get them to get me to stay at the Eagle's Nest and try to prove that Ashley Babbitt's death was fake by getting her mom to tell the truth on his hidden cameras. And of course, I didn't want any part of that, right? Because I'm not that deceptive, right? I'm just not. You can see right through me when I lie. That's one thing my parents always got me on. I tried to tell them, no, I ain't been smoking pot, and they knew, right? They knew, because my face is a dead giveaway when I'm lying.
Do you feel like she manipulated you in some way? And was she getting you to do something at dinner that you didn't want to do?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Would you like to share that with us?
Absolutely. So I had made it very clear, right, that I'm absolutely. I made it very clear that I was a recovered addict, right, that I had spent 25 years as a meth and heroin addict. Don't drink or anything like that anymore. But she proceeds to the bar and gets some drinks. Oh, you just have one drink with me. It's not that big a deal. I guess she thought it would loosen me up and loosen my tongue more. And I did end up having an LIT. You're sitting here with she is beautiful, a beautiful woman, and you're conversating and you want to kind of fit in. But I was careful because I had a little bit of a notion as to what I was getting myself into already.
And you mentioned she was flirting with you.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite flirting, and I'm not.
This was what I was alluding to earlier.
and I'm not like I didn't go out of my way to try to be impressive, right? My beard was all shaggy that night. My hair was everywhere. There was a big hole in my jeans where I'd ripped them out. I mean, you'd think you could do far better than somebody that was in my current situation, pretty much broke, homeless, relying on other people to travel me around. I didn't really have much to offer. So it was kind of obvious, right?
Yeah, I mean, she worked you hard like an agent. When you told me, when I figured out the story between the two of you, because I was trying to figure out why the number got leaked to them. I couldn't believe that she worked you so hard.
Yeah, they did. They did work me. They did. And I was quite convinced that she was truly sincere in wanting to cover the Alan Hostetter case. But if she was, she never did, right? So it's been 3 months almost since this occurred, and maybe a little longer even, and not one story from the Gateway Pundit
Not a
about
peep
Alan
about
Hostetter's
Alan
case.
Hostetter. Not a word about Alan Hostetter, and I knew they wouldn't. I was curious if I were to open into that agreement, become a part of this arena with Gateway Pundit, which I would never do, because I know that they're playing for Team Dark. I know that they're publication based off deceit, especially with some of the quirks that I had in Act 2, the director's cut. So I knew something was up, and I know that Alan Hostetter would be the bait to get me to speak with them. And they could take any clip or anything I say and hold it against me to keep people from watching Act 2. I don't know how these people continue to do this on a daily basis. They don't just do it. It's not a one-time gig. It's not a weekly gig. These people do this for the rest of their lives. Are you guys having trouble hearing me?
I'll turn you up too on my end. I can hear you fine. Hold on, let me do
I
something
can hear you
better.
fine as well, but I'm in the StreamYard, not the YouTube.
Anyway.
I forgot to put in my headphones too. I don't know if that helped. Okay, so the second person I have a personal issue with here.
Uh-oh.
Is this Boshaney fellow? Okay.
Yeah, Eric Beauchenet. Joseph Beauchenet's, whatever he goes by today.
Yeah, Stansmometics is the name of his site. And I was going through my website trying to find out, just looking at the backlinks, and I saw that his website linked to mine back in February, and I was like, that's interesting. And I clicked on the link, and here it is, here's his article, which is really my article, okay? But he just copied and pasted it onto his site from mine and claimed it as his own without saying that it was my article. So that's my history of Boshaney. Okay. I've never seen such catty behavior. I don't know why he would do that, but.
And so I didn't have any history. And he'd reached out to me on Twitter through a DM with his phone number, wanting to give me his eyewitness account, which I always jump at, right? The more eyewitness accounts I can hear and look through the footage and see, the more you can try to start to understand from an individual's perspective and start to gain a larger view. So I always take up those offers, but it quickly went into wanting to disparage other January 6th defendants, persons in the gulag, Jake Lang in particular, which he's raising a lot of money now, and I'm not going to go so far as to say I trust that person. I'm just going to say I think he was trying to intentionally put me in the middle of drama to discredit me. They'd rather have the drama going back and forth, this stage drama, than have people actually looking through the footage. And as soon as he told me that he was there on the night of 5th, my mind immediately clicked to Act 2. And I'm like, oh yeah, you were, weren't you? Yeah, the director's cut of Act 2. And I was like, I'm starting to understand now why you're reaching out to me, because you were there on January 5th. You were there early on the 6th with the whole crisis actor crowd. Well, you're probably a crisis actor trying to get me involved in all this drama to pull my attention away from looking for truth. And so I ignored all his phone calls. Like the last message I got from him is like, you're gone, bye-bye, ciao. That was the exact words of the last message I got from him, because I just started ignoring his phone calls.
Yeah. So yeah, he was working in the back, and he was also working Woos apparently. I mean, I don't know how much you want to get into that.
I didn't want to.
I'm sorry.
I've been worked by several people. Not really sure why or what's happening with our paid protesters. Seems like there's a meltdown going on in the backstage. But I'm just, finish editing Act 3 or continuing to finish the edits of Act 3 and working on the Crowley case. And, I appreciate if you have footage. That's always very helpful. But it does seem that we are being contacted. I'm being contacted by both paid protesters and genuine Trump supporters.
Absolutely,
Like
absolutely,
Alan
and
Hossetter, like Eric Clark.
absolutely.
And I'll run it through everything I possibly can. I mean, I'll look at the footage. I want to see where you're standing, what you're wearing. Most importantly, I want to see if you're acting. I want to see the words that are coming out of your mouth. And so there's a couple things that I, filter out or filter through as I'm trying to assess whether someone is genuine or not.
I'm trying to pull up some footage here of the Freedom Corner, because obviously that's still going on. We got an Anarchy Princess down there, reaching out to you recently.
I hear she's a big fan of the show. Some of these people have so much hate in their hearts and so much fear. I don't know. I have compassion for them. I don't know how they do this every single day. The money must be really good. I think some people, whether they believe in hell or heaven, it doesn't really matter. You will have to deal with this one day. I don't know if it's going to be in this lifetime.
I think you hit it. I think it's the money.
Yeah.
I think it's the money, and we'll get into the third topic, the QAnon shaman. So I received some phone calls of someone they were saying how Jake was indigent. He was broke. He couldn't afford to go to January 6th. And along the way in his protesting in Arizona, take all this with a grain of salt. I don't know if I'm being gamed in all this or not either. I don't know how much what I'm about to say is actually true. It's just what I was told. So I start getting these phone calls, and I'm being told that he was broke. He didn't have enough money to go, and someone that he had befriended him in his Arizona protest by the name of Marcus Chadwick had called him. He told his friend Marcus he wasn't going, Chadwick, and that he couldn't afford it. So Chadwick made sure to arrange transportation and a hotel. He drove him there himself and made sure that he got all the way up to the Upper West Barracks to the Senate wing door, and then didn't go any further with Jake as he was guided to the building for his photo shoot. The same person has seen Chadwick convincing, sort of coercing Gina Bisognano to climb through a window, and coercing another person.
She's one of my favorite characters, by the way.
Christopher Price into trying to break a window. There was a rock sitting on a windowsill, and he tells him to. Chris Price picks it up and he's looking at it, and Chadwick says, "Break the window with it. Break the window with it." Like, no, I'm not going to break the window, man. And he goes to throw the rock on the ground. And Chadwick's like, well, at least put it back up on the windowsill. So he does. He wasn't thinking, puts it back up on the windowsill. I'm sure for the next person to be coerced to break the window with it. And he goes on into the building, right, at approximately, this was like after 3. So him and his wife had filled it up there with the lake crowd. And so I was told by this source that Marcus Chadwick is Mike Pompeo's nephew, that he served 8 years in prison for stabbing someone, and that he was Mike Pompeo, former director of the CIA's nephew, and that this person set Jake up to be the face of it all, and that Jake now knows this and is refusing to come forward with this information, because now this is the part where it gets sort of grainy, because now following January 6th, he goes and getting out of prison, if that's where he was, he goes from being broke and can't afford to go to being worth more than $8 million.
Who's worth more than $8 million?
That's what I was told, that Jake is worth more than $8 million. Like I said, this is all just me repeating hearsay, nothing that I've been actually able to verify
Sure.
on my own.
Yeah, he was clearly escorted around. You can see it in that body camera footage I had up earlier. Like in that specific one. He's being escorted.
It could well just be completely false, though, and a play to sort of take the incriminating view of Jake out of the picture, right? Like, because otherwise it's obvious that he was in on it.
Because I saw his interview with Alex Jones kind of suggested like the whole fifth generation. He was laying out that the author of the Fifth Generation Warfare book was present there as one of the protesters, and he was saying that it was all kind of like a white hat psyop, is kind of what he was laying out. He didn't say he was a part of it, but
let's just take that narrative. Let's say that Jake knows beforehand that this is a psyop, but it's a white hat psyop. Apply that narrative to the other events that occurred that day. These supposed deaths that happening. Remember, we have 18 deaths in total related to the Capitol. How is that a white hat operation? I thought the white hats were supposed to be good guys.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense to anyone?
No. Yeah.
No, and that's disheartening, because I kind of want that to be true as a defendant, right? Because it means I may or may not. It makes the fact that I'm going to prison less likely, but I've kind of conceded to the fact that I'll be going to prison. I'll be right there with Alan, and hopefully he's my bunkmate, because I don't want any of the crisis actors around me.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, no. Well, yeah, because your trial's in a month,
I
right?
believe in this footage, he's
Yes.
still there. If you're looking, he hasn't left yet. Remember, his photo shoot begins about 3 p.m. in the Senate with Luke Mogelson and Win McNamee.
He's definitely a few times in here, at least 2, if not 3 times, but it's very quickly. That looks like.
But the position that he's
There
in,
he is.
there he is.
There he goes.
What's the timestamp? Right there. Look at that. Right at 3.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna talk about the rotunda.
Where are you guys completed the most right now? Like, yeah, I know it's everywhere, but you guys have primarily, or is it just kind of scattered?
And there they go. Now they're off to the Senate. And that's the footage that you see on Tucker Carlson, where he's like, look, this is a peaceful protest. Look at them escorting him. This peaceful protest. No, it's about to hit 3 p.m. and they're about to do their Senate photo shoot.
Man.
With Korn.
Oh, yeah, I didn't catch him in here yet. He's probably in here, I imagine.
No, Korn is already in the Senate right now.
Okay. Yeah, see, I don't know the time frames. Y'all are good with that. I'm like,
see, look at that. 2:59.
Yeah, right on the money almost.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Man. What was I going to do here? Oh, yeah, I want to get back into this other this article here. But before that, I want to play this. So this is Anarchy Princess here. Being arrested. No, this is when Mickey hit her, allegedly. Assaulted her. And Mickey went to jail. And this was shot by News to Share. I mean, who just happened
Ford
to be.
Fisher.
Yep.
Ford
He just
Fisher
happened to
and
be there.
Alejandro Alvarez, they just happened to be at Kyle Rittenhouse shooting. They just happened to
really?
be at Charlottesville when the people get hit by that car. They just happened to
Patriot
capture
Front.
all this footage.
There's Patriot Front protesters out there getting arrested.
Because
it's not the
Wacosia,
Patriot Corner. It's the drama corner.
Yeah, it's such a dude. It's such
It's
a
the
small
kayfabe
stage
corner.
of actors.
It's the kayfabe corner.
Oh, here it is. Here's the moment. there it is. So I played that because Mickey sits down there and she's basically present at like every of one of these court hearings.
Yes, she is. She's there so Ryan Riley can get a little scoop on whoever's coming out of there. They like to ambush the people that are coming out once they've been sentenced, or they meet them out in the hallway so they can get a little bite-sized chunk to put in their little paper. You know, the truth, right?
And they got Alan Hofstadter with that one.
Why would you leave San Diego to go move to DC and do this every day? How do you make money?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know that.
If this is a white hat psyop, is Ashley?
Well, there's
Babbitt
obviously
shooting.
There's black hat infiltration, of course, you know, with that narrative on both sides.
You say Ashley Babbitt, I say Adam Lanza.
Oh man, yeah, that was what I was getting to. Was that very reporter Ryan Riley, who is NBC, right?
I believe he is NBC.
He was sitting there, and when Alan Hofstadter came out, here's the quote I got. No, Lord. It says, after Hofstadter was sentenced, Whitehoff confronted him for spouting falsehoods about her daughter. He said, "I assure you she is dead," Whitehoff said. According to Riley, what is it that you're trying to say? And then he says, "Was she cremated?" And then she retorts, "You need help."
Mm-hmm.
You know, try and paint him like a crazy guy.
Exactly.
On NBC. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
were there any Republican or GOP outlets that covered anything related to Alan Hofstadter? None. They were all liberal. Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
It's sad. It's sad is what it is, because his case was groundbreaking if you actually go look through and can discern from what is sealed, right, in his case, what he was trying to portray, what he was trying to show happened. And it lines up very much with what Woo's Act 2 shows. Only I think Alan was a bit more, like me, hopeful that there was this white hat thing going on in the background, because like me, that's an out. That means maybe I won't go to prison, right? And so I have to understand his little bit of faith in that possibility.
It's interesting because neither Ryan Riley or McFarland said anything about Alan talking about Wooznews and me and the Capitol documentaries. They didn't print any of that. It's also interesting that Mickey Woodhoff's there, and so is Anarchy Princess, but I thought they were enemies. Who's paying these people to sit around and do these things? You know what I mean?
Well, I know the owner of Overstock.com, Patrick Byrne, started it with a $50,000 donation to Mickey to start an Eagle's Nest, a place for January 6th defendants to stay while they were in D.C. for trial. However, while I was there to view CCTV footage in D.C., and I asked, could I stay for a few days so I didn't have to come back and forth 2-hour drive from the mountains of Maryland, where I was, staying with some other defendants at the time, just so I would be closer to DC. Like I was completely ignored, like I didn't even ask the question. So that it's not a place for January 6th defendants to stay when they're in DC for legal business. So that's not what it is. What is it?
It's deceit.
Praxis. Praxis. I'm not even sure what your angle is on that, because I've heard like you're kind of like a lefty. I don't want to like box you in, but it's an interesting point.
Rafa, yeah, that's what I've heard too. Is that he's a liberal. He's a left-wing liberal, and he's with the CIA. And I'm like,
dead. Yeah,
you've never watched any of the footage that Wooznews has put out there prior to January 6th, if you actually believe that.
Here she is, right for you, Eric.
Well, Anarchy. I don't know. I wasn't there in that corridor. I'm certain though. I'm certain 100% that either no, she's not dead, A, or B, she was it was a premeditated murder and that she was set up, because I had the woman with the onion in her hand separate me from that initial crowd of crisis actors, Elizabeth Koch, for some purpose, right? They didn't want just average everyday Trump supporters funneling themselves into that crowd, at least not too many of them, because they deployed these damsels with onions, right, to lead us away. So who knows? Who knows? I can't say with certainty. I can't say with any certainty was she
But
dead.
you know who can say
well,
with certainty if she was
Yeah.
died or not is Taylor Toronto, who's standing next to her
And
when the
that's
supposed shot happens. And if the
That's a
man
very good
standing
point.
next to her
Oh, he was
says
there?
that she's a
What?
crisis actress and using a squib in her backpack for the use of blood.
That's right. How did I
think
forget
might
that?
go along with what Taylor Toronto's saying, who was then subsequently put in jail a week later.
Well, AP Anarchy Princess, I got to tell, listen, if Taylor Toronto, if what's happening to him is true, she's the only one covering what's happening. He's alleged, like her recent video. I mean, this is why it gets confusing to what to believe, because there's no proof of anything, but apparently he's being assaulted by all the other J6ers.
But I
Because
thought
he's
he was
not
in
going
solitary
along.
confinement.
They keep moving him around. Like he's in a different state now. Like they moved him to several prisons allegedly. But this is the problem with federal courts. You can't see anything. Like, and Defender Vance is in here too, by the way. What's up?
What's up, brother?
And Wizzy was here. WYZZywig, he was here at the very beginning. He thought we were going to call him out. He was a little nervous. He popped in for a moment. The guy that traveled with Data.
Young Kim.
Yep.
/ Sparrow.
Yep. They're watching. They don't want you to know, but they're watching.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, I know they've all seen Act 2 and Act 1. And they'll all watch Act 3.
Absolutely. I can't wait for Act 3. And I kind of made it clear in a little group chat on Twitter when the hoe called the BLP on behalf of Jesse Watkins to move a man into a woman's prison that this day was going to come. The day was going to come when I was going to have to call everybody out. Right now, I played along a little bit since, get along to get some more tapes, get along to get some more. These people call me and hear what they have to say, because like some of these crisis actors, they call and they want to instill drama, but sometimes you can convince some of them, like Tim Hart, to send you his and Brian Gamble's footage from the day, which I was able to do. It's in that Dropbox. Right before they realized they were talking to somebody that they aren't going to dissuade. I mean, when you're the person charged with 6 felonies or 4 felonies and several misdemeanors, but you somehow your plea deal gets you 45 days of home incarceration. Meanwhile, Allen, who didn't even break anything, assault anybody, go into the building, is given 11 years. There's a huge gap there, right? There's a huge gap there. You're doing some kind of cooperation either before or after to get you that 45 days of home incarceration for all these felonies. I'll bet I do more time with my 4 misdemeanors.
I feel like you're not going to get much if you do, but hopefully you won't. But
hopefully I don't. Hopefully I don't. But Judge Maida did tell me when I went pro se to expect the pro se bonus. And he reminded me that in the federal system, my time can be served consecutively instead of concurrently if he so chooses. And you might want to consider that before going pro se. He did this at my Peretta hearing. So he was kind of inferring that if I didn't keep money in their system and throw money at a lawyer, or at least allow myself to be railroaded by a public defender, that I would pay for that.
Well, yeah, because they wanted someone to set your narrative, set the narrative with you, because you were immediately told, and you've said this before, that when you wanted to subpoena Ray Epps because you met him there, that they were telling you, no, by no means are you going to subpoena Ray Epps.
Right. My public defender told me with the federal defender's office, his exact words is, my supervisor said there'll be no subpoenaing of Ray Epps. And if you insist that you're even going to mention his name, we won't put you on the stand. And so this wasn't coming from like my lawyer, my public defender. It was coming from the federal defender's office, people in charge.
Yeah, it's like they're controlling it. they're controlling a lot, but they weren't controlling the police department that actually was trying to figure out what was going on. And I mean, having stood in front of protests like in North Carolina, Elizabeth City, the Andrew Brown protests, and streaming actual like cops cracking down on an 8 p.m. curfew. They marched in with guns blazing. They were not joking around. They were snatching people. If you didn't obey them immediately and you got within range, they were taking you. They came from 2 states because they had information that protesters would be coming into town. And it didn't really happen that bad. I mean, the federal government had intel. They knew people were coming, and the police officers can't even get any direction. Meanwhile, you have people who are clearly not experienced on the front lines. Like, not even like they're poorly trained, but like they're not even actual police.
And that's the most bewildering part of it. But then more and more people, after seeing Act 2, are spotting Capitol Guard with no patches. I mean, I'm just saying that the people are watching and they're looking for the things that Rob has pointed out, and they're noticing more and more of it, not less and less of it, or some explanation as to why.
In this footage, that's what I noticed too, is this is real. These people are rocking real police gear. You see it, he's in the car. He's geared up. His team is geared up, and they're looking for people on their team. Yeah.
The guns don't come out until 2:47.
Yeah, where weren't all these DC police officers called to come to the Capitol at 12:55?
Chief Conti told us that on the 4th of January that they were calling in all the National Guard, that they're going to be locked and ready to go. And what do we see at Obstacle 1 guarding the Capitol? Is Cop 2 inside ponytail? Come on.
Yeah.
Miss Barbie? No.
And none of the Proud Boys seem to be as upset with Ryan Samsel as you would think they should be. I mean, they promote this ideal of Western chauvinism, which in my mind encompasses or incorporates chivalry. And there's nothing chivalrous about attacking a woman, right? There's even, let's pretend that it's real for a second, right? There's nothing gentlemanlike or saying I'm a Western chauvinist like attacking a female officer unprovoked. And when you mention it, they're just like, well, he did help her up. I'm like, no. If a man would have acted like that towards his own girlfriend in my presence, right, it would have ended real quick, because it would have been me and that guy going at it instead of him and his girlfriend, right? And as you say, you're a Proud Boy and you're supposed to defend against these type of situations. But you've said nothing, right? All I hear about him is when people want to complain that he was abused in the jail, and then we find out his lawyer's taking pictures of him in a janitor's closet and they're pretending it's his cell. And
they forgot to Photoshop the electrical outlet out of the picture. Why does Jim Hoft of the Gateway Pundit have access to this person? Why is Gateway Pundit the only one covering Ryan Samsel, people like him? And why is he in the janitor's closet pretending to take a shower? Like, it's just...
They pushed a little too far with that one and made it a bit obvious.
They didn't even try. They'd had better use with a...
Try harder, right?
And it's that story that kind of like made it impossible for me to believe things like what Anarchy Princess laid out in her stream about Taylor Toronto and what he's going through. But if it's true, I mean, he's going through horrific things, and
it's sad. That's sad, because Taylor Toronto is a combat veteran, and he displays obvious signs of PTSD, whether he's an actor or not. He is a combat veteran that displays obvious signs of PTSD. You'd think a little bit more sympathy would be given by people that are supposed to be fellow veterans.
None of this has to be that difficult. This is all really freaking easy. All of this, really easy.
Trying to figure out what these trying to keep up with the comments here. There's so much diversity in this chat. It's hard to know where people are coming from,
I'm glad I can't see them. I haven't hooked my PC up yet in my move, so I'm just doing this on my phone. I can't see the YouTube comments, and I'm probably glad tonight.
I mean, oh man.
Still waiting for somebody to debate me about Act 1 or Act 2.
You might
gotten
find. I
Nathan.
don't know.
Yeah, ask me a question. Well, this really isn't the time for that, but I guess I'm happy.
Yeah.
If you want to, feel free to debate me.
Amy Harris.
Amy Harris.
Yeah, Amy Harris.
Yeah,
What do I
she's
have
the
her
one
in?
who-
Oh, yeah, so we didn't get into the background of that article. The Ryan Riley wrote Sedition Hunters. And he's tied into Amy
Oh.
Harris, right?
Well, that's a good topic while you've got some of them in the chat, I guess. Right?
Wait, what did you
My
just
last
say?
hearing.
Am I wrong in that Ryan Riley wrote Sedition Hunters?
That I don't
checked-
know, but then what does that have to do with Amy Harris?
Yeah, the book.
There's a tie. Hold on. Oh no, so
He-
maybe yeah.
Yeah, he wrote the book.
Amy Harris, journalist, charging Steve. Oh, and Steve Baker was also a journalist, but he got charged. But meanwhile, I was told that Amy Harris was being protected by the Sedition Hunters, and I assume that means people tied into Ryan Riley. Or am I wrong?
No, I think you're probably right on that. He did write the book.
I didn't realize all these people knew each other.
Yeah, are you surprised?
Thank you for that. I am not surprised.
Wizzy's still here. What's up? He wrote the book, but you want to talk to WYSIWYG? I don't know if he wants to come up here. He might be nervous. It's up to y'all.
I don't.
Absolutely. He'd be great. You're right. I'd like to hear how he knew where the Proud Boys were going to take lunch, and how he just knows where. Like, is another one of those streamers who just knows where to be every time something goes down. Right. I'd like to know who told him, who paid him to go there. If he's willing to tell us.
Sedition Hunters made Ryan Riley who he is. If it wasn't for Sedition Hunters, Riley would have nothing to write about.
So let's get on the Sedition Hunter topic for just a second. I want to talk about my hearing that happened last Tuesday. I know I've told you, Truther, but I don't think that I haven't talked to Woo since. So
what's up,
a week and a half ago, I went and applied. I put in a motion for an amendment to my conditions of release so I could move from Kentucky to Florida, which the judge granted. The very next day, I get an email for a hearing. It's labeled discovery hearing, and it's USA v. Clark for the following Tuesday. So I get the email on a Thursday, and the hearing is the following Tuesday. So 4 business days later, they have this hearing set up for. So I go in thinking it's one of my Rule 12 motions in regards to discovery, because I didn't bother to read it. So I get in there, and that's not what it is at all. They want to know where. They want to know. They want the judge first to hold me in contempt and admonish me for violating a protective order that I've never signed, right? Over the one that governs the discovery database. And the prosecutor's going on and on about how just because I haven't signed this protective order doesn't mean I'm not held to it. They want the judge to hold me in contempt or admonish me in some way because I've been posting all this body-worn camera footage and CCTV footage on Twitter that came from that is considered sensitive and highly sensitive as a matter of national security, right? I haven't seen anything in it that would be considered national security. But nonetheless, that's what it was labeled, and I was posting it all over Twitter. So they made this assumption that my paralegal had been giving it to me because she has access to the Discovery database and she signed the protective order. They were none too happy when I told them that I got every ounce of this footage that I'd been posting, at least as the body-worn cameras and the CCTV footage is concerned at that time, right? The vast majority of it had came from cloud databases built by the Sedition Hunters that, I sort of got access to some for Reddit. I mined others in other ways. But like the hearing ended as soon as I mentioned that all this footage that they were so concerned about being sensitive and highly sensitive that I had gotten from the Sedition Hunters. They had no interest in which Sedition Hunters I got it from. What are these databases? Or bringing them into court, asking them where they got this sensitive and highly sensitive exposure of national security all over my Twitter, right? The hearing was just over. Right, Mr. Clark, by the way, I've approved your move to Florida. See you at the Preacher All Conference later. Let's get out of here. I mean, it was very much
And so if you post the video, it's a matter of national security. If they post
Right.
the video, it's, hey, we're releasing footage from you. Good luck if you're going to find anything, especially because we've lopped off timestamps. It's probably why. Because
Absolutely.
you still had your timestamps. You're such a rebel.
Absolutely.
Eric.
I'm gonna step out for like a minute. WYSIWYG's here. I muted you for a second because you're ruffling around. I want to keep it to the topic of sedition hunters, to be honest. Like,
Did you
let's
say
not
you're
get into the drama.
leaving? The host
For a
is
minute.
leaving?
For a minute.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
not, I gotta go. I'll be right. I'll be listening.
Remember, I don't remember the name of the family in Alaska that was raided by the FBI. Turns out that was over sedition hunters giving them bad information.
Right. They said that this family in Alaska were the people that stole Nancy Pelosi's laptop.
Yeah, it was the wife they claimed.
Yeah. And it turned out the couple, neither the wife nor the husband had never even entered the building.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it interesting that these left-wing activists who hate the police so much turned out to be the ones who became the police, the snitches, the Karens, whatever you want to call them, going after political enemies.
So I'm glad you came up here with it, because I do have a serious question, right? Like, especially in the Ashley Babbitt scene. I know you weren't there, but it still speaks to what I'm going to ask, right? It seems to me there were more streamers, more people with cameras that have a live stream platform present at the Ashley Babbitt shooting than people that are not streamers. How is it that you guys know just like right where to be and when to be there every single time? And how are y'all paid?
Well, I heard you say that the other night. So can you name the streamers that were right there when Ashley was shot?
William Keene from Parrot's Nest, Taylor Hansen.
Yep.
I'm sure Woos can name a lot more. That's
John
just two right off the top of my head. John Sullivan.
Let's not
Sam
forget
Montoya,
Data.
He's not
Data.
a live streamer.
Young Kim.
I don't care.
He's not a live streamer.
He still was there.
Yeah, but he's not a live streamer, and I just wanted to make sure that we were accurate about that.
Yeah.
Everybody.
But he came with a live streamer, though. He came with a very well-known live streamer, one that I had a lot of trust in prior to seeing all this.
What do you mean he came with a live streamer?
Well, who'd he come with?
What? Where?
To DC.
As far as I know, he's by himself.
Maybe I'm incorrect in that regard.
Yeah.
Did you not meet him there?
I think you're
Did
confusing.
you meet him there, or did you go with him there?
Actually, I ran into him at the lunch trucks.
And then you just hooked up from there, and then years later you were at the People's Convoy.
No.
Streaming together?
I had met him long time before that. I had met him back in Beverly Hills. What was that? When they were doing all the rallies in the park there in Beverly Hills.
What was that, like 2020? 19?
Well, it would have been prior to the 2020 election. Yeah. So
Is this Young
before
Kim we're
November.
talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so you met Data in Beverly Hills after his USC graduate. I guess my question that Eric Clark asked earlier was, who is paying you guys to go and cover these protests?
Nobody, Woos. Do you know anything about me? I know you reached out to me.
Nobody pays him. Nobody.
I never reached out to you.
No, yeah, actually, well, somebody claiming to be you reached out to me in an email. Yeah, do you have any idea how I got started or why I got started?
No, I was just wondering if you could tell me why you guys go to all these different rallies.
Well,
and who's paying
I'm
you.
going to give you the background so that you understand that for me, it wasn't a financial thing. It was because I was out of work. Hollywood was shut down. COVID was happening. I went to the streets because I was seeing camera crews getting assaulted by anti-fascist movements, BLM groups after and during protests. In fact, my very first video that I posted on my YouTube channel was of an assault of a Hispanic news crew outside of LA Unified School District main offices, headquarters downtown.
Did you happen to come into the city of Louisville, Kentucky during those protests, those
Nope.
riots? Because
I
Breonna
never,
Taylor was here? Okay.
I never left LA. There was so much to cover in LA showing what was going on there that I didn't leave.
But
I
I
stayed
guess
in
my
LA
question
and
is, how
covered
do you
everything.
know of the events beforehand? Is there a calendar?
Well, back then, there's just so much to cover. Back then, it was mainly Twitter. They were all over Twitter, and there were Telegram groups that were left-wing, anti-fascist groups. There were I can't even remember the name of them. I'd have to go back through my phone and pull up all this information. But there were groups that used Telegram to organize their protests. And what they were doing was they were listening to police calls, they were using scanners. It's what the snack wagons were. The snack wagons at the time were the protesters' communication service, basically.
Okay,
And
so you guys hear the police scanners, you guys see the Twitter thing, hey, there's
no,
going
no,
to be a
no,
rally here.
no, Woos, no. Listen. So they were posting their protests. You know, if they said, come and block or block up, you knew that it was going to be a violent protest that you were going to. And so, I was just using whatever information on the web that I could use to find this. That's how I ended up at the
Why
first
did
one
you
that I
want
went
to
to.
find it?
Yeah, I wanted to go out there and
Why?
show what was going on.
Okay, so you find out via the scanners and the Twitter, and you want to show people what's going on.
Yes. Yeah, because at the time you had these black bloc groups that were going out and attacking police. They were the first one I followed went through the jewelry district of LA. They started at Father Sarah Park. I had been watching these live streamers. Some were left-wing live streamers, very few right-wing live streamers. I was watching a guy known as Steve. Steve had Freight Broker News, and when COVID started, I had traveled in the United States and I was sitting in my aunt and uncle's driveway because my uncle lost his nurses. He had Parkinson's, and the nurses weren't coming to the house because of COVID. So I went and I helped my aunt take care of my uncle. And while I'm sitting in the driveway in my RV, I'm watching and I'm seeing these protests happen in Portland and whatnot. And that's what all kind of started it, like this, seeing what was happening in the country and how it wasn't being reported on the news, but there was all these live streams. And for me, there was a live streamer named Katie who had come to LA, who was going to live stream, and she had done a live stream. And I reached out to her and offered to show her around town. And so her putting a camera in my hand and connecting me with Steve, that when she left town, I was like, hey, I'd be more than happy to put my camera out there and get you a feed from whatever's going on in town. He's like, oh, that's great. And so he single-handedly jump-started my YouTube channel once he it's a side story, but once he realized that it was me that was sending him this signal showing these riots and what was going on, that they boosted my channel and basically built my channel for me.
Okay,
my YouTube channel.
Okay, so you are, I think you mentioned out of work or something happened with COVID, so you're not working during this time.
Yeah, Hollywood was shut down.
Sure.
As soon as COVID hit, the 15 days to stop the spread, Hollywood closed down for months.
Okay, so it's safe to say you're, quote, out of a job, and you see an opportunity to either make a financial gain or because you want to report on things that are not being reported.
Well, this was months after. So for me personally, just a little backstory, when Hollywood shut down, I was stuck inside and I did not want to be where I was at. So I left to go someplace, quote unquote, safe. And that's what I did. And I ended up in Kentucky and stayed there. And I was gone for, I don't know, several months. And I was waiting because I was supposed to be doing this Jamie Foxx television show for Netflix. And so I ended up waiting to hear the day that we were going to start working so that I would head back to California in preparation for that to start. Well, I got back to California for the start date, but on my way back, I was several days out. On my way back, they pushed the show another month. So now all of a sudden I've got all this time on my hands and I'm back in LA and I'm like, I'm pissed. I was mad that I was watching media, news outlets getting assaulted by protesters. They were attacking cameras, cameramen, journalists. And so I was going to go out and show this happening.
But wouldn't you be fulfilling the same spot? These people are getting attacked. These cameramen, aren't you now becoming a cameraman?
Yes. And I prepared for that.
I guess I'm just trying to wonder.
I had a camera rig that I built designed to go out and withstand and be able to capture what I was seeing.
Wizzy, this is I was talking to DOA. Defender Vance came up here on Monday. Eric was here on that
I
panel
listened.
at some point.
I heard.
And my issue with you is you never concede to the fact that your donors who are donating to you live could be anyone.
Of course. I said that. Yes. I don't know who is giving me money. How much money do you think they're giving me? They're giving me such little money that how does that
Wizzy,
change
straighten
anything
up
for me?
now. Come on. Giving
No,
you little
don't
money.
give me this. How does that matter?
How does it matter who's funding you and your behavior and
They're
conditioning
not
your
funding
behavior?
me. People donate a little bit of money. That's all it is. It's a super chat. It's whatever.
How much did you
It's
get?
irrelevant.
Did you get an envelope of $1,000 at some point? What is this?
Did I get an envelope? No. The lady from the cemetery that asked me to stop by and see a friend of hers. She sent me an awful lot of money.
So you do get an awful lot of money sometimes.
Well, she sent me
don't downplay
$1,000. She sent me
just
$1,000.
Just $1,000.
Okay. Because I took my time and I went to the cemetery and I found her high school sweetheart's gravestone. And she thanked me for doing that. She was a very sweet lady.
There's always deep emotions tied to your narrative. And this
because it was an emotional live stream.
People's conflict. I've seen you hype up situations. You stick a camera in someone's face. Your stream is called "What You See Is What You Get," but you're in their face hyping the narrative of the right wing, conservative, alt right, whatever.
You're questioning, but I don't.
No,
I actually think that I'm very different from most people because I don't jam a camera in front of people's faces. People jump in front of the camera, yes. But I have a moral standard that I know you haven't recognized or seen.
Here. I don't want to bore Eric and Luz.
It was your question.
Okay.
Ask better questions.
I'm sorry. I don't want to. Eric, you're in charge here. What do you want to ask, please?
No. I was actually. I'm pretty happy with Wizzy's answer because, like I said, I was a fan, right? Prior to January 6th during 2020 when I'm wanting to see what's going on around the country and in my own city. Now, I'd asked specifically if he was in Louisville for a reason, right? Because I know here in Louisville, those protests after the death of George Floyd, the Breonna Taylor protests really picked up. They really picked up here in Louisville. And these buses start coming in from out of town. And for 3 days when these buses are coming into our city, it goes from sort of peaceful protests that I don't necessarily agree with the agenda, the defund the police agenda behind. But that being said, I don't have to agree with someone's First Amendment right to agree that they should have it. And they were peaceful, right? They were peaceful, and this was my city, right, until 2 days ago when I just moved. Well, when those buses started coming in, we experienced 3 days of rioting, looting, fires, things that weren't going on in connection with the Breonna Taylor protests in our cities. Those people on the ground who were like her family, the people that lived in her neighborhood. They were gathering at a place called Shepherd Square every morning. And they decided after David McAtee was shot that they were going to not allow these buses into our city anymore. So they drove these buses full of Antifa and BLM and probably a lot of streamers, right, out of our city. And for the next 97 days, the protests continued, but they went back to being peaceful. Right. Lo and behold, once these bus full of feds were ejected from our city, it stopped. They tried to come back in one last time during the Kentucky Derby in the form of the NFAC and the Shepherd Square protesters, right, who, again, I don't necessarily agree with their agenda, their political ideologies, but they're, as long as they're peaceful and not burning down my city, I'm perfectly fine with people expressing their First Amendment rights, even when I disagree. And those protesters that gathered at Shepherd Square lined themselves up between the NFAC and the police that were guarding Churchill Downs, because they all had their, you know, their ARs, their assault rifles out and pointed at officers right after they had left a park where kids play, and one of them shot himself in the leg because they don't know what they're doing with the firearms they're carrying.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
So I was curious, are you one of those streamers that came into my city, right, to record Fed actions? And I'm glad to hear that you weren't.
Yeah, I'll give you a little backstory on some stuff that I know about this. Louisville happened after Kenosha. And just one side note is I would hold leftists to the same standard, is you make this claim about feds without actually any evidence. And it's inflammatory in my view that you make this claim that they're feds, because what we've learned is that these Antifa groups travel all over the place. One of the greatest or most recent examples of that is Atlanta, Georgia, with the No Cops or Stop Cop City protest. People, most of the
Woos is getting
those
impatient.
who were arrested.
I told him I'd give him an out at 1 hour.
Yeah, let me tell a quick story. Let me tell you a real quick story, Wizzy.
Or not.
Well,
let me tell you.
I didn't quite finish my bit about Kenosha, but if you
but you made your point that you think we shouldn't make these accusations saying people are feds without
you
evidence.
don't have any evidence. You don't have any evidence.
Let me tell you what a confidential human source is, okay? And in my eyes, a confidential human source is the same thing as a fed. So I dated this girl a while back when I was still in my cups, right? When I was still on the crystal meth. I dated her for a while. When I started dating her, she had these charges for manufacturing methamphetamine. She was looking at 15 years in prison. So the local law enforcement came to her and they said, you cooperate with us. You help us bust 3 other known meth dealers, people that you know that are manufacturing meth, right? And instead of a 15-year sentence,
I know how it works.
You'll get a 5-year sentence. So to say that
LAPD had undercovers within the Antifa group in LA. I know that for a fact.
And that's what I'm saying when I say feds. Mostly confidential human sources, there to rile up the crowd.
There's going to be people
to incite the local junkies and the young and the youth into acts of violence that they don't have the balls to carry out themselves.
These left-wing activists, these terrorists, are so brainwashed in their beliefs. They're like ISIS.
They're
among us on the right as well.
I call you out
like I just mentioned William Keene. I just mentioned Bill Keene, and he's a right-wing streamer, right? He's a whole back the blue with his parrot nest.
I don't know Bill,
but he's also I don't know him, but I do have a friend that does, that knows him well.
I've never even heard of him. I've never seen any of his work.
Prior to January 6th, prior to him showing up at Mitch McConnell's house when it was vandalized in 2020, he was charged with a pedophilic crime of him and his girlfriend having sex with his daughter and impregnating him. And all of a sudden, he's got custody back of his kids, right? And carrying a camera around in the Capitol, filming people being shot. And so these confidential human sources, i.e. feds, are present among the right-wing streamers just as much as they are the left.
That may be one instance, perhaps. But you asked a question earlier that was, how do we know how to be in the right place at the right time? And I've said this before to Truth or Cop. Truth or Cop has a little bit of experience with a camera as well. When you're at an event, you're watching everything that's going. You're looking around. If you're good at what you do, you're perceptive. You can see and follow whatever's happening. You can see where the group is growing, where it's getting loud. You go to that. When it came to January 6th, and I'm out front of the Capitol, which is the backside by the reflecting pool, and I see a large group of people followed by a large group of police officers, I'm going to go see what the hell's going on. That's how I got to see the Proud Boys go have lunch.
Why
It's not
did you
because
go
I
to
knew they were
January?
there. I would assume they were there. But
Why did you
also,
go there in the first place?
why did I go to January 6th?
Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't you go to January 6th? Trump was on social media saying, come, this is,
But you didn't go there to see Trump.
I did. Actually, I
have
couldn't get in.
timestamp. Trump's still speaking, and I have you and young Kim over by the Capitol.
Yeah, but see, you didn't catch the beginning of my live stream. My live stream, I was up early that morning, like 6 a.m. I had parked
Can you make that live stream public? Why are they all hidden?
No, well, I could, but what's the point?
So you saw Trump speak.
I would like to see it. Can we see it?
Is that correct? You saw Trump speak?
Well, so one of the problems that I had was I was running a Teradek backpack, which has 4 modems in it to get out a good live stream. They apparently had a geofence that as soon as I went into the park, the Ellipse Park, my signal would go dead. So they were blocking cellular in that area. I couldn't live stream. There were so many people there, you couldn't get in to see Trump anyway. And that's why so many.
But you were there to hear him speak?
Well, yeah, I went there to see what the hoopla was about, because January 6th, we're going to the Capitol, that's what was happening. I had done a live stream the week before, said to, my audience, this is going on. Do we want to see what's going on? Do we want to go? I hadn't left LA live stream.
You were in DC a week before?
No, I got, no. This was back home in California.
Okay, so you went to DC to see Trump.
I went to DC to see Trump, but I stopped in Georgia and tried to get into his what was it, Dalton, Georgia, at the airport 2 days before the 4th. He did a speech there. They wouldn't let me in with my camera gear. So
okay, I was just wondering why you were with young Kim and the Proud Boys at 12:30.
I wasn't. Well, he also was there. He saw the Proud Boys. Pardon me?
Who's he?
Young
Kim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering why you were over at the Capitol. If Trump's still speaking, Trump doesn't get off the stage till 1:14.
I just told you, Woos, you're not listening. I couldn't get in.
Oh, I'm very much listening.
I couldn't get in. So I couldn't do my live stream.
You didn't see Trump.
I did not see Trump. So what I did was I said, okay, I'm going to walk towards the Capitol and live stream my way to the Capitol. And that's what I did. I walked through the mall from the Ellipse Park, live streamed the whole walk. One of the things that you see in my video when I get to the Capitol was there was a handful of people. There was like this redneck guy in like bib overalls screaming from the top of his lungs obscenities at the Capitol.
Yeah,
there was a very small group of, there was a small group of people that were there, at the bike rack fencing that was on the sidewalk, right? And as I walked around showing the audience what's going on, that's when in the distance you see this group coming down, what is that? I don't know the streets on the north side of the Capitol, headed towards me.
First and Southwest.
Yeah, maybe. Or what's the main thoroughfare where it splits off in 2 directions?
The Peace Monument and
well, the Peace Monument is where I was standing when I saw them.
Sure.
And then so like as I walk up, I see Eddie Block. He's in his wheelchair. He's following along. He's got his live stream going on.
Sure.
And I just start pointing my camera. Look, here's the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys are out, and look at all the police officers. Show that. And they're walking away from the Capitol. And then all of a sudden they go to these food trucks and they all sit there and they have lunch.
Okay, well, they actually went to the east side for a photo shoot, and then they came back and then had lunch. I was
Okay.
wondering if with your time with young Kim, if he ever mentioned what he was pulling out of Ashley Babbitt's hair.
I don't know about that.
Okay. And the other guy pulling things out of Ashley Babbitt's hair is Bill Keane. So I was just wondering why young Kim drops everything he's doing to.
I can tell you why, because I asked him that question.
Okay, can you tell me why he was touching her?
And this is a conversation that we had because he's also a journalist who's documented Hong Kong riots. He's been in Afghanistan, Iraq,
I'm aware.
documenting. But I said, why did you put down your camera?
He also got the prize-winning footage of Rosenbaum being escorted to the hospital for the Kyle Rittenhouse shoot. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, he had gone and covered that as well. But I asked him, I said, why did you drop your camera at that moment? He goes, because a woman was shot. He carries an IFAC with him and he tried to render aid. I go, but you're a journalist. You should have kept the camera going and documented what was happening. He goes, I don't care. If somebody's injured, somebody's shot, he's putting down his camera.
He did put down his camera and he opened his book bag and he started pulling things
yes,
out of her hair.
Like I told you, he carries an IFAC. I don't know where you see anything about pulling anything. He was looking for the wound. He was trying to figure out where she was shot. But
he was trying to.
Pardon me? I lost you there for a second. What was that, Woos?
I'm here. I was getting a call. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, so he said he was trying to render aid to her, which is
he was trying to help her.
Stone, but there's no evidence of that.
Well, no, they pushed him off of him.
No one pushed him at all.
Yeah, no,
he got down on his own accord with Orange.
Yeah.
To open his book bag, he calls out for a medic, but then he doesn't do anything.
Yeah. He couldn't find the wound. I don't know. He tried to render aid to her because I asked that question. Why not keep shooting? Why not keep your camera on what's going on? And for him,
he had a camera in the other hand. He had two cameras.
I don't think so. Yeah, he had two cameras, but that doesn't, he stopped what he was doing to render aid to her because he felt that her life was more important than getting footage as a journalist.
He didn't render aid.
He attempted to, Woos. Give it up, man.
No, he didn't. He didn't render aid. Is the fact. He did not. Okay. Whether he attempted to or not, he did not.
How did he do it? There are trained professionals right in front of him.
Of course there were.
There's 4 of them.
Of course there were.
And they're all doing what he's doing. And then Bill Keane's doing the same thing that young Kim's doing. I'm just wondering, you said he rendered aid. I didn't see any evidence of that. I was curious what aid said he was looking for the wound.
Okay, he attempted to render aid.
Okay.
He had the equipment in his backpack to try to help her. But then yet so did it. It's like literally you're trying to, I can only imagine, because I wasn't there, what it must have been like at that moment with all the chaos that's going on. Have you ever been in a riot, Woos?
I find it very interesting that the guy standing next to young Kim
have you ever been at a riot? Have
you ever seen the bleeding hearts at the riot? Have you ever felt the pain of the common man in the streets?
Don't be an asshole, truther. If you haven't been at a riot or been in the middle of that and what's going on, and I'm not talking about January 6th.
Everything you say is so emotionally charged, man.
It actually is because it's so different. That's the first thing I learned that first night that I followed Antifa as they destroyed businesses in the jewelry district that first night. Seeing it firsthand and not watching on TV is a completely different emotional charge, as you would call it, truther.
I was just wondering what.
And these weren't people that I supported.
I was just wondering if you heard anything from young Kim about that situation.
You'd have to talk to him. I can't tell you what he was going through. I asked the question about why he put down his camera. So
he was rendering aid. We heard it here first.
He attempted to help her. Yes.
Okay.
And I thought, you know, because the person that I know is one of the most honest, God-loving, you know, decent people, that it makes sense. He felt it was more important than getting the shot. And he gets really amazing shots. And he's very capable of paying attention and picking up on what's going on around him, just like Taylor Hanson gets in the same spots. It's unless you've had a camera in your hand and tried to document what's going on, I don't know that you could truly understand what it takes to pay attention and capture simultaneously.
I think
And
I know.
I know you guys want it to be nefarious. I know you want.
No,
it
I
to be
just want the
nefarious.
truth.
Yeah, that's the truth.
I just want the truth. Well, I know that Bill Keane was also right there, and he had a camera going, and it's all the key parts of the shooting were edited out. I know Taylor Hanson was there, and Taylor Hanson, I personally asked for his footage 3 times. Right now, both of these people claim to be right-wing conservative. You'd think they would want to help a January 6th defendant. But when I asked them for their footage, William Keane, his exact words were, I just want to keep custody of my kids, Eric, and hangs up the phone. And Taylor Hanson, sure, I'll get it to you.
That answer.
Sure, I'll get it to you. But Taylor Hanson says, sure, I'll give you all my footage raw and uncut on 3 separate occasions now over the course of the past 2 years, yet I've yet to receive a minute of footage from him. So if these streamers that were there are in any way on our side, why are they letting us go to prison and not giving us their footage so that we can go through this and help use it to corroborate what you're saying or debunk it? Right?
Did you see what Taylor Hanson posted today on Twitter?
Wizzy, I'll challenge you again here. I would like to see your day footage of January 6th. Could we get it on public? No.
No.
All right.
No. You've been such a dick, Truther. Why would I give you anything?
You've been a dick to me, dude.
I haven't.
Oh, Lord.
No, I haven't. You fucking come at me charged up, and then when I tell you what's going on with me and what it is, you go, oh no, and you fluff off what I have to tell you. And
now you know how it feels,
you push some bullshit fucking narrative
constantly. Know how what you do feels.
I've watched your shit.
Wizzy, I have got an archive of more than 2,000 January 6 videos. It's been a lot of work putting this thing together and trying to share it and get it out there. Why don't you email me the entirety of your footage and let me present it to the public in its entirety, right? If you don't want Truther to do it, because I mean, I've got some of your footage from the food truck on, but if you say you were all the way up at the speech, I'm obviously missing big parts of it, right? I've got what you've made public, and I think I've got 3 hours of that.
Yeah. And what are you trying to do?
To get to the truth. I'm trying to get to the truth. I have a trial January 29th, right? I have a trial. I'm going to go to prison over this January 29th. And I didn't do anything wrong. I walked peacefully through open doors. You'd think people that claim to be conservative and on our side would be more than happy to give me their footage if their actions were not nefarious. They have nothing to hide. There's nothing in that footage that they don't want people to see, right? Give it to me. Give it to me. The feds have already identified more than 3,200 people that they plan to arrest. They've only arrested 1,200 so far. So the narrative lie that the footage can just be used to identify more people is bullshit, because the FBI has already identified their next 2,000 arrests, right? Like, so give a January 6th defendant that's out here actually spent the past 3 years developing an archive with as much of the footage that we can get in it. Give it to me.
So, Eric, as I came up on the north side of the building, walking towards the front, the one thing that you see on my live stream, and I point out, is I kind of like, I wonder, like, can I go up this way? You know, what's going on? And you see the guards at the door letting people in. And I even say on camera, oh, I guess they're letting people into the Capitol. And that was from that north entrance on the side of the building.
Yeah, but maybe you captured more Antifa member Jonathan Kelly or his compadres that he come with. Maybe you captured some things that you don't realize you've captured that people like myself and others of us that are defendants, like William Pope, right, that have gone through a whole bunch of this footage that might help us. It seems to me the only reason to hide it is that you're not on our side, right? You want to see us go to prison. You're more concerned with Well, then give it to me. The fullness of it. All 6 hours
Well,
that you recorded.
this is
Then
the
nobody
first
will be
time
able
you've
to
asked.
say
This
Wizzy's
is the
hiding
first time
anything.
you've
It
asked me
is.
for it.
It is. It is the first time I've asked you for it. So don't be like Taylor and just say you're going to give it to me and not. I mean, if
I
you
can
don't want
send
to
you
give
the
it
link.
to me,
So if you email me at 4, the number 4, WYZZYWIGTV@gmail.com, I will email you a link to the footage. It's still on YouTube, and I'll share you the link, and you can go through the 6
awesome.
hours and watch whatever you want.
Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you, Wizzy. I appreciate that. I do. I really do. And like I said, before all this January 6th, before even later than that, right? Before it started to become more and more obvious, right? Beyond my own eyewitness testimony, beyond what I saw with my own eyes, that screamed to me, I just walked onto a movie set, right? From the moment I arrived at the Capitol, I pretty much felt like I was on a movie set. And so that would be helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, it's funny,
Thank-
Eric, because I've been on
I
plenty of
was a
movie
fan.
sets.
I'm a big fan,
No.
and I want to trust you and believe you.
Yeah, I've been on plenty of movie sets. I never felt like I was on a movie set. That was the furthest thing from my mind. In fact, at one
Well,
point, I had to walk all the way back out to the front because I was so overwhelmed by what was going on and what I was seeing that, you know, I kind of have mild PTSD over it.
well, I mean, what I saw was a big ball of a white chalky ball on the ground pouring smoke out of it. There was nothing like no tear gas. What I saw was in the scene where I run down from the top of the steps to captured by a black conservative preacher, right? For a moment, I thought we were maybe really pepper sprayed. Turns out it was somebody behind me spraying a fire extinguisher. What I see is a big yellow smoke bomb pouring out from back behind the police lines to all add dramatic effect to the situation, which screams
Well,
movie set.
I can tell you from my firsthand experience when one from the very beginning where I was standing outside the barricades that morning before they started chanting 1776, and then all of a sudden the barricade was down and that group was pushing. I was in the middle of that group because I was photographing Joe Biggs and what's his name?
Ryan Samso. So you were
one of the
there for
journalists.
obstacle 1. So you were there for the initial breach.
Yes, I was.
I
I
see.
captured
Okay.
it on camera. And the only thing I could do at that time was basically just lift my camera up in the air as I was getting pushed. And my first thought is, everybody's going to get shot. These cops are going to start shooting at everybody. And so there's these big stone columns. My instinct was to step to my right as I was getting pushed and get to that column because I knew that if I could get there, I could figure out what the hell was going on. But once I kind of made this decision, you know, am I going to document what's going on? Am I not going to, you know, go into the go onto the property? I was like, you know, I need to keep documenting and filming what's going on. I ended up to the right side of where the stage would be, and there was nobody over there. Everybody was to my left, and I got a shot along the aluminum fencing that must be somewhat permanent, I guess, maybe, that ends up getting ripped out. But, you know, in front of me is officers talking to, you know, protesters saying, you know, back up, and people listening. And then you could see further down, other people are kind of, you know, pushing at the cops and, you know, what was going on. But that was gas. And I realized why I was the only one kind of standing where I was, because I was downwind of all of that CS, pepper, whatever it is that they're using. And I started coughing and choking, and I was like, okay, I got to get out of here. And that's why I left that area and went around the back side and got a big wide shot of all the flags and everything that was going on. And, you know, they were shooting stuff over everybody's heads, but yeah.
So you say
there were
you're
journalists
pretty
that
firm.
had gas masks.
Yeah. So why was none of this tear gas, right? What you call tear gas? Like, you've been to a lot of these protests across the country.
Yeah. And I've never carried a gas mask with me. I never carried any protection whatsoever.
How many times have you seen people get tear gas, would you say, in other places other than January 6th?
LA, they're not allowed to use any chemical irritants. The sheriff's department can. I was at one protest with the sheriffs, and that was, I felt that as well.
But was there mucus? Was there mucus present? Like, you go to Amy Harris's photography page, right? The very front page, about halfway down, you scroll down. There's a photo of a girl that had just been pepper sprayed, maced, and her face is covered with mucus, because this is a bodily reaction to these chemical irritants. The nasal cavity, right? The hairs pick it up, and they tell your body to produce mucus to expel it from your body. But one thing I noticed clearly in all the January 6th footage is there's a complete lack of presence where mucus is concerned. I mean, I've been in tear gas chambers in the Marine Corps. I've been sprayed with the stuff on military training courses, and it always produces mucus. Always, every time, and every person. How much mucus did you see on January 6th?
Well, I was maced in LA at WeSpa by Antifa several times, and it causes things to run your eyes to run.
Wizzy. So here, hold on. This is the one inconsistency or consistency in your message, is you're not willing to call out anyone on the right for possibly being an insider. Like, you're constantly you'll deflect with the left wing Antifa narrative. Is it possible that
you're two different things?
Hold on. Is it possible, for example, Santa and that 1776 restoration movement that hijacked the People's Convoy? Is it possible there was?
I don't think hijacking is the term for that. He didn't hijack the movement. The movement ended.
They stole the donation.
They ended the movement, and then
they hijacked the message. But we're not getting into that right now. But do you think that it's possible that within the Proud Boys there are federal actors?
Absolutely.
Right.
Enrique Tarrio was working with the feds. Did you ever ask why?
No.
So was James Knowles.
Well, right. So if you had Canada calling you a terrorist group, and you're just a good old-fashioned American patriot who believes in American values and stands up to these activist groups that are destroying our cities, and you start getting called a terrorist, who's the first person you're going to call? Probably somebody in the FBI.
Well, you just called people terrorists earlier. Like you're
I did. I've seen the terroristic demeanor of these people firsthand.
But they are also just people, like we're just people. And when
they use terroristic tactics when they attack journalists and they attack anybody they disagree with. To violently,
but who is they? I mean, are you going to identify specific actors or just make broad claims?
Well, there was 14 of them that were arrested in San Diego. Most of them I knew firsthand. Most of them had come after me in LA. Now, do you want me to call them out by name? Is that what you would prefer? Because I can pull up that list for you.
I would just like the truth, and I would just like to know, truth or cop, what are we doing right now? It just sounds like everybody's trying to measure their dick.
All right, hey, well, this is Eric's.
It's funny, Woos, because I can't
absolutely, we can move on.
You having the opportunity to actually have me in front of you and talk about these things, when you hear my personal stories, the things that have happened to me in front of me, that you would call it a dick measuring contest.
I haven't heard anything that was relevant.
Except and this is Eric's case.
So
it seems like you're so hard up to get some narrative that you want, that you're unwilling to hear anything but what you want to hear.
No, he's asking
through like 45 minutes of it.
He's asking for some sense of direction here, which there is none. We're just arguing. I agree.
Then ask a better question.
It's all of us as a group, man. It's all of us as a group. It's not about you. It's all of us.
Right. All of you ask better questions than if you don't like what you're getting.
I just don't know why he's here. I'm just curious.
Well, if there's any more,
because Truth or Cop, no matter what he's live streaming, has to bring me up and portray me as some bad actor. That's why, Woos.
Okay. Oh, Lord.
Am I wrong, Truth or Cop?
Yes.
Tell me how I'm wrong. Because every single time
I wasn't going to bring you up. I wasn't going to bring you up.
Every time I hear you live stream.
Eric.
Yeah, I just wanted to, like, a couple questions I had, right? And So I'm pretty certain that a lot of these people got paid through streamers, through anonymous donations. And I was really just curious to try to
Yes, we
kind of
get
get to the bottom of
donations,
that.
Eric.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but
You
and I'm not
realize the
talking about
cost
you
at
get
which,
donations. I've gotten
yeah,
donations as well, right? But I've not
yeah.
gotten like donations that I knew were a specific cause and then cashed them out and handed it out to other people because they were part of my team, right? I get donations because I've been made homeless by this whole government attack
Who's
against me.
making money and giving it to anybody else? I
You're
reinvested the money that I
subverting the
got.
entire conversation. That's what he's
paid for
doing, Wiz.
gas.
All right.
He's subverting
paid
the
for gas
entire
for the things I was
conversation.
doing,
Because my question
right?
was quite simple, and it's just, no, I'm not a part of that, so I don't know what you're talking about. It's a really simple, short answer, right? Not a whole long, drawn out speech, right? Like, no, I didn't receive
can only speak
donations
for
from people
myself.
who I know who they were, but the donations came in anonymously, and I cashed it out, and I handed out money to other streamers that were or other actors that were complicit, so that I could get this shit on film, right? And that's what I was trying to
Well, see,
get out of
I
you.
don't
If
give money
if I
to
can't
anybody
get that
else.
out of you because it didn't happen, then that's the case,
Yeah. See, it
right?
doesn't.
And
Yeah.
there's
See,
no sense
I
in you
use the money that I got to
diving this deep
continue
into
live
it.
streaming and pay for the
All right.
services.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Wizzy, I'm going to give you like a minute, but there can't be this. I'm going to let you close out. I'm not going to kick you off, but there can't be this escalation. We all got to calm down a little bit. Wizzy, close out with what you're going to say, and we're going to continue on somewhere else.
I've done nothing but answer questions for you. What would you like from me?
Is that all you have to say? Do you want to say anything about your channel or yourself? You want to?
No.
Wish Eric good luck on his case here.
I wish Eric all the best. I don't know much or anything about Eric. I'm sorry. I don't know what he's going through. I can't imagine what he's going through. I'm sure it's awful. We've seen a lot of people from January 6th. They are political prisoners at this point, and Eric is fortunate that he's not in prison or jail in DC jail right now.
It feels awful at times. It's a bit of a roller coaster, but I'm actually quite blessed that God has chosen to use me in the way that He has. If I serve prison time over it, I'm still extremely thankful that I answered the call when He wrote it on my heart to show up.
Yeah.
That I answered the call when He wrote it on my heart to get to the very front, because as a result, I saw the crisis actors doing their whole kayfabe scenes. It was quite obvious right by the end of it what was going on, that it was a big play being unfolded in front of my eyes. The feeling that I was on a stage was because I was on a stage. And I mean, I'm blessed. I'm blessed that God put me in that situation to be able to be a witness to it, even if I have to go to prison for it.
Wizzy, you got anything else to add to that? I'm about to kick you out of here.
What? You can kick me out, whatever.
Right.
Good night.
Good night. Be well. Anyhow, all right. Well, I mean, that gives us some insight there on WYSIWYG and the data whole thing. But I'm not going to talk about Wizzy anymore, unless you guys have something to say. But
I'm sure you can read my face.
And I told you we agreed on an hour. If you want out now, get out.
We did, but we also, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't expecting you to just pull him in here. It's interesting that you have somebody who is possibly going to jail, who is not a paid protester, who's a genuine, who was there organically, saying that he observed these crisis actors. You have somebody standing next to Ashley Babbitt that claims she's a crisis actor. But yet all I heard was Antifa, Antifa, Antifa. And who do you think pays Antifa? Who do you think pays people in the Proud Boys? They all go to these parks. They've got permits. They set up all their cameras. They kayfabe for a little bit. They get paid. They go home. They do their drugs. They drink. Like, it's so where's Antifa and Proud Boys now? Like, this is more manufactured propaganda to sell to people. So I was just curious why he went to J6. He went there to see Trump, but he didn't hear Trump. So he's exactly where he should be. In my footage, on a timestamp, he's exactly where he should be. So it's fine. It's whatever. I just not really sure what that was about. I had to just you know what? It was a lesson in holding my tongue, and I just
You'll be amazed what people will say about themselves up here on panel and not see it. I don't know. I do it. I'm sure too. So
that's fine. I that's all I wanted to know.
well, here's you want it out now? I mean, I'll go on for hours. Believe me.
I just wanted to actually accomplish something here rather than just bitching back and forth between.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know how we feel about January 6th. So it's just it's you know what it feels like? It feels like the Twilight Zone when I'm having to sit there and listen to this. It's a lot like how Alan Hostetter felt when he was in the courtrooms and everybody's pretending that this is real. But they know it's fake and they know he knows it's fake, but yet they still keep continuously hammering it up, you know? That's how I just felt right now. So
Yeah, I think he gave me a little bit of preparation for trial in that regard as well. But I think we were on some good topics, you know, there at the beginning, and I think we did accomplish it a little bit. At least we got to sit down and air out some of how this drama, right? How all this drama we even just saw unfold is a subversion tactic, right? Like I get a lot of calls from January 6th defendants that a lot of times are the ones that are the obvious crisis actors.
yes,
and that's all they want to do, right? I want their firsthand account so I can go through the footage and see how much truth they're telling me. And it always devolves into drama, right? They want to talk bad about this J6er or that J6er. It turns out that you're talking shit about this person when you were in the gulag with them. Y'all were best buddies. And right. So, I mean, it's a subversion tactic, and we're exposing more of that, if nothing else. That all this drama that unfolds is intentional.
Yep. That's why I don't convert. That's why I don't have these debates. I don't like I've already put out my investigation. I don't need to go back and forth on the Twitters. Like I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to debate it. If you have an anomaly that you'd like to share with me about Act 2 or Act 1, we can talk about it, but what you just put us through, Truth or Cop, I don't know why you did that, but I have a feeling it was to stir the pot, which is fine because I got to ask some questions that I had. And I kind of got the answer, but I feel like I need a shower now.
I'm sorry to put you through that. I'm sorry.
not really sure how
I'm
far
sorry.
people will take this, how far people are going to go, how many years they're going to continue to play for Team Dark. But y'all know Antifa and Proud Boys is just a fairy tale, y'all. It's just to get you in your feelings, and they invite the same old investigative camera crew out there. They know they're protected. They know they're fine. They know where the next false flag event is going to be. The permit has already been purchased. They show up, they get the footage, they sell it, they get paid.
Man.
But I still love all of God's children as much
It's
as
hard
some of them
sometimes.
frustrate me.
It's hard sometimes.
I'm just here to do the Lord's work. That's it. I'm not trying to get.
So I have this.
That just happened. Yeah.
I have this post-it note which comes from my original board in the trailer. Why did Dundas leave? Because she was at the convoy. She fueled it up, and I just want to get to this point before you leave, Woos. You gave me a lot of background on Dundas. Can you run through that really quick?
On Lee Dundas, why she left? I can't.
Well, I know you don't know that, but like she's got a history of being at these events, starting them off and then disappearing.
A lot of them do, because once it's like your first day as a waiter. You're shadowing the other waiter. Eventually, you grow your wings and you start to fly. The thing will take care of itself. But who goes around to these different events unless they're being paid to do it? Do you really care about your country that much that you're going to film all of this kayfabing Is it about caring or is it about money? Why start in this business to begin with? Well, first I heard was I'm out of a job. Then I heard that he didn't like what was happening to these journalists and these cameramen. So he's going to go and do this now for a living. And he doesn't know where the money's coming from? Come on, guys.
And he's also not getting that much, but somebody gave him $1,000.
Well, he's getting enough to continue to do it.
Yeah. No, man, I worked side by side with the man. I know what he was getting. He was taken care of. And I was taken care of too, and I was barely taken care of.
How have they not expunged you from their lives? How are they not expelled you? You know, you used to be one of them, and now you're like a rogue.
Oh, I've always been doing my own thing. I mean, even then, because with the convoy, I was kind of sticking out like a sore thumb, being me. And
because you have a conscience.
I don't know. There was a few people there that certainly did have conscience.
There's a couple people who are turning their backs on this shit. Like they're having a coming to Jesus moment, which is wonderful. It could be why all of these J6 protesters are kind of eating each other up. It could be why they're all snitching on each other, because they know what they're doing is wrong. So I actually, well, I don't want to say when somebody's doing something wrong or right, but it's the choices. We all know the choices. It's either a choice of the light and love, or it's a choice of the dark and fear and hate. So,
yeah, that was beautiful, Woos.
Oh,
I think that's a good note for me to kind of try to back my way out of here on. I like it. I think it's a good end. I've got Sue, this wonderful woman that's inviting me into her home and here ready to eat dinner. I'm gonna go have some dinner.
I'm so glad you're in a warm home, Eric.
I am too.
I don't know what you guys talked about before I came on here, but you have your pay protesters, your crisis actors, and then you have people like Eric Clark and Alan Hofstetter. These are the real J6 political prisoners. You will never hear about them unless we're trying our damnedest to bring this information to you. But you know, you've got your Ryan Samsels and you got your Jake Langs. Yeah, just keep believing it. Go for it.
That being said, before you take off, Eric, if people want to send you money, is there a link? I'll have to look for it, I guess.
Absolutely. There's a link, a GiveSendGo link. If you go to GiveSendGo and type in Eric Clark, it'll pop up. Maybe one of your mods can grab that and throw it in the chat. I'm no longer homeless. I'm staying in a very nice home out in Florida. But I'd love to be able to contribute every now and again to, like meals, buy my own cigarettes. She's a 20-year retired Navy veteran, wonderful lady. And I'm very blessed that God has once again provided a way when things seemed insurmountable. Thank you, Woos, for all the work you do.
Thank you. Oh, well,
will do. Thank you for all the work that you do, Woos, and you too, Truther. And congratulations on getting a little bit of content out of the chaos tonight. If anybody deserves it, you do.
I agree. I agree. I knew what he was doing, but I'm happy to contribute in that way for Truth.
Peace and love, guys. God bless.
God bless you,
Thank
Eric.
Thank you.
I'm out too, Truth or Cobb. Unless you have anything else, I'm gonna eat dinner finally, and then go look at some autopsy photos, maybe.
Yeah.
This is what we just experienced. To me, is petty. Like, I've been doing this investigation for over 3 years now. I think we all know what we're looking at here with J6, so it's completely obvious. So that was an interesting Twilight moment to happen. But then no, I just look at the case that I have before me, and it's just like, man, this is real. This is real. Hi, Destroy. Anyway, I you know what? What's his name? WYSIWYGs? WYSIWYGs? I love you,
WYSIWYG.
WYSIWYG, I love you, brother. It's nothing personal at all. Please know that. I love all of God's children. And that's all I wanted to say about that. Like, no hard feelings. Just doing my job.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So, all right, brother.
Be well, man. Thanks for coming up, man. Be well. Enjoy your vacation.
Grazie, grazie. Mwah.
Be
Love
well.
you. Bye.
Take care. Love you, bro. Be well.
Bye.
All right. Let me take. Boom. All right. What are we doing now? That was fun. All right. So Eric Clark, I did put the link there. Y'all support Eric with something. He doesn't have to, but he's seeking, in my opinion, he's seeking the truth and going through hell to get it uncovered. And I support that entirely. Like, and I saw a lot of great comments, but I didn't want to distract from the conversation because I knew it was inevitable that it would happen. Not gonna name any names, but WYSIWYG is the reason for that. You suck at your job. He made it for himself. That's like say, dude, what do you suck at your job? Oh my god, Wizzy, why are you always so triggered, bum? You want to? I can't. Wizzy, you're getting that footage to Eric, right? Well, oh man, I heard you drop the email. I don't remember it, but get that clip to Eric, dude. Get that clip to Eric. Oh, I want to watch this. I don't know what to think of it. Anarchy Princess here talking about Taylor Toronto and this whole thing. I don't know if it's just a distraction or what, but if this is indeed what a real person who was part of the People's Convoy and January 6th, obviously, is going through, then, I mean, I just need to make note. Like, there's no way to just ignore this one. AP, you going to strike me if I just play this? You going to be mean? Don't be mean. Gonna play it all, but
just to make it make some kind of sense. I still didn't even get to finish talking about Kroll's sentencing and that whole thing. I really wanted to tell you about that, but I'm not going to do it right now because it's too cold, and I just want to explain my day's events today. Okay. So I started off at 9 a.m. in Taylor Taranto's. It's Taranto, not Toronto, by the way. So Taylor Taranto had what is it? Not a motion hearing, a status conference. So that was at 9 a.m. and I went, and there was nobody there. It was me and one other court reporter.
Here's the reality. If Taylor Toronto is legit, see, I can't make a strong claim either way whether Taylor Toronto is legitimate or not. If what he's going through is true, Anarchy Princess is the only one reporting it that I've seen. So I do appreciate that. Like, if she's being real right here and this is really what's happening, she's actually covering something very important. And there's so much drama, I honestly can't see through this one if it is a facade.
And that was literally it. Usually there's like a couple of people or a few court reporters at the least, but it was just me and one other guy. I thought that Taylor like somehow was able to dye his hair or something because his hair was really, really dark, and I don't recall it being that dark. Anyway, when I walked in, I can't even believe I managed to get there when I did, because like the whole public transportation system is like fucked right now for the next like 2 weeks. They're doing all kinds of things. So I had walked in at like 9:05, and it was literally I was opening the door as they were bringing Taylor into the courtroom. So he saw me right away and he smiled at me. So I sat down and whew, let's get to it. Unless there's something I really need to see in the chat, I'm not looking at it because I'm trying to get this done and over with. I'm being stalked, and that's part of this whole story. We're gonna get to it, okay? There's context here. So Taylor, as some of you probably know, doesn't think that Ashley Babbitt is dead. Okay, he thinks she's still alive. So he used to hang out at Freedom Corner. I guess he was only doing that to like investigate or something. I don't know. Anyway, when he started talking about his feelings about Ashley Babbitt not being dead,
Is this recent? Yeah, this is one of our more recent ones. Did I drop the link?
her to file a motion of
Y'all get so deep with the drama. It was 10 days ago. I think when I first saw it was a week ago. Well, it had been a week. See, but somebody said, "Oh, is this Freddy Krueger on camera earlier?" I mean, it matches the background, but dude, that was fair. That was a fair assessment of my attire. I'm sorry to put y'all through this. I'm like, I've just moved, so like, I have to do the laundry, and it's been 2 weeks now, so I'm like at the bottom of my clothes, which will be good because anything I haven't worn at this point, I should probably just get rid of. Albino Freddy. Oh my god. Oh yeah, he's like, yeah. See, he wasn't even trying. Yeah, dude. There's so much drama. It's really hard to see through. Freedom Outlaw. No, Lord have mercy. All right, I'm going back to this video. I can't handle the drama. If anybody wants to come up, I'll drop the link. I'm not going to get into drama like deeply. That will be monitored. That will be restricted. What's up, Mitch? Mitch, you want to come up here? You listen to any of this? Usually multiple court reporters. Mitch, you want to come up here, dude? Keep me level-headed out here, man. I can lose myself in this stuff, man. This is crazy.
discovery to show all these attacks and his safety stuff. Okay, and so now, again, they wanted to delay his trial because of the new charges, but also because he has the 1512 thing, which is going to be heard very soon. And this judge seems to think it will be by June 28th. Apparently, that's a Friday. It's also my birthday, so they might decide it then. And then that changes things. People have to like come back to court and stuff and fix shit because it's like not a crime, except it might not even change or it might even get worse for them.
Do you know who I am? Oh, Lord have mercy. Dude, ska is my jam.
Them. Who knows? Who knows? Anywho, so they were all like, well, we should just push it until after the Supreme Court thing so we can do it all at once. So they scheduled his trial for July 8th. And they want to separate the charges. Like I said, he has the gun charges and then he has the J6 charges. And his attorney wants to separate them. The judge doesn't seem to think the government will let that happen. But regardless,
I get the problem with so y'all go listen to Anarchy Princess's thing there. Because seriously, if what she's saying is true, it's actually important. And, you know, I know everybody here likes to loop in the past. and hold each other to what they did, months ago, years ago. But at a certain point, if people are trying to move on, they're trying to move on. I don't know. I can't tell. So there's that one. I would watch it. What else did I have here? There were some key moments in a few of these clips. Hey, man, I can't believe none of y'all want to come up. Y'all are such panelists out here. Interesting crowd tonight. So every single stream I do is a totally diverse mixture of people. It's fascinating. Actually, I want to play some. So what we started out with was me on Flow State last night. And he was openly telling us about how he was a former Proud Boy. And I appreciate listen, Flow State knows how to just air the dirty laundry and not like this. Okay. This isn't dirty, by the way. This is like I'm airing the last of my clean laundry. Flow State knows how to air his dirty laundry. He seems to have gotten a handle on himself pretty well. So I feel like he's saying things truthfully. But, I've been so wrong out here sometimes in front of so many people. Oh my goodness. Dare I make a claim again? Dare I make a claim again? Let's watch some of this. Where are we at here?
0-turn mower, which I appreciated, but then his
oh, this was after it got boring again. He starts going into so he's talking about Proud Boys escorting people to DC.
Let me see.
So far,
Let me see what this
you went
small.
with the Proud. Oh, it's literally like that's exactly the point right there. Boom. Boys to DC in December.
Yeah.
Is there footage of that, or do you know?
If there is, I'm not giving it to you.
That's fine. I was just wondering.
There's,
There might be.
I'm sure there was because the Antifa crew. There's a lot of motherfuckers who are running around pretending to be Proud Boys and then taking pictures.
Did the Proud Boys not have that tactic at the time to be? In Praxis, why are you on your way to DC? You gonna go? What are you recording this time? What's the story here? We got to have some background on this. What's happening there? Are you just joking? Goodness gracious, I never know. Pretend to be Antifa, because that's certainly something they adopted months later. Even during January 6th, they were making those claims. Joe Biggs was.
Not that I'm aware of, but I just really, if it was happening outside of my chapter, I didn't really know about it. And we're in Kansas City, so there wasn't a lot of opposition here.
Yeah.
But I don't. When I was in DC, I didn't see. The tactics are different from the ground up. Proud Boys are sort of macho, and we will just stand on our own shit. We're not going to sneak around. At least, what you doing, Em?
I was looking at the process of some of that stuff. Like,
it's expensive.
That's crazy. Yeah. Well, I mean,
I also think it's worth mentioning that all
for $42 is like the
Nurse D, who you mad at? What's happening here? I'm trying to follow the chat now. I couldn't. It's so impossible to follow a chat and listen to a conversation. It's like a balance between feeling rude to the people in the comments versus feeling rude to the people on the panel. And I had two very awesome guests today, Eric Clark and Wooznews, Rafa. Thank you all for joining. And WYSIWYG was here too. And that was fun. It was interesting. I'm not sure what the disconnect there is, but there's something happening that isn't being portrayed. Okay, gotcha. Nurse, I didn't know. It's hard to know who people are upset about. Going to sponge off of the libs till what is that? Finds me useful in my. What is IU back? You're gonna recreate the 1776 Restoration movement? Is that what's going on? This is too deep. Your lure is too deep, sir.
Cheapest I can find right now.
There was a handful of stabbings and shit, and that night that I was there, and every single incident of a weapon being used was in.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know praxis. All right. Corey. Oh man. I've seen you in the comments. That's why I'm letting you up here. But what I want to put up first right here, just as a safety firewall, we're gonna put up a firewall here. I want to put up my receipts of Eric Clark, or not Eric Clark, Eric Boshane. Boshane. Too many Erics. Let me see. This Boshane fella, Sans Memetics. What'd he do? Stole my article. All right. What's up, Corey?
How's it going?
Good. How about you, Mom?
Not too bad.
How long have you been listening? You know something about me, obviously. I don't know what.
Yeah, I just jumped in tonight. I think I've seen some streams in the past. I'm familiar with Eric Clark and WYSIWYG. I know Woos from the stuff that he's made. Yeah.
And what do you ever panel up? Is this like I've never seen you on panel before?
No. Usually I'm Twitter Spaces.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's like a big thing now. Coy Griffin. You ever watch Coy Griffin stuff over there?
No, I'm pretty sure he's blocked me. I like to remind him of the 14th Amendment case against him, and he doesn't like that.
What is that?
Oh, he was removed from office from the Otero County for
Right.
violation of the 14th Amendment, Section 3.
The first person since the Civil War to be banned from office.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a huge story that people don't realize.
He never appealed it either, which is interesting.
He never tried to even appeal it, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if he missed the deadline or what.
You don't need to mute so much. We got comms going on back there. You got like a whole comm central going on back there.
I don't have headphones right now, and I just didn't want feedback for you.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
The mouse
Cool.
clicking, I can hear every time you click.
Oh, that's worse. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No, you're good. So what is your opinion of Coy Griffin?
I mean, I think he spreads a lot of nonsense, just like a lot of other pro J6 people that I've seen on Twitter and everywhere else.
And where are you coming from with that opinion?
Somebody who's watched a lot of footage.
And well, what's your take on the whole thing?
Well, I certainly wouldn't agree with Coy Griffin. I do think it was an insurrection. I think that it isn't some false flag kind of thing going on here. I think that there's a lot of bullshit spread around by people like Woos, and I mean, to a certain extent, Eric's just essentially recycling a bunch of Sedition Hunters footage that was publicly posted and then posting it all on Twitter. So
no, well, that's not what he's doing. What he specifically released is there is some court case evidence that was given to him directly. But do you don't think that there was any infiltration involved, no orchestration or entrapment in this entire situation?
I mean, I don't think anyone can say for sure, but I think to claim that the whole thing was a false flag, that Ashley Babbitt isn't dead, that there wasn't CS gas or anything like that is way outside of what I would ever be comfortable with saying. Like, I don't understand how Eric thinks a lot of the stuff that he does.
Well, he was there in the front lines.
Yeah, I know.
Getting hit with quote unquote pepper spray. And he's also been hit with pepper spray, having training throughout his years. So he knows the effects of pepper spray, and that what was present there on that front line was not pepper spray. So there was certainly people that were pepper sprayed. See, there's different events. Like, did you see this footage when I was playing this live stream of this legitimate officer, like trying to figure out what the hell to do? He had no direction at all. And no one was telling him what to do. The only thing he got was he puts in his less than lethal here. Let me share this here. And we can talk over. I'm not going to play. It's kind of boring, but I'm just going to play the video here. He talks to his fellow officer here. And all the information he gets is go to this specific area near the rotunda. I think the Senate wing, he was told to go protect or something like this.
Okay, well, I mean, 2:25 p.m. This is after the building's already breached. This is after 2 doors have been opened from the inside by rioters. Like,
So you're like are you a sedition hunter? Is that what you are?
yeah, that's correct.
Okay. How long you been doing that? Or like what's I don't even know how to ask you.
Yeah, no
What
worries.
is
I
this?
can give you a little recap. Yeah, I actually,
Go
funny
for it.
enough, a guy I used to work with was there on Jan 6. He's I don't know if you remember the name Doobie Smoker. He was the guy that lit up passed out joints in the rotunda, like 7, 8 joints just to the people around him. And I got a message from a coworker saying, "Hey, you see that Nick's at the Capitol?" And started checking it out from there, and then just started archiving footage. So honestly, a lot of the stuff that Eric shares out is stuff that ages ago I archived. So that's why I'm saying I know he is recycling a lot of stuff. He found a spreadsheet.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, no, he said that. He said that.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
said as much. Is Zebra with you?
Zebra?
Yeah, this commenter here.
Oh no, I don't know any of the YouTube. I haven't been keeping an eye on
okay.
those. Well, I guess I know a few people, K2 and a few others in the comments, but Zebra doesn't ring a bell.
Here we go. Because they're asking me to pull you up full screen here. Yeah. So, all right. Do you know about like WYSIWYG and all that?
Yeah, I've seen his footage a lot.
In Vishal, did you see that whole thing with him and Vishal?
That doesn't ring a bell. Was it a chat between them, or somebody who was on the ground streaming, or?
They had like a whole beef going on between them way back in the day, before J6, I believe.
No. I think J6 was probably the first time I encountered WYSIWYG.
And what inspires you to do what you do?
I like puzzles. There's so much to really find on all this stuff. Who did what? Who did when? And I just like being informed on all of it. Which is when I watch something like Wooznews is long, whatever it is, 100 and I can't remember the name of it, but it's just like there's so much misinformation in that stuff, man. There's so much conjecture. It's like he pulls from a few videos, and then the rest of it is just.
Are you an atheist?
Atheist? No, I'm more agnostic.
Yeah. So you don't have like faith in something higher than yourself too much, but it could be there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to possibilities.
Yeah. It's in your presentment, because people can't see illustrations of the mind that are like not sure of a higher faith. So, because we do it all the time. All we have is what is that called when people make an argument, and it's like it's a faux pas and like debate to make a argument from your own experience. What is that called? There's like a whole thing.
Oh man,
there's a name for it, and I can't remember it right now.
Right. Wow. Yeah, I'm blanking too.
Oh God.
I mean, it's just anecdotal evidence, right?
It's what?
It's just anecdotal evidence, right? I mean,
anecdotal. That's it. Yes, anecdotal evidence. Yes. See, okay. Here's okay. Here's what I want to get. I was playing this clip. He puts his AR in the back, or whatever that is, M4 or whatever the heck. I don't know. Something like an AR, some kind of rifle. He puts it in the back. He's strapping up with less than lethal, and that's his only instruction for the most part that he gets. At one point, he gets a call from his commanding officer, like 45 minutes into this. But for the most part, he's trying to figure out what the hell's even going on. There is no instruction from inside the police force. And which is very odd, having been on the front lines of protests. There's clear instruction to, there, especially at the Capitol of all places, you'd expect the sharpest police in the world. And for some reason, they weren't up to par that day. Why do you think that might be? There's many reasons.
I mean, I think at one point, I think somebody had said that Chief Son, excuse me one sec. Sorry about that. I think somebody had said that Chief Son at some point left, the command center to just go to his office, which is interesting. Don't know why he would do that, but it seems like of all times, bad time.
Chief who?
Chief Sund, Stephen Sund.
There's so many. I've never even heard of that one. How do you spell the last name?
Sund. He also has. He was interviewed by the J6 committee, so there's like a whole, transcript of his testimony. If you wanted to check that out, I don't know if they cover that specifically in the testimony, but there was. I just heard. I think her name was Laura something, but she wrote a book that she was at the time in Intel before J6, and was kind of giving an account of what happened on J6, and was saying that Steve Sund just kind of left the command center for I don't know how long. I don't know if it was the full day, but he just seemed to check out.
As a sedition hunter, you find yourself on the left, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's definitely people who are like independent, but yeah, I mean, overall, I would say that probably most sedition hunters are more on the left. Yeah.
So, like, do you support Antifa or BLM or?
It's BLM as far as like a movement, yeah. But like, if you're talking as like a dog whistle for riots and stuff, no, I don't support riots. But yeah, I mean, I think, and as far as Antifa, like, am I pro-fascist? No. So like, if that's how you want to define, Antifa, sure. But I'm not dressing up in black bloc and going out and starting shit.
Yeah. No, I'm just curious about your background with that.
Yeah.
And the reason I ask is because I don't really care if people are Antifa, black bloc, whatever. It's about, I don't care. What is that? Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to find that lyric. I don't care oh my God. I don't care what kind of man you are. I care what your principles and standards are, because everyone must meet their moment of truth. What is that band? There's it's one of those rapists out there. It's a very good, I don't care about what flag you're flying, but what are you representing with your moral principles yourself, right?
Yeah, I get that. And like, for a long time, I've said that, like, man, if we found somebody who is, Antifa in the footage that was clearly instigating, doing anything like that, we're gonna put it out. Well, I guess we're gonna at least send off the same tip we would to the FBI, and then at some point, hopefully, they'd be arrested. But
did you see any of that?
No, I mean, lately you see like Will Pope, post about that the one guy who was up on the scaffolding like pretty late in the game, and police escorted him off. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's somebody who's been at different protests, and I don't know if he self-describes as Antifa, but he's wearing Black Lives Matter stuff. He's got a sign that says "fuck Trump." It wouldn't be too far of a stretch, but he wasn't seen like actually doing anything that would have been instigation, at least not yet. I mean, I certainly haven't seen it, but
yeah, but I mean, so like on the left, I mean, with the BLM and all that, I mean, would you say you don't trust those organizations because they're incentivized by some sort of influence or oversight?
I mean, I know like the demonstrations I've been to locally, nothing's ever been out of hand in any way. And like, so I don't know if it's a matter of the localization of those groups, or if it's, the bigger issue of like, a national organization that's the problem. So I can't really speak to that, but like overall, I agree with like the message, the tenets at the core of it. But I don't know much about the actual organization and their dealings. It's not something I've really looked into a ton. But if I were to donate money to that group, yeah, I'd absolutely look more into it.
Right. Is it a concern to you that people might be setting people up for criminal charges either on the left or the right in such fashions as are being portrayed by Wooz? Like, whether you agree with his perspective or not, you agree it's a possibility. I mean, what he's laying out.
I mean, not in the way that he's laying it out. Some of the stuff that he's laying out is just simply false. So like, not really. There's a lot of stuff that is not even within the realm of possibilities, but like if I were to look through specifics of it, yeah, there's probably some stuff that's maybe possible sprinkled in, but I think that's how you make a successful video. You can't just have 100% lies. People sniff you out pretty quick.
Right. Man, I mean, I didn't expect to speak with someone from your perspective tonight.
Hey, check out some Twitter Spaces.
Is that your name on Twitter Space?
Yeah, it's the same thing. I don't know if anybody was trying to see my face any bigger, they'd find my Instagram in no time.
I'll pull it up. I didn't know. There you go. Is that okay? That's your name on Twitter?
Yep, that's me.
I got to get in there, man. X is taken off now. It's called whatever.
Yeah, when I was down in the comments on YouTube, I had done a search for just Truth or Cop on X, and I wasn't sure if maybe you were one of those banned accounts.
No, I never put anything under this name on there yet.
Got it.
It's too much. There's so many media outlets. Oh man. Witches Truth Post. What is this? See, people know who you are.
What's up, X? See, now I'm
Good.
starting to know a few people down in there.
Are you tied? Did Anarchy Princess send you?
No. But I got a message from one of the groups that it kind of just talks about a lot of J6 adjacent stuff, and they were saying that Eric Clark was in a space, so I started tuning in once I was able. Before that, I was out flying a drone.
I mean, how do you feel about people like Eric Clark who were there and he didn't do anything per se? Like, if you watch the footage and you're fair about what you see police even forcing people to go into the building. Do you think that someone like him should spend time in prison for just having been there and representing what he felt was his freedom of speech?
It's been a while since I've looked at a lot of Eric Clark's footage. I'd have to take a look, but like, I think that. Well, okay. You also said something about the police forcing people in, and I'm very curious what you mean by that.
Oh, I can probably find a clip.
Yeah. But yeah. You know what? While you do that, I'm going to take a look at some of the Eric Clark stuff real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I think I would have to see exactly where Eric entered the building. I imagine it was through like the northwest courtyard. Yeah, he entered through the northwest courtyard, which there was an alarm blaring probably as he was entering. So it's like it's a pretty clear sign to me of like don't go in, and there's windows that are broken out like as he's going in. Same thing with Jacob.
I was at Andrew Brown's protest in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. It was right after George Floyd. And this was during COVID too, and they brought in police from North Carolina and Virginia, and they were coming from 6 hours away. They brought in a significant force, and they were, they instilled an 8 p.m. curfew, and no one on the BLM side, anyone who was protesting, they weren't doing anything wrong at all. They were just standing there, and I said as much the whole time. And it was clear they weren't doing anything. They were just standing on the streets like people, flying signs, talking. There wasn't like anyone busting at that moment. There was, Al Sharpton and Ben Crump came through town, and I filmed them. But up to that point, they didn't do anything. And at 8 p.m., the police started to march up the streets and snatch up everybody, including press who was trying to cover it. Very strictly. But I mean, I don't feel like anyone who was there that night deserved any sort of punishment or like they weren't doing anything wrong. They were out at 8 p.m. representing their thoughts and feelings and emotions. So just because the police were saying they couldn't be out there doesn't mean much to me. And an alarm doesn't mean much to me. What is the law and what is true and what is right? Like, that's where I'm coming from. And what do people experience when they're on the ground? Like, what are they really going through?
I mean, I think Eric Clark was there long enough to have realized that he shouldn't have been there. He was there on the front lines when police were pretty clear.
But what I'm saying is none of those people left. In fact, when they instilled the 8 p.m. curfew, that's when the police, and I called the county commissioner and I told him as much. The police instigated that thing. And I supported Trump at the time. I don't really know where to stand with him now. And the protesters were forming organizations of people to come against me because of that, but it was fine, whatever. And the police instigated that fight. And I called up and I said, you guys instigated this with your strict curfew. Just because they instilled a curfew and said you can't be here now didn't make it right.
Yeah. Do you think that police instigated on J6 though? Like,
yes,
the whole thing.
I think that it was infiltrated by many actors in different positions, and you really have to have a broader scope. See, because I've been on the ground before.
Yeah.
Everything about J6 isn't organic at all. I mean, like, I'm talking about a rural North Carolina, Elizabeth City. It's a small place an hour away from everywhere else. And they had a police force there that was more significant than the January 6th front line. I can guarantee you that. We're talking about the federal Capitol here. They knew what was coming in. Why didn't they prepare? And you made a claim earlier, or a point about somebody, Chief Sund, basically went to his, he did what again?
Yeah, it sounded like he left the command center and retired to his office for a bit.
Not a good moment to do so.
No,
right?
Definitely not. But at the same time, I don't think that necessarily means that it was all a false flag. Like, somebody's bad decision doesn't necessarily mean. And, now Chief Sund's going on all these right-wing, stations and stuff and talking, and that's weird. you know, for him to do, like almost trying to undercut the response that he was a part of that day, like, or not undercut the response, but undercut like his responsibility in all of it. Like, it sounds like he's just trying to pin it on other people, despite him being the one who left his post somewhat. But about I wanted to just mention on like the first people on the west side that attacked like the police at 12:53. I don't know what necessarily wasn't organic about that. You got like Ryan Samsel, James Grant, like a bunch of people who have been identified and arrested, who are some of those first people to do all that. So like that's, I guess, why I'm also confused why there's so much conspiracy theory floating around about it, because unless you're calling those specific people instigators, and we know a ton about them because they've been identified, like where's the, like, are people claiming they're paid actors? I don't get it.
We had Wizzy on here a moment ago.
Yeah,
and I've
I
been
heard a
streamer
tail end of
that. And I've been in the streets. You're incentivized as a streamer or a videographer or whatever. I mean, go watch the movie Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
It's about a journalist who starts to stage scenes for better shots. And people with the cameras are staging scenes to various degrees. They might be hiring someone to steal their camera, such as, you know, someone like Oreo Express might be doing. I'm just, you know, speculating. They might be paying someone to antagonize against them to build the stream. I mean, it wouldn't cost much. I hired security the night that I was out there. I needed it. I turned around. I just hired the guy behind me when I was in that one protest. And it happened to be a freaking security guy with the background in it. And he showed up and he rocked it.
So now you don't think that's the kind of thing somebody would spread a conspiracy theory about, even though it's 100% just what happened for you?
But that's just me low level. Like,
no, sure. But I just mean, you know, like if those things happen sometimes, you know, like you just happen to be a security guy. But if I feel like if somebody like Woos heard that story, the conspiracy theories would just sprout free.
Well, Woos is just getting people to think a different way. I think that's his intention. I don't think he's specifically laying out any claims. He's illustrating a point, which in giving people a way of seeing things. And I said earlier that the police were turning people back into the Capitol.
Mhm.
I saw it on TikTok. Yeah, great source, right? And I didn't recapture it and repost it, but I did capture this one in front of the metal detectors, which is somebody being let go and then fist bumping the officers who just arrested him.
Yeah, that was after the guy had punched a cop in the face inside, and then he got released because they didn't have, you know, he was later arrested and charged, but you know, they had to let him go because they didn't have the manpower to actually detain all these people. I mean, what are you just going to leave them in handcuffs somewhere? Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
But the fist bump though, he just punched a cop in the face, and now they're fist bumping another cop. I mean, really?
Yeah, I mean, he's also like on his way out of the building right after that. Like it's not like they're like, okay, go free. Like he's at the exit right there. And I think if you roll that forward, he walks out of the building. I don't think they were just like, okay, well, have fun again.
I only have that small clip.
Yeah. That's what happens a lot, you know? Same thing with like when people are saying like, oh, they were waved in. You watch that footage from a different angle, and it was
But they were okay. I specifically watched. It was from a similar angle. People trying to walk through the metal detector, and they tried to turn around and go back. Now it was at that same metal detector, and perhaps somebody just played it out like these people are being forced back in. Maybe they were actually being forced out. I could be wrong there. I didn't look that deep. That is a possibility, but I certainly saw them arrest a man. He was trying to get away. It appeared that he was trying to get out of the building, and they forced him back in. And I've heard that from several people that they were waved in by police.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people make that claim, but footage wise, I've never seen a cop waving his arm into the building. I've watched a lot of footage, and one of the guys who actually was acquitted for the judge, was it McFadden said that essentially it's reasonable for him to have believed that he was allowed in. And it was because the cop who was leaning to listen to what somebody said all of a sudden leaned back and almost kind of like out of this guy's way, you know, like almost like, okay, go ahead. But it wasn't like a wave. It was more of like a body language thing. And like Do I think that that guy probably knew he shouldn't be there? Sure, but like you're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt in court. So like in that case, he was acquitted. But for the most part, people aren't going to be acquitted on that, I don't think.
Okay, and despite what happened, I mean, if somebody just walked into the building and wasn't sure whether or not they could, and a firm police line wasn't there, and they didn't break anything or do anything wrong, is it really any different than a left-wing protest? Like, people got to be fair, because you have to realize that any argument you make for the left against the right is going to come back to the left, and we sit here and we bounce back and forth against one another and fight and destroy each other. In the process, we're just being taken advantage of from people that already have all the resources and power.
Yeah, and I get that. I would, and I've told people before, I would do the same thing if this happened in the future, and if it was a bunch of left-wing activists trying to storm the Capitol and change the results of an election. Like, I don't think that's something we should have in this country. I sure hope it doesn't happen in 2025, regardless of who wins the election. You know, I would be extremely disappointed if it was the left, but yeah, I would keep to my word and do the same kind of stuff I've been doing for J6 2021 and 2025.
I mean, you are correct in the fact that it is a fascinating case study. Like, there's no getting around that.
It is, man. You know, I like puzzles.
I'm trying to find
And
the
that's why,
clip
you
again.
know, somebody mentioned Taylor Hanson earlier, and we've been wanting his footage forever, because he interviews one guy in particular who has been, you know, hasn't been identified for, I mean, since day one pretty much, and did a lot of shit on J6.
I'm trying to find that spot where I played it earlier. Did you see where Jacob Chansley walks through the QAnon shaman in this footage?
Oh, no, I didn't, but I could probably figure out when he entered the building, and that might help.
He's being escorted. Have you seen him being escorted by the police around the building?
I've seen where they're following him around, yeah, and it looks like they're checking doors to make sure he can't necessarily go in certain places, but I don't know. I can't remember if
No, they weren't following him. In this clip, the police officer was leading him and he was following. I'm trying to find it. I played it earlier a few times.
Yeah, I do think they should have been more forceful with just getting him the hell out of there, especially when he's carrying around a spear, regardless of how sharp that thing might be. It's obviously, optics-wise, pretty fucking bad.
Doesn't that suggest that he was allowed to be there?
I mean, not from the way he came in the building. That's why I mentioned that earlier. Like, he entered when multiple people were climbing in through the windows, and there was an alarm going off at the door that had just been kicked open, like, I think within a minute prior to his entry. And it's funny because I actually talked to him on a Chansley on a space recently, and I kind of asked him that same thing, like, why, when you saw all of those red flags, or what I would think would be red flags, did you still go in the building? And he kind of said that he wanted to make sure that nobody did anything like damage wise or anything like that. And I was like, but as you were walking into the building, people were breaking the windows and climbing in through the windows, and he didn't even turn his head to like tell them not to. It's just, it kind of fell flat for me as far as an explanation. Especially when he kind of went around the building on his own looking for the Senate chamber. Like, he wasn't trying to, you know, manage anybody else the whole time. So I don't know.
I don't know. We could go on all day, man. If you want to come back I'm talking about this again, you know.
I'd join up again.
Well, sounds good, man. Good to talk to you. How do people find you? Corey
just Corey Culligan
on Twitter.
No worries. Yeah, on Twitter. Yeah.
You're refusing the new Elon Musk branding, I see.
Oh God, yeah.
What do you think about Elon Musk?
Oh, I think he's trying to run Twitter in the ground, or X, whatever. He's made some weird choices with that. But I don't know. It's just, you know, it's funny because I used to not know much about him and think just essentially based on Tesla, and thought he was a little more, I don't know, visionary than I certainly do now.
Yeah, I don't know. He's playing a lot of people, in my opinion.
Yeah, I didn't know much about his history prior to that. Like, as far as, you know, people call him a self-made man, and
Man. Well, thanks for joining him.
Yeah, no worries, man. Have a good one.
Take care now. All right. That was Corey Colligan, I believe. Find him on X. I'm gonna continue this one here. This is about the build up into January 6th with the Proud Boys here. And we're considering the events leading up to, not just on the day of, but leading up to the day of. And here we have a former Proud Boy who did not go into DC on January 6th, as far as we're being told. And I believe he's being honest here. He's very clear about the mistakes he's made in his past in a way that's honestly quite honorable, I must say. This is flow state.
Antifa.
Yeah.
Which
So at the early stages, Proud Boys wasn't initiating. Was there a shift that you noticed?
The early stages of the whole timeline or of that night?
Well, I mean, like going into like if you paid attention to the events that followed,
Yeah.
because the People's Convoy was hijacked by undercover Proud Boys, and they immediately went. They started passing out tear gas canisters and stuff like this to go into DC. This was last year, and they.
By initiating, I assume you mean like going to DC. That happened after the election results.
They started to do that sort of a behavior.
Right. Prior to that, it had just been local shit. And there was several of them. It was Stop the Steal rallies is what they coincided with. And yeah, I only went in December. I know that there was a handful of them, but I went in December. And honestly, like if Josh is still listening, for that event or that trip specifically, like, what was I trying to get out of that at that point? I didn't want to go to DC. Like, it was just basically a trip. I don't ever want to go back to DC. I don't like it, honestly. And also, I had an astrologist tell me, or an astronomer, whatever, read the charts, because you can chart a place as well. And she's like, yeah, you should never go back to.
Corey, if I got your name wrong, I was not. I see somebody made fun of me in there. I got it wrong, I guess. If you make a comment, I'll correct that. I'm sorry. I can't go back to the footage at this moment. So I made the point there about the Proud Boys hijacking the convoy. Goodness gracious. Get your stuff together, man. And Tupelo followed in with this one here. Because I kind of wanted to hit on this. When I was saying about the Proud Boys starting to when the People's Convoy was dissolved, it was in response to what the Proud Boys were doing. Now, I've laid this out before several times. But what happened the day before it was dissolved? Actually, was it the morning of? Yeah, I think it was the morning that it was a Friday, I believe. It was the morning that before the People's Convoy was dissolved. Santa, it could have been the day before. I'm laying out a David Rydell, Santa, along with Raptor, and a couple other people started to hand out tear gas from a bag. They're like, oh, you guys can earn this, basically, if you learn our strategies. It was like a reward for listening to them. And they were talking about how they were going to go into DC and they were going to go fight Antifa. And they were going through, like, we're going to watch these videos on how to train and go in there. And the People's Convoy organizers received information that they needed to get their name off of it, get their name out of there. And that's why the People's Convoy dissolved, because the narrative had been hijacked on the other side of the country by Santa, David Rydell. And going all the way across, he kind of started to control the situation in the public eye. And people at home didn't really get what was happening. They just see a new character, Santa. Oh, he's a fluffy guy. Santa's coming to bring us gifts. And we also had that devolved into the 1776 Restoration Movement, which has haunted many people to this day. I mean, you have people out there that are still going on and on about that. You know, Mags America, sus as fuck, you know, just still pushing that narrative. Like, it wasn't there during the convoy, joins up afterwards, starts pushing that whole freaking 1776. Oh my gosh. Just it's full support of that. Proud Boy question mark? I'm just wondering. Inquiring minds want to know.
You see, it's not. You two don't jive. Like, all right.
Well, it's a foreign territory, technically, they say. You know, whatever that means, if you believe in certain laws.
Yeah, I do believe it's a foreign territory, but it's just the
Now, let me get this right here. Corey Collington. Collington. I apologize.
I mean, the cops there were very much. It was interesting watching the police, watching the dynamics between the two sides, because Proud Boys would march around and chant and look for a fight, and anytime a fight did break out, the cops would rush in, and they all had bikes, right? But every time they were forming a protective barrier around, you know, Antifa, which I just thought it was really interesting that they're not trying to stop the demonstrations. They're just trying to keep Antifa protected, which, you know, now in hindsight, I
Yeah.
think that both sides were largely driven by operatives.
Mhm.
I don't know that either way, but
Well, that's the controlled opposition to build up the anger going into January 6th among the Proud Boys. I mean, people experiencing that would be like, "Whoa, you know, these DC people are like trying to protect Antifa. They want to," so they're fueling that anger, leading
yeah,
up within a key movement. The Proud Boys, I mean, they participated largely in January 6th.
it's just funny watching so many people scream all cops are bastards and then run and hide behind cops. And cops like totally
Yeah.
be like, all right, come on, buddy. You know, like
Flowstay, you want to come up here and continue this conversation? I had to press you, man. I had to. Wait, can I pin? I can pin. StreamYard makes it so you don't you forget about the YouTube studio aspect of everything. Bastards. They did it on purpose. Big StreamYard doesn't want you to know about the YouTube studio link in the back that gives you more power. More power and control over your streams. Switch account. YouTube Studio. I'm trying to pin the link. I'm gonna open it up here for a moment. Selectively. I mean, I already had a sedition on here now. Man. See, the thing is, Corey, like I think that you would have had an interesting conversation had you come on here sooner, actually. But if you're legit, I mean, like if you're a real person trying to figure out the truth, that's what we're all trying to do, really. How the heck do I pin a link? I dropped it again. Give me that. Oh, yeah. I see. I'm trying to pin this link here. Boom. Pin. There we go. Link is now pinned. Boom. Thanks, Dad Ant. I'm working my way. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Because, I mean, I wouldn't, man. Sometimes you just gotta lay back. Actually, I'm gonna play a song here, unless somebody's waiting. Where is the other link? Ah. Oh man. Oh, is that really Flow State? I don't know. Is that really you? I'm putting up an image. I don't recognize it. Okay. What's
What
up,
up?
man?
I just got home from work. See my wonderful self up there.
Yeah. All right.
But no, I just showed up, dipped in a minute ago, and dipped out. I'm going on in 2 rooms right now, but this was a priority.
Oh no. Oh wait, you're on somebody else's panel?
No. I'm only in one room. I was being talked about in another room.
Oh, gotcha. So you didn't see anything that was laid out today?
I saw the very intro to the stream, and then that's about all I've seen.
Yeah, I just kind of like what we were talking about yesterday. It was interesting because it leads into the scene that we see on January 6th. Like we hear about the day of all the time, but what you were laying out was specifically the Proud Boys and how they were motivated beforehand. And to be clear, you never went to January 6th, so you're kind of immune in this one.
This is correct. That's why I brought it up. But yeah, it was interesting seeing the Proud Boys organization officially went the other direction though on J6. I don't know if you noticed, there's nobody in the garb, nobody wore the colors. That was an order basically from the top down. If you go there, you're going on your own, not as part of the club.
But they did like a whole photo shoot though at one point.
Who?
The Proud Boys.
What do you mean a photo shoot?
There's a whole scene there. If you watch Wooznews Part 2, there's a stage scene
on the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they all throw up their little okays.
Was it in front of the Washington Monument?
Yes. Yeah.
That was from December.
Oh, was that?
Yeah.
Was that when you were there?
It is when I was there.
Well, then you would be in the footage. Hold on.
Was there like a shit ton of us?
30 or so.
Oh,
recall.
No, there would have been like the time that I was there. There was like,
oh Lord, Corey's back.
Corey's a lot. Triggered. Why?
I'm back. Hey, yeah, no, they did a photo shoot on the east side of the Capitol.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, okay, thank you.
I mean, if you can call it a photo shoot, it was just a big old group photo. It's not like they had, studio strobes and shit.
But it was staged. Like they had an organized.
Yeah, they all met on that side and then did a photo with everybody. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying that. Because I don't know this information that well. I know specific things.
Just out of curiosity, were they wearing colors?
No, they were. I mean, the only uniform thing was the Proud Boys from the Arizona, and they had like the orange beanies, and then some of them had like orange tape, stuff like that. But they weren't in like the yellow and black like they usually are.
They threw up the little white power symbols though, like a bunch of champs.
That's the okay sign, sir.
Well, it's all about memeology. Those people. That's how these movements start on the right. I mean, you have the Proud Boys and you have the GDL. They both started with memes as in response to the left. And then they get to be whatever they are. I mean, crazy. Because Gavin McInnes is a meme master. I mean, to create a movement of people. Oh, man, I don't want to shame you, Flow State. I don't want to shame you.
No, it's cool. I don't know how hard you can shame me. I mean, I was in it. I'm out of it. I didn't get, it is what it is.
Yeah. No, the Proud Boys are just gay as fuck. That's all. but at the time, I could.
They kind of leaned into the gayness, I think.
They did. Even their symbol.
I mean, the club was named after an Aladdin song. Obviously, there's a leaning into it, but it's the Hegelian dialectic being played out. In hindsight, it's crystal clear.
100%. That's what you were saying. They fueled the anger of the Proud Boys. And this is a point that I can't get to with WYSIWYG. It drives me up a wall.
And I just want to make it clear that this is my interpretation of situations that I don't actually have any personal knowledge of. But I mean, it seems plainly apparent to me, but I'm not speaking from any place of knowledge.
But they fueled the anger, and you see how WYSIWYG speaks: Antifa, 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 the left, the left, the left. You know, it's in Flow State, a former Proud Boy. You don't even speak like that. So
No, I intentionally avoid that as much as
Yeah.
I can.
yeah, because we're not going to get anywhere by
Because
playing
I don't really consider myself conservative. I mean, fiscally I am, but socially I'm like, no. I'm not.
What do you think about this all, Corey?
You know, I was just gonna ask because I don't know you much, Flow State. I'm kind of new to this panel, I guess. So I was wondering if you might be able to give me like a Reader's Digest version of your story. It doesn't have to be long, but I'm curious.
Within the context?
No, not
Or-
necessarily. It could be whatever. Just yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I guess it could be within J6, but it doesn't sound like you were there. So you know,
Now,
just
now
Proud
be
Boys in
mindful
general, I
that
guess.
this guy's an informant. He's already admitted this to us, Flow State.
I'm not
I
trying
was
to
listening-
Be careful.
I listened for about 5 minutes and I got the impression you might be a coincidence theorist. Honestly, I'm gonna just probably pass, mostly because I'm tired.
Well,
Yeah, I get it.
he laid out his history with the Proud Boys very thoroughly last night in the stream. I'll drop the link.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah.
It's there, and yeah,
I'll put it in the backstage.
my
too.
story is like, yeah. If I were to write an autobiography now in my the back end of my 30s, it would be longer than most people's at the end of their life, I think.
So now I got
maybe
one more
maybe that's arrogant, but
If I
I got one more question, and it's specifically because I know there was a Michigan group of Proud Boys who used to do something called Tub Tuesday. I don't know if this is a general Proud Boy thing, but they would sit alone in a tub and drink beer.
I have never heard of that. This is news to me,
man.
and I'd never heard of the convoy thing either until last night when Truth or Cop brought it up.
You didn't hear the convoy at all, or the Proud Boy?
No, I had no idea that about the Proud Boys' participation in the ending of it, like you said.
That was most people still don't, because it happened behind the scenes. They were trying to get rid of the Proud Boys the whole time, and the Boogaloo Boys and all this. And at the end of the day, the people in charge of the money coming in, the donations coming in, the people in charge of organizing things on a mass scale, the influencers involved, had enough power to seize the public opinion and begin to shift it. And that's why they dissolved the People's Convoy. They're like, no, we're not going into DC. We have no part of this, because that was the People's Convoy message the whole time. We are not going into DC. And this movement of what turned out to be Proud Boys, Big D, all these people. One of them was just in here, the Freedom Outlaw. I don't know if he was actually, but the Freedom Outlaws were tied in a Big D and all this. I can't believe he was in here earlier, actually. That was underrated moment, by the way. He knows who I am. I know he knows who I am. We camped next to each other for a while, but at the end of the day, they end up hijacking the trailer. They got donations. Somebody gave them 10 grand to start the 1776 restoration movement. They went into DC and started camping on the lawn in the most embarrassing protest in U.S. history. It was so bad. Did you see that, Corey? Did you see that shameful shit?
It was magical, yeah.
Are you friends with Telescope? What is this?
No. But I am curious what you guys think of, like, or what you think of like Freedom Corner comparatively to like 1776. I don't know if you've ever seen like the, out on the corner near the DC jail, all that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's all the same thing. I mean, they kind of went hand in hand. 1776 lent credibility to the Freedom Corner for a moment, and that's kind of where anybody associated with 1776 went, was the Freedom Corner, if they went anywhere at all. But I mean, specifically Taylor Toronto.
Yeah. Although I did just learn, thanks to you, that it's Taranto.
Wait, oh yeah, no, that's Anarchy Princess. I'm still wrong about it, huh?
Right. I should have known
Taranto.
actually that you would have known about the corner because you were playing AP. So.
Oh yeah, I know a lot of people that kind of built that up. Well, because I was at the convoy, and then the convoy turned to 1776, and then those remainders went to the Freedom Corner, in large part. You know,
When Wizzy said that he got paid by some lady at a cemetery, I just thought he was talking about Rebecca from Freedom Corner.
was that you saying that in the chat earlier? Or somebody else?
Probably.
Somebody else said Rebecca, and somebody else.
Oh yeah, I mentioned Rebecca. Yeah. Oh wait, did I?
Somebody mentioned two people.
I was definitely thinking about it.
Somebody else might have been on the same page as you with that one.
Yeah.
What is Harry? What do you guys talking about Harry for in the chat? Are you friends with Praxis? Who are you friends with that got you here?
Let's see, K2 Hex, which is Truth Post. Good question. I don't know. I haven't really been checking the chat.
Anarchy Princess?
How did we've talked occasionally, but I wouldn't say friends. Not too many people that I decide to be online friends with. Acquaintances, sure, but
hold the lawn. Oh my god, it was so embarrassing. It was so bad.
How long did that last for?
Too long. 3 months.
They stretched that $10 grand out pretty well.
What were they protesting?
Lawn care.
I don't know, man. They just created a message that hijacked the People's Convoy, which was we're going to go to DC and fight Antifa. Was literally their message. It was a Proud Boy message.
I mean, that does sound like a Proud Boy message. I can't.
That was literally why they went to DC originally. They were saying this shit, and I watched them pass out. They were trying to pass out this stuff, and I did what I could. I pulled out who I could, so that they wouldn't have to face that. But like, people didn't realize what they were getting involved with. And fortunately, most of the people dissolved. But the people that were with the convoy the whole time, they were kind of mostly poor or whatever, didn't have anything else to do. They just followed the 1776 movement. People like WYSIWYG, poor people who weren't getting $1,000 donations handed to them, things like that. WYSIWYG. Did you see Wizzy try to pull that off? He said he wasn't getting that many donos. Get out of here, bro. Oh my god.
I think I've only really watched the stream through like the J6 stuff, and I can't remember how many like super chat donations, that kind of stuff, or if it even popped up. But I can't speak to that. But I was curious when he said some lady at a cemetery paid him $1,000. That sounded like a drug deal gone bad.
Yeah, because she loved her daughter so much. He always plays the emotion in it, and I can't get around it. It's like Denise Mattel. Which, by the way, Winter Moon Shadow, I said I'd read your whole freaking comment. I said I would do this the next time I was live. And I have to, at the very least, pull it up. I don't want to read this because she accused me of blocking this, but I want to prove to her that I didn't delete her comment. So let's pull up your comment. I said I would read it live, but it is long as fuck. I think the algorithm blocked it because it probably fell asleep while she was typing it.
The algorithm kicks out comments that are like novel size.
It was huge. She posted in the community tab here. Yeah. You guys can continue on, but I'm going to bore you all with this BS. Oh, wait. Who's here? What is this? Okay. Boom. Let me find this. I told her I would read it, and she was calling me a liar, saying that when I said that I didn't delete her comment, that she was calling me a liar because I didn't delete it. I didn't see it. So I told her I'd read it to prove that I didn't delete it. Let me find it here. Oh my goodness gracious.
Looks like you deleted it.
She may have. If she deleted it, thank God.
Wouldn't that be a nice little dirty trick?
Wait, poor Dirt Farmer in here. What's he doing? Oh yeah, she deletes it on me and then calls me a liar. He didn't read my comment. No, it was from days ago. When was this? Shoot. Hey, you guys could feel free to carry on. Flow State, what are you thinking, dude?
I don't really think anything at all right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I figured.
Yeah, no. I can return the ball, but I've got nothing to serve up right now.
Okay, because what this woman, Denise Mattel, came on here and accuses Winter Moonshadow of taking part in killing her daughter or something like this. And I told Denise I don't want to hear about it.
Winter Moon Shadows. Is that one of the My Little Ponies?
She's going about the machine lies and me. It could be. She's
I'm
like,
loosely familiar with Denise. I mean, not well, just enough to know that maybe I'm cool not interacting with her personally.
oh yeah, what a liar! He knows he deleted it. Here's the. I don't want to pull it up full screen. What a liar! He knows he deleted it, unless that's the one. It's not my job to find a resolution for your problem. Blah 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 blah. All right, what did she say? Oh, I think that was the one where she put the whole comment.
Yes, it is Tommy's metaversal gam gam. Tommy's enough of a fucking handful in my life.
Dude, it's too much. And then he's got all this stuff. She clipped my thumbnail saying this is the comment. She went on, and she deleted it. Did she delete her comment? He knows he deleted it. All right, let's see where it is. Oh my god, if I don't find this, I'm getting accused of lying again.
That's okay. Just let it roll.
No.
I'm getting accused of being a Fed now.
So is YouTube usually this Jerry Springer kind of thing?
Fuck yeah.
Basically, dude.
Okay.
This doesn't happen on Twitter?
It does too.
Yeah.
Twitter's worse than like Reddit's probably the worst, but
Did she really delete it?
I can't
She
believe
would,
you lied,
dude.
man. I can't believe you deleted it.
Oh god, here it comes. I'm not gonna find my way out of this. Oh no.
Gonna have to change that truther cop name of yours to liar cop.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. There's no way. She would set me up like this woman here. Because these people are tied into, I don't even want to get into it. It's too much.
It's probably deeper. I probably wouldn't even be able to follow you there.
Good. Yeah, I'm not going there. Well, what she ends up doing, dude, is she does these reports. She reported my stream to the police saying that Denise Mattel was making threats against her. She must know this is going to go nowhere, but like, what is this behavior? She like added the police somewhere.
Denise, when you watch this, I don't want anything to do with you. This is all liar cop. Can't believe you deleted your comment. It's terrible.
No, Winter Moon Shadow. Denise is arch nemesis, dude. Dude, these people have their freaking dramas, and these people have been going at it for years. I'm getting out of here. Winter Moon Shadow, I clearly looked for your comment. I didn't delete it from your community post. Maybe I missed it somehow, but I don't think
That's exactly what you would say if you deleted it.
That's exactly.
This is where I think X is a little easier to like manage some of this stuff, because like digging through YouTube comments, you can't find anything. Like at least with YouTube, or X, whatever, you could like search, right?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, YouTube has totally restricted their search. You can't. It's like whatever they want to feed you directly. It's weird. Praxis, you're not friends with Praxis? Do you know this Praxis guy?
Praxis? Sounds familiar, but I don't. Let me go check on YouTube.
Praxis, who did you come here with? Who sent you, Praxis?
No, Praxis is like part of the whole convoy drama scene. He's part of the convoy drama theater club.
He's one of your people.
Well, I don't think that I've ever seen him in the chat before.
Gen X Jeff is up to no good.
Here, I'll drop the link again. Oh wait, it's pinned. Gen X, you want to come up? Whatever, whoever. I got nothing else. Denise is an OG. Earl Pipe, you know Denise for years. Corey's up here collecting intel, figuring out which one of us to report to the FBI. What am I going to send him?
So, Corey, where are you from? I don't think I've seen you up here. You're from Twitter, I take it.
Yeah, California.
He's a sedition hunter.
Oh yeah.
That's what, yeah. I do believe. Well, actually, I
doubt
kind
it.
of inferred that, and he simply is. There's no way around it.
It's
Yeah.
it's pretty clever how they turned it into like a nationwide group activity.
I mean, that's what he was asking me why I kind of got into it, and honestly, it's a big puzzle, and at the time, I was pretty bored.
Exactly. I said that kind of with a little tone, but like it definitely is a clever thing. Got everybody involved in. Like they didn't. I mean, they geolocated everyone's phones. Of course, they already knew who the fuck everyone was.
Well, it creates a situation where you're reporting your fellow neighbor in some sort of civil war scenario, like the brown shirt Nazis did. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But I forgive the brown shirts even when they're sitting right in front of me, reporting me to the FBI.
we haven't yet gotten to Civil War II yet, but what have you guys had discussions about that on here?
Well, not too deeply, but it's clearly around the corner is what they want. I mean, like, how do you feel about that? Because to me, they want to create a left versus right paradigm shift to get us to go to war with each other so they remain in power. Do you agree with that? The people in control want to keep us fighting each other.
I think that there's a shitload of polarization, but I don't know if sometimes what people portray as like these shady actors pulling the strings. I don't think any of them are smart enough to do that, So like, I think maybe it's heading that direction, but for different reasons. Just because people continually get more and more polarized, and there's a lot of people who, I mean, both sides to a certain extent feed off fear. Fear of one thing or another, and if that just feeds into the polarization, then that kind of seems like that's the inevitable path, right? But I don't necessarily think it's like this shadowy kind of people behind the scenes trying to engineer it.
But it's not
It sort of doesn't matter though, whether it's intentional or not, because I think everyone agrees on the mechanisms at play.
But I think sometimes when people think it's like this shady, kind of thing, then they get even more pissed about it, Because like if it's just somebody's stupidity and we're all just,
I don't buy stupidity though. That's what doesn't seem plausible to me is that all the most powerful institutions and entities in the world are stupid as fuck. It does seem like they would, if they're doing nefarious shit, they'd claim to be stupid, and that stupid people would go, okay, yeah, they were just stupid like us.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I will say there's a guy that I identified. He was in the Capitol. He was pretty violent on J6. I submitted a tip, through the public tip line that everybody else can, and had his old mugshot and everything. It was clearly the guy. Took like 2 years to arrest him. So like, I don't have a ton of faith in their ability to like follow through efficiently on this stuff.
First of all, they wouldn't do it without your help. They want the people's support. So in doing so, you're supporting the government in informing on your neighbor. They need a living man or woman to attest to the fact that, hey, I think this guy's a problem. And they've tricked us all. And I'm not like, you're a very intelligent person, clearly, but we've all been played. And I think you see that too.
I mean, I understand where the concern is as far as, informing on, Big Brother kind of shit, but like that's, it's specifically in this case, like I said, it's people who in my view could have potentially turned shit into a real problem at the Capitol that day with potentially
I call BS on that. You don't actually, I don't believe that you actually believe there was a threat. I don't think anyone actually believed.
I mean, I can explain why. Like, if people would have gotten into that chamber, and there were, because the House chamber was still occupied even by the time that Ashley Babbitt was shot. Had it not been, had they been able to evacuate everybody, I don't think Ashley Babbitt would have been shot, because there wouldn't have been as big of a threat. There wouldn't have been U.S. representatives in danger. They probably would have just milled around the House chamber like they did in the Senate chamber. But you've got only 50 people in the Senate to clear out, and you've got, a shitload more in the House. So like, they just didn't get everybody out of there. And had that not been the case, like, they wouldn't have, I don't think she would have gotten shot. She would have gotten arrested. But again, they were reacting to a threat. Like, she had a backpack on. Who knows what could have been in it? Like,
right. Is it possible that she didn't get shot? Is it possible
I
that this
It's
was
definitely possible. There's definitely a
Hold on.
good reason to question it.
Flow State, you might. I already kind of know you would agree with that, but Corey.
Oh, no worries. I mean, it's good for me to know who else, thinks whatever, and if he's speaking. But yeah, no, I don't think that there's a chance that she did not get shot. Like, I don't
There's
believe any
no
part of it.
chance that it could have been staged. Did you watch?
I don't think so.
Did you watch Wooznews Part 1?
I did, yeah.
Do you believe that? I mean, maybe. Do you know of any war the U.S. has ever been in that was not started by the wrong flag?
I mean, I just don't think in this case, like, saying that something else is possible, like, yeah, maybe, but like, if we're talking specifically about J6, which I've seen a ton of footage, and I've watched that specific scene with Ashley Babbitt from just about every available angle, in that case, I don't think so.
I'm just building context for.
Yeah, well, I get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure which direction to go. I mean, like, at any point, like on the stream, it's like, do I continue? I'm just here for the long run. I run out of energy at this point.
Yeah, I want to see some of the comments get up here too.
Yeah, I mean, the link's pinned, y'all. If anybody wants to get up here, jump up. Praxis or Gen X are the only two I see down there at the panel that I know of. I mean, there's a few new names here.
But back to the whether or not there was a real threat. You heard my little bit, I assume.
If it was yesterday, no.
No, he played it on the stream just a little bit ago. I was the guy talking about how the Proud Boy and how the informant drove most of the people from our chapter who went out there and stuff.
Oh gosh,
yeah. I mean, do you believe that this was facilitated by intelligence or by law enforcement?
I don't think that it was intentionally facilitated in the way of like they wanted it to happen, but I think that they should have taken some things as a bigger threat than they did. I was on, what is it? The what was it at the time? Patriots.win or the Donald.win. Just looking up there every once in a while, seeing what people were writing. And, who knows how many of that stuff was just some jackass behind a keyboard, not, actually who they were, just saying shit. But there was some stuff that was, like, that's concerning, the maps that they're posting, that kind of stuff. And again, anybody could have done that. But I feel like maybe there should have been a bit more, security there. And yeah, I don't know, the day of too, I just feel like the response, I know people will talk about like the National Guard and all that kind of stuff, but I don't know why there wasn't more attention given to like why Trump didn't tell him to leave as soon as his speech was done. Like,
but yeah, well, yeah, 100%. Trump is a key suspect. Yeah, 100%.
Guilty as hell.
I mean, because like he could have, regardless of who did what and whatever. Like if he just would have told everybody at 1:11 is when his speech finished. If he at 1:12 would have gotten on Twitter and said everybody leave Capitol grounds, like chances are those people that died wouldn't have died.
There was one person that died, maybe.
Oh no, there was a few, like two guys like had heart attacks.
Those guys had heart attacks days later.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like,
that's not.
It was like 12:59 and 1:19, and like if they wouldn't have been on Capitol grounds, maybe they wouldn't have fucking died of heart attacks.
No. See, I don't believe that you're being honest, and I'm not trying to come out swinging at you, but this is why. Like it's about any of it, because I just don't see how you could believe that there was ever a danger. Like I heard you what you said,
yeah,
and it makes sense if that was the reality of what happened, right? If there just wasn't any threat. You could see people sauntering around the halls. there's one, and this is another thing that removes the credibility from the Babbitt thing in my mind, is that if you look through a lot of footage, most of it is benign as shit. There's like a handful of intense scenes, but most of it's pretty benign. Now
That just depends on where you look, but go on.
well, okay. We have a history of staging dramatic scenes for propaganda, like the pulling down of Saddam Hussein. That whole thing was completely contrived. I think that if you look at it honestly and objectively, it's plainly obvious that the feds not only didn't do enough, they actively enabled the whole event, that nobody was really in danger, and that in fact they had to greatly reduce even normal levels of security to get this thing to go off. And that then at the end of the day, it was just a big nothing burger that they drummed up.
Okay, so I got a question in response to that. So, I had mentioned like Trump's response to it and like how I thought it could have been avoided. So, like, I guess what I want to know is to what ends? Like, why would they have done that? And was Trump a part of it, in your opinion?
So I do believe Trump was a part of it. Absolutely.
Okay. In that case, why?
I don't know that I know, but my bet. I mean, the best guess that I have is that it's part of a broader globalization agenda. You can see the demonization of nationalism, the promotion of DEA and multiculturalism. Like there's a lot of meta narratives that sort of fit together to indicate that maybe it was a honeypot for Americans who are prone to try to maintain American sovereignty. But I don't know. I'm putting together the best guess that I've got. So
yeah. I just what I would have a hard time understanding with that thought process is like, why would Trump do that and ensnare a bunch of his own supporters?
Well, it's all. I think all national politics is essentially theater.
Well, the theater of war, right? So what?
I think it's a placebo activity to distract people from local and state politics. Really.
Yeah. Well,
you're watching the show.
But there's also Ukrainian influences specifically, along with Chinese and all this. What's up, Jeff? By the way, Gen X Jeff in the house. There's also Ukrainian influences coming in and reporting and painting their narratives, because the first thing that any special forces does when it comes into a situation is begin to paint a narrative against the adversary. So they're going to think about any strategy they can to create a reason for an assault. And America has been ruining the world for 100 years now in many ways, through our military, through the taxation and all this. We've been making a lot of enemies out there, and there's a lot of people that don't like the United States. Now, I'm not part of the United States. I'm an American. I don't know about the United States and what they've been doing, but it's not cool. It's fucked up, and it's coming back to haunt us. And it was always going to.
I think the other thing at play there is that fiat currency is finite. It's not meant to last forever. And our national debt level is getting such that we can't really print our way into making interest payments much longer. Like our debt is ballooning faster than we can keep up with it. And I think that the dollar is about at the end of its useful life.
Is this a
so
pitch
we're good? What's that?
I'm joking. I said, is this a pitch for crypto?
Fuck no.
If you sign up for my cryptocurrency website, you get 10% off today.
Flow state coin.
What's up, Jeff? You been listening for a moment here?
Yeah, I've been listening. I'm probably torturing myself by coming on, but because all
Well,
the
good. We'll
speculation,
torture you more. Get the
baseless
waterboard.
speculation. What?
So I said, get the waterboard. We'll torture you more.
The what? The water?
The waterboard. The waterboard.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But did I cut you off? Or did you have a thought or a question or something that I jumped in front of?
No, I just came to hang out and give my opinion when I see an opportunity to. Because all of you have different narratives of J6, and all of us are just going off of whatever random footage we happen to see of it. Nobody knows. We need some kind of authoritative, like serious investigation into what happened.
Well,
and what it
no,
ultimately
I
was.
disagree. I think that's just a default to authority, and no matter which authority is
The
defaulted
the
to,
authority of
everybody's
expertise.
like
Absolutely, it's a default to that.
right. But people then will still disagree about that perspective as well.
No, not if it's a transparent, authoritative investigation.
Like the
I don't
9/11
think the
Commission?
majority of people. You might still disagree, but I don't think the majority of people will. We don't have any like authoritative way to resolve all of the ambiguities around J6. So we're going to keep spinning out narratives forever until we get some kind of resolution.
And so we're looking for an appeal to authority here, but I think, we have the authority right here. This sedition hunter motherfucker.
Corey
reporting
Collington
to
is
people.
the authority.
I mean,
I don't know if he's the authority, but he's the establishment. I'll give you that.
I will certainly share out when I stitch together videos. Like I'll take multicam syncs and put them out there, right? Like, and I try to the best I can show what happened using the video that I have available. And like that's not infallible, Sometimes shit happens in those frames that you can't necessarily see, but for the most part, I think some of those videos do a pretty damn good job of telling the story.
I mean, I was there in December, right? I was there a month before with I don't know if that the crowd was bigger, but it was definitely more men, right? There's a bunch of fighting age men and not like a bunch of boomers on an unscheduled tour. And
a lot of people at the speech were older people, and the people at the Capitol ahead of time were younger. I've heard that too.
I've heard that too, but I can say from just a month earlier, the DC police had no real issue keeping people where they wanted them. I'm going to assume that they didn't. There's no reason you couldn't expect that and more a month later, I would think.
But sorry, what was that? December? Was that D12? Is that
December of the right before J6?
Yeah,
D12
I think that was
is what it's called. Huh.
I think that was December 12th. Anyhow, I feel like like the people they're trying to keep separate, their goal is to essentially get at each other, right? Like Proud Boys trying to get to Antifa, and Antifa trying to get the Proud Boys. Like at that point, it's just a matter of the police keeping them separate. Whereas with the Capitol, man, you've got like 360, anybody can come from any direction kind of thing, right? Like I feel like it's harder to keep people.
It's a stationary target. When you're in the streets, you've got the same dynamics of 360 degrees, but you've also got it moving.
Yeah, but it's just a bigger target. It's kind of the point I'm making, I guess.
Well, I just wanted to point out to Jeff's comment earlier about authoritative sources. There is no more authoritative source than us coming together to look at something together.
That's true.
Not authoritative source, authoritative investigation.
Well, right. But who better to perform that investigation?
Using the source as part of that investigation.
And who better to do that than us right now?
Corey laid out his procedure, but anybody could come and develop some other alternative narrative based on the same procedure. He even admitted himself that there's limitations to it. You can't see inside of people's brains, etc. So you're going to have to use inference and speculation for part of it. And that's where the fallibility comes in.
I think that having an authoritative source, then, I mean, that makes it less. One authoritative source is easier to control. If Truth or Cop gets to decide what happened, then if he's who we decide we're going to trust, all I got to do is put a little pressure on him. It's a piece of cake, and everybody else stops thinking.
We have to.
It's a placebo for thinking.
You'll keep going back to sources, and I'm not talking about the sources in particular. They could come from anywhere, but at some point you have to trust in the system of the society that you live in?
I don't
Or
believe so.
well, I mean,
No,
you personally don't have to,
Jeff,
but at
what is
some
the
point to have
system
a
done to
functioning
betray us?
society, the majority of us have to.
We have to have a reason to trust, though.
Exactly.
You're right. You're right, but we have to have a reason to trust.
And
So are you saying you wouldn't trust any kind of like official investigation just on your current grounds of
I can't
mistrust?
think of
Whether
one.
For whatever
whether
reasons you, or
Donald
would
Trump
you let the
or Nancy
investigation
Pelosi
play
go
out,
down.
see the outcome, and then determine how much you trust it? Or are you already biased against trusting it?
I
That it's
don't
gonna
see
be
how
biased
you could
to try
convince
it?
me that there is any government official, any yeah, I just don't see how you could get me to trust anybody at this point. No, unless like I knew them personally. I don't see how you could.
Well, but then that's on you. I still think we need the investigation, and then you can determine
What?
how
Okay,
much you want to
why would
trust it
you
afterwards.
trust? Why would you trust an official investigator?
Because I trust logic, I trust science, I trust legal
It's
process.
illogical. It's
Because
illogical to trust a
I've had
government.
some like hands-on experience in practice with some of it, and I trust the people that know how to engage in those processes. I
Well,
trust people that know how to use logic.
this
I
isn't a
trust people.
complicated thing, right? This isn't hard to figure out. It just
You,
it's
you asked
not
me
a
why I would
complex
trust.
topic, right? But I guess you said logic first. What is the logic in trusting a government that's lied basically consistently?
The government is not an entity. The government is individual people. So if
Okay.
individual people within that government have lied at certain times, it doesn't invalidate other people within the same system.
By government, I mean the official narrative. Individual people don't
That's a
fit the.
logical fallacy right there.
The
What
government
is?
is absolutely an entity, but so are corporations. But
It's not an it doesn't function as an entity like a human does. It's not this
No.
unified body that can lie or not lie, tell the truth or not tell the truth.
It's
The
an
lies
entity.
come
It's
from
not
the
a
individual
consciousness.
but it
components
is
of
but
the
it is
government.
an entity. But I want to. You're right. But
Well, now we're getting to
it is an entity. But Swirly has a question for Corey. If someone like, say, Taylor Hansen had foreknowledge of what was going to happen on that day and got paid to do certain actions, would your investigation have revealed it?
I think it really depends at that point on like what the certain actions that you're talking about are. You know, is this like somebody knew that people were going to storm the building and paid him specifically to go into the building, stuff like that, or if is it like, or is he trying? You know, is it certain actions trying to encourage people, or there's a lot of stuff that could mean. But if you want to DM me about it, I can, you know, like certainly tell you what I do or don't know about Taylor Hansen.
He's inviting you to slide in the DM, Swirly. Slide in there.
That is a good question.
I mean, you know, I don't know what else I can say without saying like what, you know, what specific certain actions is he talking about?
Send feet pics.
Yeah, god damn it. I knew it. It was a trap. You know, I did want to say real quick though, going back to what I was saying about like whether like things being infallible, I think there are things we can know for sure. For instance, hey, this guy threw a hammer. We see him throwing a hammer. You know, like we can track that back
Yeah,
to
you
who
can
did it.
know that. You can know the fact of he threw a hammer.
Sure.
Everything else from that is an inference.
Right. Why he did it, who he's aiming at, that kind of thing.
The
Sure.
context before and after he did it, et
Do you
cetera.
do you guys think that we can know if we see a guy throwing a hammer at the Capitol, do we know that happened at the Capitol?
Yeah, it did. There was a guy named Bearded Hammer that threw it into the tunnel.
I mean, but I'm suggesting that, and I guess I don't even know where I stand on it, but deep fakes, how much of a concern is it about deep fakes? Because I've made a pretty decent one with a free app.
Yeah, I mean, I work as a video editor as well. So like, as far as what I know is possible and what is likely, like it's not likely that all of these videos that have been released and I can show multicam of that same moment, you know, they wouldn't have all been faked. You know, it's just not going to happen. Not in a convincing way
Corey,
like that.
Before
Yeah.
you speak to what the entity that Jeff just said doesn't exist, but I contended that it does, called the government. Before you submit your evidence to them,
I never said that. I never said the government doesn't exist.
No,
I just said it's not an entity
You
in the
said
sense
it's not
that
an
I was
entity.
using
You said it's
entity
not
at
an
the time.
entity. I'm just teasing you. Before you submit it to them, Corey, do you have conversations with fellow life breathers, or do you just submit it to the corpse?
Only Grok. No, yeah, I chat with Chat GPT, and then we no, I do. I
That's
talk
not
to
a
other
life.
people.
You did
Google
not.
Bard.
Real life people. You speak with real life
No, I
people.
do. I do. Yeah. I talk to other people who are doing the same thing. I bounce ideas off them. I run it by them to see if there's something maybe I missed. And, you know, I definitely sit on that for a bit because I don't want to be wrong about it. I don't want to send off something that maybe makes them less likely to, you know, look into what I've sent. And because there's no closed feedback loop. It's not like I'm, you know, getting a message back from them and they're saying, oh yeah, give me more. It's just like you send off a tip and maybe somewhere in the future, somebody will be arrested. You never know. And so you want to do a good job on it because if you don't, and it's like you have to send something else later, well, who knows what they're going to see and throw out.
So what do you look for when you're looking for someone to report? I mean, like, what are your moral standards that this is the person that needs to be reported?
Yeah. I mean, I've always started with like the more violent shit, you know, people that really did look like they were making an impact on how much like the crowd was pushing forward, or like people directly assaulting cops, stuff like that. And, you know, you look for, okay, why did they maybe do that? Were they hit before? Did they just straight up attack a cop for no reason? And even then, like, you know, it's still assault on a federal officer. So like, you
But
can't
then
necessarily
after
say,
that, like
was that?
that's the easy starting point. Like, where's
Yeah.
the line? We'll go down the line of.
Oh yeah. On the other side of that, like the people I'm not gonna like write a report on, it's people who are just like, oh, they're on Capitol grounds, they're chilling on the West Lawn, and like they don't do anything. They're just sitting there watching. Like, why would I waste my time submitting thousands of tips on people who are just standing there doing nothing, you know, on January 6th? Like those
So
people
you
are
only
not.
report people who you were actively engaged in the physical fray?
Yeah, there's occasionally some exceptions to that. Like there was a whole family of like 13 people who were on the West Lawn and had cut the area closed signs off of like the perimeter and were like posing in a big group photo with them. And I thought that was pretty shitty because again, like there were signs around the whole perimeter saying area closed. And so it makes it a hell of a lot harder to say what people did or didn't know when they're entering the grounds. But if they got there early enough, like they were probably pretty close to some of the violence as people push forward. So there's different things there, like variables that go into it. But for the most part, yeah, like if they were nonviolent and just on restricted Capitol grounds, like it's not worth my time. I might take a note of them because maybe later they'll pop up and be like, oh shit, they did do something. But
well, in that dynamic, you're going to miss any of the people dropping subtle manipulations into others. I appreciate that, and I'm not asking like
you could, yeah. But I mean, you've also got these people who are up on the tower, like the scaffold commander, who's on a bullhorn the whole time. And I imagine, you know, that's probably more likely what people are going to hear in that kind of crowd compared to somebody who's, you know, whispering to somebody next to them. But it's possible. You really haven't heard anybody in court try to make an argument of like, hey, yeah, this person told me to do it, so I did it.
But you can't hear anything in a federal court because you're not allowed to live stream. There's no photography allowed. It's
yeah, but I mean, they do let the media in there, right? And I feel like that would be a big thing they'd report on.
No, you're not allowed to photograph anything in a federal court.
Oh, and it's a fantasy to think that defendant, not just even here, but like really anywhere, if the state's coming after you, you don't. You know, I see Susan Knox down here being, you know, doing that thing, and she just lives in a fantasy land. not even about that, just like all of her comments that I've seen the last few is just Susan, I don't know.
But that's all it is right now is evidence or tentative evidence and partial evidence. We need a way to move beyond this narrative building.
What I mean,
some like more realistic account of what happened.
And I think that part of the issue is that people don't have even a realistic understanding of how things like being a defendant work. Like Susan Knox doesn't. You're not innocent until proven guilty. You don't get fair trials. You don't get a jury of your peers. You get a public defender who's probably paid $300 for your case against the state who has unlimited funds.
That's the principle. You're saying the gap between the ideal.
I'm saying the gap between
you're supposed to have all of that.
What we're taught we have and what reality is are very different. We're taught that we have fair trials, innocent until proven guilty, yada yada yada. The most fair justice system on earth.
Well,
In
unless you're
reality,
Donald Trump.
The state has unlimited resources, and if they decide to go after you, they lock you up, they overcharge you. Your charges are based on your retainer, or your retainer for private attorney is based on your charges. There is no punishment for a prosecutor overcharging defendants. So you have defendants overcharged, so they can't get private attorneys, so they do plead out. Plea deals in and of themselves undermine entirely the right to a jury of your peers, because they're punished. If you use that right, you get a harsher punishment. So there's just a lot of problems from top to bottom. And when you look into what public defenders are paid to represent their clients, it's stunningly low. Like you're just not going to get representation when your lawyer's getting paid $400 for the whole thing.
Is something like 80%. It's more than 80%. Good night, Destroyer and Lamushery. Good to see you. Be well. Something like 80% of cases. Wait, where was I going with that one? Oh no. I lost it.
I wanted to hear that too.
Go back a month. Felicity.
Public defenders, plea deals.
Oh, like 80% of people in jail never go to trial because they take a plea deal.
Yeah.
It's like 80. It's. I think it's more like 93%, but
because
it's at least 80%.
Yeah, the spread. There's just no way to make it worth it. You're risking a way huger punishment, and you're guaranteed an attorney who doesn't want to take you to trial, right? So you're just double fucked.
I mean, triple fucked if you consider the amount of evidence they have, because a shitload of people were filming that day.
This is not specific to January 6th. This is just across the board.
Yeah.
I'm making statements about the criminal justice system.
We went way broader for sure.
My bad. I zoned out. My bad.
Because my focus for many years has been the criminal justice system, the courts, representing yourself in court, and because we hire representatives, right? But the only place you get to present your case is in a courtroom of law. And what is decided by a judge in that courtroom between the living man and the rest of the court becomes higher than anything a senator or a congressman could say with a court order. That's what actually directs boots on the ground.
And my response to Lori's question would be that we're not good at identifying who the criminals are. And yeah.
If I'm not in where. Well, yeah, that's kind of my point. We can't know. So we should stop trying to pretend like we have the ability to know. And there's got to be.
We don't have we don't desire.
Not us, but there are people better positioned to have that knowledge than we are, and we should allow them.
No, there's not.
There's not. And there's nobody.
Yes, there are people that have subpoena power that can subpoena evidence that we don't have the ability to see. There's
nobody
that
who
have the
uses
skill and training to interpret the
trust.
evidence in a way we don't.
There's no one better to do this than us. That's what
I think that's arrogant on your part.
Us. I'm talking about all of us.
I think it's empowering.
You're trying to say that a judge can get into power and maintain some sort of a priority over the people. And I'm saying that we collectively right now are more powerful than that opinion of a single man or woman. But
I'm not even talking about necessarily a single man or woman.
Nobody has more of an incentive.
I'm talking about people with more expertise and capacity than we have.
But nobody has more of an incentive to find the truth, to give you the truth than you do for yourself. That's the problem. It's about incentive.
Yes, but I'm limited in my ability to do that when it comes to something like J6. I wasn't there. I was sitting in Seattle in front of a computer when it happened. I don't have the access to the materials to determine that.
But I mean, this is sort of mental masturbation, because either way, Like, even if you act like you're defaulting your judgment, that's still a judgment on your part. You know, we actually can't.
I have no opinion on Jace because it's so chaos to me. I don't know what happened. I don't have a
Well,
particular
that's like
narrative built
Jeff.
around it.
How is that different than a YouTube freaking panel every day? I mean, we can't even figure out what happened 6 months ago on YouTube panels.
It's
People
not.
are
I
still
get. That's
arguing
why I
about
said I'm torturing myself by coming over here because I get very frustrated on these panels when people start going off into rabbit holes that there's really no way to determine any kind of concrete sense or truth. And I, like on my stream, I try to bring in facts and evidence and make sure the conversation's going in a direction that some kind of meaningful truth can be made of it. And so that, I guess that's a personal
so
bias of mine.
ideally that's correct, but how would you accomplish that?
I don't have the ability to accomplish it in relation to January 6th, and I don't think any of us do. So I try to limit my ability to sense make and truth seek to things that I do think can be, that I do have some constructive way of being effective.
Don't you think though that even from way across the country, you still have the ability to look at the big picture and the players and the actions and the outcomes and understand this story to an extent?
No, the bigger the picture gets, especially like global and geopolitical, the fuzzier and hazier it gets.
All right, let me give you an example.
It's very
Donald Trump made a call out to people requesting that they need to be there on January 6th to protest. They came, they got squashed. He didn't do anything to remove them. I can say based off those actions, I'm quite confident he was Pied Piper.
Okay, well you're picking points of fact, and then you're creating a narrative based on those points.
I'm looking at 3 incidences,
You
and
said
his
he did
actions,
this, they did this,
throughout.
this happened, therefore this.
Right. His actions would only be consistent with that narrative. They would not be consistent with any other narrative.
Well, in your mind.
Well,
other people are going to have a different set of facts and a different narrative that their narrative is consistent with that wouldn't be consistent with something else. Just the exact process you just used.
Yeah, but they're retarded.
You know, I think that there's, I'd have to disagree with that, but I think there's a lot of, like things that could have happened. Things we know did or didn't happen. He didn't tell everybody to leave and go home until 4:17 p.m. Like almost, like it was more than 3 hours after they first breached the Capitol grounds. So like, we don't necessarily know why, but like we know that happened, and that seems problematic. You know.
Sorry, I zoned out. I was reading Susan's comment.
Yeah, no worries. I could recap real quick. He didn't tell everybody to go home until 4:17 p.m., but the Capitol grounds were breached at 12:53 p.m. So like, why the discrepancy there? Why didn't he tell everybody to leave the Capitol grounds? And everybody probably would have been a lot less legally troubled.
So the layers of entrapment start with that. I mean, like, why didn't Trump say stand down? It's already entrapment. The president
did send a tweet.
And what is Susan Knox's favorite flavor of boot? That's what I really want to know.
Strawberry.
Susan's making some good points, actually.
Susan's fucking retarded. No offense. No, I'm sorry, Truth or Cop, for being like that, but like, I've never seen such bootlickerish comments all the way through and through. Susan, I hate you.
I didn't actually.
I'm just tired and fussy.
Yeah, man. Gotta have a Snickers, man.
I just ate some.
Well, now she's not. I'm gonna take it back on this last comment because
Steven, you just had
knowing why they were there. That's what Corey said about knowing what's in people's brains, and we don't have a way of knowing why Trump waited until 4 o'clock to.
And that goes back.
Home.
Yeah. Yes. We can't in court. You're not allowed to assume the intention. It has to be proven of the individual.
See,
like we can't know.
Here's another conclusion I'll draw. Just based, like, there is no way I can look at Susan's last comment and go, this woman is speaking in good faith. She's attempting to bring honesty and intellectual integrity to the table. Not at all. She's tribalist. She's got her side. Fuck whatever
What are you
happened.
basing that on? I mean, I take her on good faith, more or less. Until I have
Why?
the ability to actually sit down and talk to her.
Because
And, like,
because look
determine
at
on a
that
deeper
comment.
level.
That comment. There is no way she could think
I
she
take
knows
that
that.
as an opinion. I take that as that's her opinion. But I don't necessarily take it that it's in bad faith.
I mean,
Yeah, and
I
it's
suppose
something.
that's reasonable, but it's whatever.
It is.
It's
I'm a
it's
reasonable
not
person.
it's not even a comment that
reasonable. It's people were there. People were down there that day. Already a blanket statement. They weren't there to exercise political thought.
We don't know.
Susan Knox would not say that about Antifa or BLM. Given that perspective, it's that simple to break down.
Yeah,
would be what I suspect. I could be wrong.
You did good. I agree with you now more than Jeff.
I think there's a lot of people that like literally
I don't
said
agree
what
with
they were there
Susan's
for.
statement.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some people that said what they were there for, and it was pretty clear because of that. But yeah, there's you're trying to make a monolith of 30,000 people that marched to the Capitol, and there was probably 200,000, 300,000 at the Ellipse. So like, not even everybody from the Ellipse went to the Capitol. So it's kind of hard to say like for sure
That's
what
a
they
lot.
were
I
there
didn't
for.
realize there was that many people.
I think it was, and that's an estimate based on like photos, like aerial photos and some calculation stuff like that. I don't think the parks, U.S. Parks ever put out like an official like what their guess was. But on Capitol grounds, I mean, there were only about 3,500 that actually went into the building, but our best guess is like anywhere from 20 to 30 that might have been on Capitol grounds somewhere, mostly on the west side. But again, even that is like really hard to say for sure, Well, you can't say for sure, but even a good guess.
But, so I want to try something, and Gen X Jeff, I'm going to play on. Let's give Susan the benefit of the doubt. Susan, do you know that anytime you make an absolute claim about a group of people, especially one that big, that it's always false? It can never be true.
Well, Susan's doing here exactly what I'm on here criticizing. So she's another example of it.
Well, I mean, because I believe that any adult knows that is a dishonest move, and they don't care about it.
Well, if you have 30,000 people, or even 3,500 people, that's 3,500 brains that you're purporting to be able to scry into.
I don't know how stupid people can be. I'm just taking your advice and giving her the benefit of the doubt.
The Freddy Krueger comments. I'm sorry.
My position, I was willing to take her on good faith. I'm not saying I agree with her comments, but I don't think
They
she's
got
doing
me
it in
there.
bad
I can't
faith.
deny the Freddy Krueger comment. I mean, come on.
And I don't think she's retarded. There are way more retarded people on these panels than Susan.
Yeah. So I mean, you've got two options. You've got retarded or a liar.
I think that's what she believes. I think
maybe a liar is too strong because dishonest I think would be it. I don't know. We'll see if she revises her comment or if she doubles down. That will let us know.
Susan, come up and
Lori's setting us up for a strike right here. Look at this YouTube fucking superstar coming in. Oh, I know how to get this stream shut down. Answer this question. Do not answer that question.
Oh, you can't talk about that?
Let me tell you, Lori.
I mean, I don't think it was, but that's all I have to say about it.
I'm just teasing, but it could, dude. That is the type of that
You
actually
got-
would get the channel struck. Yes.
Yeah, you got to play chess, man.
See, y'all making me agree with Swirly. I wouldn't say they're horrible, but they're definitely
Zealots.
Fanaticism, dogmatism, zealotry. It's all limitations on thinking. It's not free thought. It's
retarded thought. The thought has been retarded in literal
by the ideology. So it's a form of stupidity to me.
I'm gonna say that retarded was technically exactly the correct word. Her thought has been retarded by the restrictions she puts on it. Yeah, and I agree with Jonathan there. I don't think anyone honestly went there expecting that. I think there's a lot of LARPers, a lot of LARPers and a lot of sincere boomers.
And some of it hinged on the expectation that Mike Pence was going to override or throw out the results, because that's what some of them were led to believe.
And
so
this
that's
also
not
might
necessarily an overthrow, but in their minds, that was going to be the way it played out officially and legally.
Right. There was a legal, there was a legal plan that they had in mind when they went there, for sure. They thought they had a legal remedy.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
If you went to J6 expecting to overthrow the government, you're a complete moron. Yeah. But we're a blanket statement. It's another blanket statement. Most people didn't go there expecting that. People went there to see Trump. People went there knowing that things would go down, wanting to see. According to WYSIWYG, let's take WYSIWYG's theory to the ultimate there. He was going there to defend the right to stream as a right-wing conservative in these situations, take his there's so many points of view going on that we
Let
can't
my
just
people
sit there.
stream.
No, we can't do that either. Yeah, we can't blame it on a person's stream. We can't blame it on an individual. And
the only thing that I want out of the federal government, I'm ready for AOC to be president. Who's with me?
For who?
AOC.
Come on.
I don't care at this point. We already got Biden.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't want a President Kamala.
She got. I know. That's why we need AOC. She's way hotter than anybody else.
Is that how we're electing people now?
She's.
I mean, yeah. That's how.
Younger
If
candidates.
AOC was on the ballot, I would vote. I hate her policies and her economics, everything about what she stands for, but she can rock it better than anybody else in DC.
Well, if that's the
level, I didn't expect you to say that, and it was a pleasant surprise.
I mean, don't you agree, though? I think that if we're honest, we can all agree that we would prefer an AOC presidency because at least we get to see. That's because you want the world to burn, you fucking psycho.
No, I just don't find AOC hot, and I find her obnoxious.
But she's hotter than fucking Joe Biden or Mike Pence or Kamala. God, Mike Pence.
I don't know.
Hotter than Kamala.
I would pick, I think Mike is the hottest out of all of those. If I had to pick,
come there. I've never heard a laugh as terrible as that thing Kamala does with her throat.
I can't stand. Don't. Ugh. She's. You want to talk retarded? Swirly, I was saying the same thing on a panel the other day. Stop agreeing with me. I don't like you. Yeah, people that get brainwashed, it's their fault for letting themselves get brainwashed.
Corey, this question's to you.
What's up?
Do you like
Okay.
Biden? Do you support Biden as the president?
You know, I voted for him. He definitely wasn't my first choice. I wish there would have been a better candidate on both for both parties. But there's some things I support, some things I don't. It's.
Do you support his incoherent speeches at all?
yeah, I'm a big proponent of incoherence. Yeah.
What about his son smoking crack while getting a foot job? Do you support foot jobs? First of all, I think is.
Yeah,
a good foundation.
Yeah, that sounds like a solid foundation. I think that if Hunter Biden did some shit, he should be investigated and charged if he actually did it. I don't excuse that stuff. I don't think it's a good idea if we just started doing tit for tat, like, okay, well, we're gonna investigate the child of the next president kind of thing. But I don't think that. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Like sometimes it does seem that way, and that's problematic. Like, is this all just a political investigation because he's the son of the president, or is it just because, well, hey, he did some shit?
And the same question needs to be applied to the people at January 6th. Is it just a political investigation, or did they actually do anything wrong?
Right. And I mean, I think most of the people that I've seen that have been, charged and arrested, they did some shit. I don't know how, there's not too many people I can think of, but it was just, like some purely political thing. Like there's a lot of people who, I mean, Doug Mastriano from Pennsylvania, he was there. He was on Capitol grounds. He wasn't arrested. Let's see, a few representatives from Arizona, they were never arrested. I just feel like if it was going to be like this political takedown, all of these people, there were a lot more people who I would have thought would have been, arrested.
Okay,
Not to
so
say
I
that
want
it's
to
not
take,
maybe somebody, but
the Republicans and Democrats created a Hegelian dialectic that we continue to argue about forever. I mean, do you see that dynamic at all?
But that's always been there.
Jeff, stop
100%.
undermining the question.
Corey.
Yeah, sorry, wait, what was it again?
The left and the right have been part of a Hegelian dialectic, where they argue with each other back and forth under the people in control for 1,000 years now. I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm speculating a lot. Call me out if you need to. But
Well, that's what's going to happen with a two-party system.
Yeah, I'll have to think on that a bit. But if I come back and speak, I'll absolutely address that.
I think that I agree with you, Truth or Cobb. He's deflecting and Jeff is blocking.
Well, I asked it. Well, he pretended not to hear me.
We have some freedom haters here.
Just because I'm trying to add
we
nuance
do.
to the
Yeah.
conversation and deepen it a little, that makes me.
No, the
block
first
it.
time I was zoning out. I wanted to make
I
sure I
think
heard
only
you right
only
before.
to shallow, lazy thinkers would that be blocking.
I asked you better the first time. That's for sure.
I just started thinking before yesterday.
I just started thinking 2 weeks ago. Again.
Nah, I'm lying.
Well, I'm here to help.
I just listen to the white noise inside my
Thanks,
head.
Oh, it never ends.
The problem is we have such a low IQ ideology. Captured population is totally within the realm of possibility they were manipulated to engage in some sort of op.
Manipulated by whom?
I think the only thing, no, that's fine. I'm fine with that. The assumption embedded in there that the writer's high IQ is going to be the thing. I don't know either way, but
Man. Well, we've covered way too much tonight. Way too many things.
Just scratching the surface. You're going to have hours and hours of content.
I didn't get to talk about the foot jobs very long. Nobody else.
Please
talk about
expound.
AOC. That was enough.
I was hoping to get back to that.
Yeah. So, have you had a foot job? I just like a proper one, start to finish. That's what. Can we start a poll? Can we have a poll on that? Or received. It needs to be phrased given or received because obviously some women can't have a foot job.
I will have no part of this.
Are you running from your own panel? All right. It's you and me,
Yeah,
Jeff.
Feet are nasty. I mean, I'm not here to kink shame if that's your thing. But for me, I don't want to touch anyone's feet. I don't want anyone touching my feet.
Oh my gosh.
Flo, the platform that you would vote for is blowing my mind right now.
Foot jobs by AOC.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's about the only way I'm going to vote at all.
Well, is politics just psychology? And is psychology just
I think
sexuality?
it's theater. I think it's
Like
theater.
Freud would say.
It's bread and circuses.
Well, Swirly's into it.
I mean, Swirly's down with foot jobs. I think that's what that's in reference to.
Oh, this one here?
Yep. That's how I feel about him as well.
Y'all are terrible. Oh my God. Especially this Corey guy who feels like he can report to dead entities. What's going on with people, man?
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
how
I
I
mean,
feel
Giving
about
people.
that.
it's a
At
good thing
first, I'm like,
Corey's
"You
like
big old
a pleasant
snitch."
person.
He really
Corey,
is.
you stand for everything I hate. Like everything about you is all the worst things, but I like
so
you
sorry.
somehow, anyways.
I think it's because
Yeah,
my
but he's
dad
the
was
one that's going to turn you
Canada.
in if he catches
Your
you doing
dad was
something
what?
stupid.
I think it's because my dad's Canadian. I try to be nice, you know.
You know
Oh,
Apologize for
that
everything.
there we go.
That's how he.
I mean,
That's how he does it. Yep.
anybody who's a snitch for free, for fun, like I don't know about you.
But at the
They're
same
just
time, I'm kind of first of all, I think people like Corey are inevitable in this day and age. They're gonna have them whether we want them or not. But I'm kind of glad if they stop that one big crime that nobody else was noticing. Then I'm like, oh, good. I'm glad there's
By
people like
committing a
Corey out
whole
there.
bunch of other crimes in the we
Well, I
put
mean,
way too many people in jail, but one of them might have
it's
done
not a
something.
crime to send in a report, right? Information.
I mean, ethically or legally.
Crime Stopper. I'm gonna. When I was in high school, I had some friends that went and egged the local mall for fun, and the Crime Stopper people put like a tip thing on the news, like if anybody knows who's egging the mall, call in and you get a reward and everything. And I wrestled with that. I'm like, I know who's doing it.
So
I could
what?
use
It's
the
not your
money. Should
problem.
I call and turn my friends in? And I just couldn't do it.
I'm glad that you had that little iota of ethics.
I never had that opportunity, but I remember when they would present that information, like you can get $5,000 to inform
I
on
won't.
someone. If I had a case, I might have been on it.
I
don't
won't
know.
even strike snap or report Snafu snaps his channel back.
Yeah, I think you're doing the right thing. Yeah, that's all that's going to do is lower you to his level.
Right.
And he's
But I mean,
he's
I
pretty
see it
much-
as a
he's
similar
pretty good.
thing. I see it as the same thing, basically.
I've gotten paid less than WYSIWYG. You know, I'm at 0. So
Right. That's what I'm saying.
We have
Like,
all gotten paid less than WYSIWYG. So for him to
Damn.
come up here and say he wasn't paid much,
how's
is
WYSIWYG
absurd.
getting paid?
His donors, his streamers.
I don't know who WYSIWYG is till now.
I
Yeah.
just met him tonight. That's my first time even
Yeah, he
knowing
quit.
he
He,
existed.
he got called out way too many times. He can't handle it anymore. He's done.
Lower IQ people make more money. I don't think that that's probably
No, it's
accurate.
true. Yes, it's true. Yes, high IQ is a huge barrier to being successful.
That sounds like a cope. Like I don't know for sure. But it sounds
does.
like a cope. Is that a
Well,
cope?
no, my life experience doesn't seem like a cope because when you are smarter than your supervisor, you are a threat.
I
And when you
understand
are
that. I've read
smarter than
48
your
Laws of Power as
coworkers,
well.
you are
I
a
just
threat, and the group dynamics
I
will
hate
take
being
over
the cite your sources guy, but I'm gonna need some
my whole
references for that
work
claim.
history since I moved to Seattle.
You're
And
not
the
in a
Supreme
short
Court even ruled that cops can put an IQ requirement on their in their hiring procedures.
I know because you have to be stupid to be a cop. Unless you're doing it for free, I guess, or something. I don't know.
But it does point to that there is an effect that IQ has on the workplace.
Well,
would
on
do that
law
for free?
on enforcing laws, right? You need to be a cop, you need to not think too much about society and the impact you're having on it.
People act like they want intelligent people on their team and workers, but they don't actually want to work and be around them when they have them.
now, theoretically, if you're a high enough IQ person to know that information and use it to act like a low IQ person,
Which
how are you?
then you've succeeded. You actually you are low IQ now. It's this weird thing.
They even did a study, like the CEOs of all these companies are not the highest IQ. There's a certain point in the
Now,
curve where having an
are
IQ
you-
actually makes you a worse CEO than if you're at
Are
the,
you mixing up GPA with
No, I'm IQ,
Okay.
the bell
'Cause
curve.
I know C students rule the world, which is good news for me. Unfortunately, I guess my IQ is high too.
Yeah, the skill set to be a successful CEO is not at the far end of the curve. It's somewhere like right in the
Right.
middle.
Well, I just learned that I'm high IQ tonight, so that's cool.
Well, I always thought you were.
But now you've confirmed it.
Except for the flat. That's why the flat earther caught me by such surprise. Like, how could somebody that high
Corey,
IQ
Corey,
not
did you get
filter that
a
out?
PhD or something?
No, I was actually a film and media studies major.
Oh wow. Well, go figure.
Yeah, right.
Interesting background.
Good. You can help us with our movie.
So what do you do? Like, do you work in that industry?
I do, yeah. I'm a video editor and photographer. I do a lot of freelance photography as well. Which is, I've got this dilemma of January 6th, 2025. Do I go as a photographer? Whoever, I don't know what's going to happen in the election, but should I just plan on getting my tickets and being there in DC for January 6th, 2025? I don't know.
Well,
I think that
if you take WYSIWYG's direction, you won't wind up behind bars.
I think that you'd be better off just like finding a new hobby that isn't passive aggressive and hostile. Yeah.
Is it that hostile though?
It's super hostile.
It sounds to me like Corey's doing it for the right motivations. Like his snitching is coming from a noble place, but he could be self-deluding himself into false heroism too.
I don't think it's reasonable to think that the CIA needs help.
CIA?
Yeah, they're already getting
Or the FBI. The FBI.
Well, they're all working together. Let's not.
Right.
Let's not. Be
But I mean,
crazy.
the realist, really, though, they don't need Corey's help. He just wants to play Smash the Fash or whatever.
Well, he wants.
Yeah,
something
Corey,
to do.
tell us about your
He wants
childhood. Why are you
motivation.
snitching on people?
Well,
we could
funny
unpack
how
this.
Some of the tips that I've submitted, I've seen these, excuse me, the screenshots that I've submitted show up in the charging documents. So like,
And
to a certain extent, I think some of it's getting through, like, which makes me kind of like a little concerned about how effectively the FBI can operate, but I don't know.
But what is in it for you, though, is what we're trying to unpack, because nobody at January 6th hurt you, and you're not gaining anything really from it that I can tell.
He's gaining dopamine hits. And
Right.
ego boosts.
It's that rush of like
they use my
harming
charging
someone. It's the sadism. I hurt you.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he's
I mean-
also driven by a motivation that everybody aspires to be motivated by. And I don't mean to assume your perspective here, and I appreciate your willingness to speak, because WYSIWYG will not do that.
Is WYSIWYG another hunter?
No,
Oh, God,
he's
no.
he's a Corey will tell you. He's a conservative media professional who represents the right and fights Antifa at any given moment. It's ridiculous. I can't.
But he gets
take it.
donos.
Yes.
Yeah. No, but I did mention earlier. I don't know if Felicity you were listening, but or you weren't up as a speaker. I think I was just telling Truther, but I would do the same thing in 2025 if the same kind of thing happened and the left decided to storm the Capitol and try to, change the outcome of the election or something like that. Like I would be doing the same thing. I would be archiving.
But it's always a
footage.
hobby. It's always
Yeah,
a
it's
hobby.
a hobby. Yeah, it's a hobby.
It's a malicious. Maybe I'm looking for the right word. The fun is in hunting and hurting people, but from behind the safety of.
But I mean, that I'm doing it under my my real name, my real account. Like I think there's value in doing it that way to a certain extent, because then people, like I was talking earlier about like shadowy figures, stuff like that. When people do it anonymously, I think people kind of start with these conspiracy theories about who's doing it and all that kind of stuff. I work full time doing other stuff, and this is a hobby, So
and there's definitely more integrity using your name. I will for sure give you that.
I think it lends some amount of credibility, but it's not like it's not like my credibility comes directly from like any occupation I have. Like just because I'm a video editor doesn't necessarily mean I can, accurately describe what happened in that video, but I can certainly try to piece together the best I can.
How old are you? I'll give you my birthday.
Yeah, no worries. No, I'm 33.
Me too. I was getting. What's up, bro?
Illuminati confirmed. Jeff, we got to get the fuck out of here.
I felt like you were like my age. I don't know. I figured.
You could feel it in the ether.
Something there. He's still an asshole.
I'll take it.
He is an asshole, but he's an amicable one. Like Josh and Joshua. I've met two people this week who I should absolutely hate because they're everything that I don't stand for, but I
Joshua
kind of like them.
Jones.
Yes.
Yeah, same here.
Like, I don't know.
Who's that?
He's a cop.
No.
He works for the State Department.
He works for the State Department, right? But yeah.
Who?
Joshua Jones.
He makes the panel
taking notes. I forgot that you're
Oh no,
nothing
I'm looking. I'm looking.
I know. I forget sometimes that you're not like other people on panels.
Oh man.
Do you wear the fedora when you're not YouTubing?
Hell no.
Okay. Oh, just kidding.
Oh man.
What's under there?
Hair or something like that. Or some future tech. You know? I'm not showing.
Yeah, lizard person confirmed.
Well, we knew that with the 33s.
Hold on. Was that Corey?
Wait, what part?
Do I hear lizard person? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I said that. Yeah.
From a sedition
Dude, you know how
hunter?
much-
Oh Lord.
I spent a lot of time looking through like Telegram channels from like people who I knew were there on J6 and trying to figure out if there were other people with them there to see what they had done, if they were violent, that kind of stuff. And man, I had to sort through some stupid shit.
Have you ever helped with any other investigation?
No, I haven't. This is kind of the first time I've like looked into other stuff just on my own, but like, it's the first time I've really jumped into something of this scale. I had no idea what it would be when I first started, collecting footage, but I was like, hey, maybe I should download this stuff from YouTube before they realize what it is and pull it down.
Well, Wizzy was saying that he lost his job and that was the reason he started streaming because of COVID. Is there a similar story with you?
No, I was just pretty much working, like my full-time job. And then right after that, I get off and, keep doing it until like 2 a.m. sometimes. And so it was just,
but it was obviously during COVID. Was there something that lended you more time?
Oh yeah, no, I was working remote. Fortunately, I am, could do that as a video editor at the time. Yeah. So I have stayed employed at the same, I've been with the same company actually 9.5 years. So yeah.
Star Fox, you're welcome to come up on panel as always, man. I'm waiting.
Great game.
See, Star Fox is, he's a fascinating character too.
Nintendo 64 was like the golden age of games.
Oh, the game? Yeah, dude, his branding is on point. Man, Star Fox, when are you coming up, bro? You told me you will. You can come up tonight if you want to talk with this, panel. No, I can't tonight. I figured
they can hang out in the
Butthole Winker for shame. That's also another good name, is Butthole Winker.
Oh man. All right, I gotta start kicking people out of here. I'll be on here all night. Flow State, you going live? What are you doing?
No, I'm not. I'm gonna take a shower and go to bed.
Gen X.
I still think you should kick them first because I'm competitive like that.
Oh, I'll kick them first.
You can I don't mind being kicked. You can kick me.
But I want to figure out where people are going after this. Gen X, you gonna go live?
I wasn't planning on it, but I can if there's. Are you saying you want to continue a stream?
I don't. I'm tapping out for the night, but
yeah, I'm basically just trying to get out. Like, yeah, I got to get out of here, but I'll send people there and I'll be in the chat.
I see. Maybe not tonight. I think I'm just gonna wind down, but I do stream every day at 2 p.m. Central, 7 days a week, and we're doing a New Year's Eve and all day New Year's stream too.
How do people find your channel? I mean, I'm subscribed.
You can Google Gen X Jeff on YouTube, or it's at Primal Hex, the name under my name, PRIMALHEX on YouTube.
Oh, boom. I can put you solo. Forget
And
it.
I do open panels, so anyone's welcome to come up and
What
talk
is a
about
crypto
topics.
fash idealist?
Hey, how do I put people solo? What the hell? Oh, there it is. There we go.
Yeah, that
Primal Hex.
that name on YouTube.
Boom.
Okay, well,
All
I'll
right,
tap
Jeff.
out. Good talking to everybody, and I'll
Good
see
to
you
talk
later.
to you, man. Be well.
After
right,
this,
Corey.
I'll
Yeah.
be starting my AOC for President PAC so that Flow State can send me
Man.
some money.
And you know what? This is something we can align on.
I never thought that's where the bridge would be built.
Because it's the only thing of value to me left in the federal politicians is AOC in a tight shirt.
Oh, man. Yeah, that'll be an interesting pitch. I wish you luck.
I mean, I think I've got a pretty good starting point. Like at least like 70% of people from the starting line will agree with me, right? If we assume half of girls are by enough, and all of guys, right? It's not perfect math, but it's good enough.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
All right, Corey. I'm
All right.
kicking you out of here.
Give me a minute.
Obviously Corey Colligan on X.com. He
Collington,
refuses
yeah.
to say Twitter. Oh my god, I did it again. What
No,
is
it's
it?
all right. It's all right. I'm not that important. Every time you say Culligan, though, I think of the water truck. You know, the Culligan
Yeah,
water.
that's
Yeah,
probably where
That's
I'm
probably
getting it
why I'm
from.
thirsty now. You keep saying
There
that.
you go. Yeah, dude, it's all part of the.
By the way, use promo code MyPillow at Colligan.com and you can save 10%.
Not on
Yeah, all right,
pillows.
all right, get out of here,
All right,
Corey.
I'm out. Later. Thank
Good
you.
night. Be well.
He definitely likes foot jobs. There's no way he doesn't.
This is too much for me. I can't handle this much.
You can't handle the foot job conversation?
I can't handle it, man. It's too much. The
Why
whole
are you?
thing.
You're
Now we're
squeamish.
devolved. Now, come on, dude. It's too
I
much.
know. I'm devolving on purpose. I was devolving on purpose because I could feel myself getting agitated. I don't really want to get annoyed at people tonight.
No.
So
It's hard not to.
So I just kicked it down to the base level. Yeah, I missed most of the stream. I worked late. But I don't know. Is there anything I think I missed? It seems like, or pertaining to me, it seems like you played enough of the clip, which I appreciate, to offset. You saw snafus, right?
Yeah,
He felt like
I
this
started
perfect
this stream.
little slice.
No, but what you laid out there was the preceding events, and freaking Corey said it. He called it a D12 or something like that.
Yeah. I forgot that it was December 12th. I just I went and then I didn't keep up with it. I didn't play the Twitter games and yeah.
Because he called it that right off the bat, and self-proclaimed sedition hunter there. I don't know how to handle that one.
What?
D12?
Well, in what way?
Yeah, whatever. Like the names and the labels we give people and things,
I didn't realize it had a name.
Neither did I.
I think that he's more lost in the sauce than we are. At least definitely more than I am. But that was really the end of the sauce for me. It was D12. After that, just kind of done.
No, you're out. Yeah, no, I appreciate how open you are with those types of things. Like you can just talk about it.
And I do have I'll have to dig it up and find it and send it to you. But I've got the interview from the snitch from our chapter after January 6th. So I
would be interested. Yeah, could you send that?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you have my email, truth@healinglaw.com.
I do. I wish that I had dug it up before this and sent it to you, because it's. I mean, you can just read the conversation and you can tell nobody was surprised. Like the handlers at the Fed the whole time are their main. The thing that they're concerned about is keeping the informant from participating in crimes. They're not at all concerned with stopping them, preventing them. They want to make sure that he's not compromised, and they want to know about them if they happen. But they're not trying to. Yeah, they're just trying to get evidence of them, but they definitely want them to happen. So I'll look for that. I've got it here somewhere.
Yeah, please send that to me, please.
Hmm.
Thank you so much, man.
Yep. I feel like you're gonna get me in trouble stirring all this shit up.
I'm gonna get myself in trouble first and foremost. Don't worry about it.
That is true. That is true. And actually, I don't know what they'd have to complain about. I'm basically doing what they want now, anyways, which is I don't participate at all because I think the whole thing's dumb. See you, bad boys. Bye, Susan Knox. You should subscribe to my channel, even though I've been mean to you because you've been retarded all night long. You should subscribe to me specifically. You will love it.
Susan Knox. I've seen her around. She's like the Convoy Circle people, but I'm not sure what she's from. Probably like a Red Scroll simp or something, if I had to guess.
I don't know anything about her, but I feel like we've been flirting tonight, like we had a thing going on.
Aw.
Don't you feel like that? Or is that just me?
There was something there.
I think so too.
She's not usually around this long, and she kept going all night.
I knew it. I knew it. Slide in my DMs. All right, man. I'm gonna let you go.
Good to see you, brother. See you.
Hey, good talk. Take it easy.
Take care. All right. I got a recap on all this. Now, how do I do that? Oh, man. Because Flow State made a lot of comments there in his closing that brought up some ideas about like a recap. Now I need to distract you guys for a moment so I can recall those moments that I want to recap on. Oh, here's Lee Dundas, by the way. Lee Dundas. Look at her. Raising money. Order, just stand up. I wrote a book. My fight for freedom. From the brothels of Asia to the streets of America. Look at her go. You go, Lee Dundas. You make those book deals. Look at you. Look at her. Would you look at her? Lee Dundas. Fascinating creation. Fascinating. Fascinating, this one. She inspired a whole post-it note for me. I wrote a whole post-it note about this woman. Why did Lee Dundas leave? Why did Dundas leave? It might be. Is it in reverse for y'all? Because it's reversed on my camera. But it's probably not on y'all's. I wonder if as I noticed the other day when I was on the Flow States panel, my camera was faced this way in the StreamYard, but on YouTube, it was faced in the opposite direction, and I couldn't change it, even though it said I could. I don't know. What's up with that, y'all? What's up with Lee Dundas here? What's she saying? We are living in the sound. What? Is that a typo, right? Is that wait. Let me read this. Let me read this quote here. There's no way to make sense of this, right? We are living in the sum of the Lee Dundas, girl. $5,000 for that copyright error, please. Holy cow. LeeDundas.com. Are you kidding me? We are living in the sum of the. Oh my God. Oh, Cricket. Cricket days bringing in, getting heat. What's going on? Distracting is marvelous. Where are you getting at, Cricket? I never know with you. Oh, Lee Dundas's teeth? Oh my goodness, look at those teeth. Oh man. She dyed her hair to match the color of her teeth. Almost. Look at that. Would you look at it? That's the Dundas creature there. We are living in the some of the. Someone get on that. Can we get Corey? Send this out to the FBI, okay? One of their agents is running around here with this typo on their main page. Please report this immediately, sir. This is not acceptable behavior for your agents. I will not be tolerating such things. I won't. I won't do it. All right, what do I want to play here? I want to get back to this Anarchy Princess thing here for a moment. It was good coverage. Perhaps. Because what you see is different people are trying to box in certain narratives. Do better, Lee Dundas. Do better. Man. It sucks to strive to do better, I'll tell you what. And where's this one? Too many. Oh my God. Wait, how do I get here? Boom. Oh, wait. You know what I'm going to cover? I have to cover this. Oh my gosh. After this, I got to play one more clip. Totally unrelated, but not unrelated to what I've been covering, but we see Ellen Alien over there. Alien now. She's going by. Changing up the name from the Convoy days. Black Claude in the house. But what she covers here in between, I'm going to click here right to the middle. She really gets into what Taylor Toronto's experiencing. But because of the way the courts work, we don't really know what's happening. We don't really know what's going on. So this could be speculation because the courts don't allow people to record what's actually happening.
All of these fucking issues. So while she was there, they sent her over these new charges, and she had just spent the night there discussing what was going to happen, and then she leaves and comes out and finds out there's 2 new charges. Okay, so his trial is supposed to begin on the 22nd, which is only a few days from now. So she was like, I don't have time. We don't have time to argue this. Like, we need to work on this, right? So the new charges are possession of an unregistered firearm and unlawful possession of ammo. So the Scorpion that he had, apparently it was required to be federally registered. So it has some large capacity firing device on it, I guess. So it must be considered some type of semi-automatic weapon, I guess. Anyway, those are the 2 new charges. So the attorney was wanting to. The attorney is really great, actually. I've sat through a few chud, cases the last few weeks and stuff, and a lot of them are really incompetent. They're really chud lawyers. They're really stupid, but she's not, and she actually genuinely seems concerned. So I'll give her that. So like I said, he's been being attacked by J6ers. So the gulag that they call is the CFT building. So there's the jail. It's not a prison. Stop saying DC prison, guys. It's a jail. It's DC jail. So the DC jail, where pretty much everyone that gets arrested goes, is one place. And then the CFT is where Patriot Pod is, the gulag, the J6ers. They're the only fucking ones in there. They have like a dorm of patriots, okay? And every judge after judge talks about how they're getting radicalized being in there together. So keep that in mind. So Taylor was even moved from the gulag, the CFT.
Oh man, what's nice about not having a panel is allegedly I don't need to have in the headphones for the feedback and all that. I know it, you know, they seem to have most of it worked out where you can pretend not to need headphones, but it definitely degrades the quality of the audio. That's so many crazies, so little time from Anarchy Princess. Again, go check that out. But this reminds me of something from I'm just gonna drop the link there. Boom. If I could manage. All right. So I've called out Grace Thorpe a lot. A lot here, okay? It's happened. And, you know, all kinds of things. Her whole Adam Green interview on Killstream specifically. And she's just like, you know, Ben Thorpe, I mean, is her in that whole dynamic were ridiculous. Now, I don't want to speculate on people's intentions here, but this video that she just published, oh, she take it down already? She might have taken it down. No, she's not. Cool. She published another one too. Let's see. Am I going to get, I might get psyched out here. She might revert to those ways, but we might all too, What I saw in this video here, I have to give her some credit here and give her some props. I am stuck in purposeless at 21 years old. And this video is the first time I've seen her be real. She's learning it. She's still young, as real as she could be. I want to watch some of this here.
Hi. I'm making this video because I feel creatively stuck. I was trying to film a video and I had a lot of takes and I kept trying to sound interesting and it just came across as fake. I've been wandering around this studio for the past 20 minutes. I told myself I was going to organize my equipment, but I just stared at it and listened to a YouTube video. I tried to write in my journal and just found myself writing all the same things.
Now, she gets on herself a lot here in this video. This is a transformation. This is a transformative moment. And I did play that after, the whole Anarchy Princess thing for a reason. A lot of people are going through transformations right now. They don't have to be stuck in the past and they can find, a new way. Be repentant of their past actions and not be held to just repeat them over and over and over again. And we have examples of that, like, Flow State, especially. Proud Boy, former Proud Boy. Moving on to something else, right? And he did so years ago. But in doing so, he has like an amazing story to share and a perspective that most people will not get anywhere else. But Grace Thorpe here, her and her dad were running the most strange. Her dad, I don't even know if this was her dad. They were running the strangest network, and they've, made an impact. It was clearly like ridiculous shenanigans that people on the internet kind of take part of, and they mastered it. Whoever Ben and Grace Thorpe were, they knew how to get people's attention. But they didn't have they weren't being real about it. There was no actual thing that they genuinely believed. And that was clear. And to see Grace come to this conclusion here for a moment, oh my God. It's like she realizes the game she was playing a part of and she wants no part of it anymore. But, sometimes I'm too hopeful. And, Grace is young, so I'm giving her a chance here to just. She really, oh my gosh. This was a beautiful video. It really was. I can't get over it. It actually brought joy to me to see her, to be real for once. I've seen her for like a year now. I've never seen her be real. She's being real.
I always write in there.
Oh my
Here's a quote. I don't want to edit. I don't want to clean. I don't want to stream. I don't want to watch TV. I want to be productive, but at the same time, I kind of want to troll that because it sucks so much. Major donkey dick to be a productivity kind of person. Another one is, at least I got out of the house. It just feels so pathetic to go and film something and spend the time doing it and have nothing to show for it. And yeah, it's a shitty video, but I could edit it, but that seems like a waste of time too. I just seem to be jumping from thing to thing, genuinely wanting to take interest in something, but just not feeling that sauce. I'm feeling like I'm at the end of my rope with trying to come up with ways to cope for how directionless I feel. I'm sure I'll get through this, but I just felt like making a video I feel absolutely stuck. And I am pretty sure that it's because I am covering for my mother's failures in life by also being a failure. And I don't even.
So I don't know who the mom was in this whole dynamic. I know Ben Thorpe was her dad. So I don't know if this is like a deep LARP within the family dynamic. I wouldn't know the mother's name. And Praxis is on a rant here. I mean, dude, where are you even going with this? Crypto won't do a thing. I'm not saying you can't follow Jeff and throw a Benny. Are you talking about Jeff? And throw a Benny to an. Yeah, you're talking in code, man. Why are you going on about crypto? Oh, you might be back in the stream. No, Praxis is like back there doing some hard digging, dude. Yeah, Praxis, you're back there, dude. Goodness gracious. What are you talking about, dude? I'm talking about Life Cricket Day. What are you talking about? We've been trying to figure it out forever. All right. I'm going to stick out this Grace Thorpe thing here. We're already 2 minutes in. It's an 8-minute video. Because I felt these things earlier in the year. Like directionlessness, and lack of purpose, But I mean, who hasn't felt that in their life? At some point. If you haven't felt that, you're not trying something new. That's all I got to say. Possibility. Certainly a possibility. But she, we can hold her to account here. Now, what she does say in this video, she does make one claim that is blatantly false. I'm going to post this video and not even look back at it. Yet it's edited, which means she either looked back at it herself and then edited it, or she has an editor. I'm not sure which way that goes, but somebody watched the footage before it was posted. We'll see that claim here in a moment.
Want to deal with my family issues, and I hate a lot of things about my personality. And I just feel stuck. And I'm sure this will go away. But it's just where I'm at. And I was sitting here and I was just like, why not just film a video about how stuck I feel? Because there's like that's gonna be real. I'm a live streamer, but I don't feel like streaming. And I just I can't I feel so stuck. I can't even really explain to the in this video like whatever the trauma is or whatever it is that's causing this. I don't want to go into it. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do anything. And I'm just compounding the issue by, and it's so gay, you know, it's so fucking gay.
Whoever this editor is, I want to be friends with. That's what I want to be specific about. Because they it's so gay. Because clearly there's an editor. And what she says here is she's going to post it without looking, which might be true, but she's sending it to an editor first, if that's the case. Or she edited it. Or, you know, her dad edited it. Goodness gracious, let me get through this. But she blames her mother on this very clearly. If that really is her father, something weird going on here.
I just want to feel bad for myself. I'm gonna say something lame like, you have no idea how hard it is to be in my own head. And this is just, I mean, whatever. I'm a live streamer in case anybody finds this video on the algorithm who doesn't already know me. And I usually stream. I've been streaming almost every day for a little while, but I'm not streaming anymore because something in my life changed recently. And so this is just an update video, I guess. I'm just gonna post this. I don't care how fucking lame it is. I'm not gonna rewatch it.
All right. That claim right there was what I was referring to. Here, let's rewind it so I don't misquote
I'm
it.
just gonna post, I guess. I'm not streaming anymore because something in my life changed recently. And so this is just an update video, I guess. I'm just gonna post this. I don't care how fucking lame it is. I'm not gonna rewatch it. I'm just gonna post it because I was feeling the pressure.
So I'm just going to post it. I'm not going to rewatch it. Yet clearly there's an editor. Okay. This whole scene here, there's an editor. Now, she didn't say, you know, what does posted mean to her? Is she sending it to an editor, or did she know she's going to edit it? Or did she decide to edit it after the fact without, because there's no cut actually. It's just like an enhancement of what she said, which is weird. The conversation she's having with herself continues through the cuts. It's not like they cut the video to make several cuts come together. This is like one take, is what it appears to be.
I'm gonna say something lame like, you have no idea how hard it is to be in my own head. And this is just, I mean, whatever. I'm a live streamer in case anybody finds this.
Okay, obvious cut in the timeline, but the point is there wasn't many takes. I'm sorry. I got to cut in and be very correct with this one.
video on the algorithm who doesn't already know me. And I usually stream. I've been streaming almost every day for a little while, but I'm not streaming anymore because something in my life changed recently. And so this is just an update video, I guess. I'm just gonna post this. I don't care how fucking lame it is. I'm not gonna rewatch it. I'm just gonna post it because I was feeling the pressure to give my audience something, and I think that not doing anything sucks, but I just it's where I'm at. Um eh, if anybody else has ever felt stuck, they'll probably I don't even know. It's like uh, it's super fucking lame. It is super lame, but it's just where I'm at, just absolutely stuck. I'm sure I'll get out of it. Like I said before, I've been here before. I'm sure I'll get out of it, but leave a comment in the description box if you've ever felt stuck before.
Now I see you guys seeing yikes in the chat and like all this, right? Poor Ben. Well, obviously our pool knows the story here. But like if you'd seen things prior to this versus this, it's a believable narrative. Now, if you guys are trying to play the people, this is the direction ahead. It's believable, but I would rather hope that this is actually a genuine moment, because if it's not, people are going to backlash and it's not going to work out. But by the end of this, she basically admits to having run a character for so long, which clearly she was, and then says that she's done with it. This is the kind of thing I can't watch many live streams while I'm at work, but I happened to catch this video and I had to go find Wi-Fi. I was like, oh, a video popped up. This popped up in my recommended. I wasn't even subscribed to her anymore. I like unsubscribed at some point because I was so just done. I was like, and it popped up in my recommended. Like, okay, I'll check that out.
I'm sure people will leave advice in the comments. I almost 99.9% am not likely to take any of that advice. I will read it and I will tell myself that's a good idea, and then I won't do it. But I'm doing objectively better than I've done in a while, but still just I don't know. I'm really sick of being in this place, and I'm really sick of being in a midlife crisis or mid 20s, not even mid 20s, just having a crisis all the time, but there's nothing I can really do about it. And everybody's gonna tell me things I should do, and everybody's gonna tell me I'm self indulgent, and I'll probably relax. I'm just really mad about how blocked I feel on everything right now. I'm just mad about that. It's really frustrating, and I'm childish and everything else, so I don't know how to regulate my emotions, but it's got to be better to talk about it than to just pretend like it's not going on. Okay? So I think probably part of the reason why I feel so stuck is because I think I put a lot of pressure on myself that isn't really helpful pressure. It's some kind of thing that my mother told me or something, like you have to make yourself worthy of the gifts you've been given, and I have been given a lot of gifts, and you're lazy, you're ungrateful, and I'm so sick of talking about my family. I'm just sitting here saying that people are going to watch this and they're going to just find it repulsive. Just to watch somebody be so self-indulgent. And I don't know what to say to that. I have no defense. Okay, I'm gonna tap back in eventually, but I think I've been maintaining sort of a trying to hold everything together and lying about stuff and having a fake narrative about myself for a while now, and I think it's coming down and it's gonna be good, but right now I just feel stuck. Okay, I have nothing else to say except that I feel stuck. Goodbye.
So, having watched it on the big screen versus the phone, and the sound being more encompassing, very clearly an act. Very clearly. But on the phone, it's a different thing. However, you know, I've been looking at women recently, trying to figure them out. And they've always got some kind of a theater or performance about them. And it's that's the way they communicate. And there's those that use that to communicate very true points, salient points. Is that a good word? I don't know. And there's those that use that to, institute drama among people, cause division, and all that. And actually, really, every play or, theatrical performance causes some sort of division or drama, right? Where one may not exist. In that regard, even in that, right? What I see with her playing out there is an admittance. I went through like a period of time where like I didn't think I could speak like anymore. But like I've always suffered with that, actually. In elementary school, I was in special education for speaking. But like everyone I can obviously speak fine. But still it gets to me. And admittance of what she was going through. Whether or not it was a theatrical performance, which to some extent it must be. It's on YouTube. It's not real life. But the theatrical performances here influence real life behaviors on the ground. And TV's always done that. TV's always justified attacks on other countries. The Iraq War, World War II. I mean, what do we know about World War II? There's a few photos. The official story we're given. We don't really know what was going on. Hold on one second. See, that was a live cough. Obviously, there was editing in the freaking footage. There's no getting around it. But there's editing in all the footage that we see presented here. I wouldn't come up here with something I wasn't prepared to present to people. At this point, I've been through enough to know whatever I say here is going to be used. What is it going to be used for, right? Being more and more mindful about that. What is every comment you post going to be used for? What is your intention, your motivation? What's my intention, my motivation, right? Did I have a lisp? No. No. I didn't understand why people spoke words. I was like, wait. I didn't understand why people spoke English. I was like, this is the word. Why does it need to be said this way? It was my problem with authority, like early on. I used to say girl, like I would say gore, and just things like I couldn't. And then for handwriting, I still, I can write words, but handwriting and speaking. But for the last 5 years, I was in special ed for like throughout elementary and in the middle school and some in high school for writing, but especially early on for English in general, because I didn't understand why. Why is this the word that I need to speak, and why do I need to say it this way? It took me a long time to get that. Because I didn't understand why I needed to agree with everyone around me about what that word meant or what an idea means, right? I'm always digging and just, That being said, despite the fact that I was in special ed for writing most of my life throughout the, grade school curriculum, I was given a path that were for the last several years, I think like 4 or 5 years, my main stable income was writing. And I made good money for my time for writing. Like, I've made good money writing. But it doesn't inspire me anymore in that regard. So, I can get a message out. I know how to do it. But if it's not going to be money to lead me there, then it needs to be something genuine, something true. And that's difficult to find direction in. Holy cow. I mean, that's insane. Everybody yelling at me now. I got Rotten Tomatoes being thrown at me. Oh no, here they come. Here they come. Oh no. He was saying things. There you go, Grace Thorpe. That's my response to you. Now tighten up and do better. Can't be having you misbehaving out here. Not in these times. Hit the line. Cricket Day. Quit speaking in code. Shoot straight. You told me I was going down with a bunch of other people recently. The mod god was coming after me. I don't understand your threats or what you're saying. Like, what are you saying, Cricket Day? Goodness gracious. Were you in special ed too? Were we grade school partners reading Leo the Late Bloomer together? Is that what we were? Is that how we met? Could be. At this point, it wouldn't surprise me. I want to watch this guy for a moment, dude. This guy is awesome. He's a real guy, in my opinion. Let's watch me blaze this on the full screen and then call him out for a moment here. It could happen. I'm gonna get to before they start clearing the rotunda. This is the guy. I've been pointing to the body camera footage all night. He was trying to figure out what's going on, what to do. He eventually takes charge and starts clearing the rotunda and does nothing but a fair job at it. Let's watch this for a moment here.
They make it through, you only once for a week. It's on record.
All right, well, they're not making it anywhere either.
Should probably be famous.
All right.
That's the biggest threat right now for interior. That's where the whole crowd is, on the other side of the doors.
All right, we'll hang.
I am going to let this clip play out here for a moment, but prior to this is an hour of footage of this man trying to figure out what to do. And he has no direction other than the limited information from the people around him. And most of them are U.S. Capitol Police who have no connection. They can't contact anyone either. So what they're left with is doing their job, what's right in front of them. And this guy, he does that. And in the way he went about this, like, if anything about this was real, this was a real guy here in a moment being genuine. See, I don't know the timeline like that. All right, hold on. All right, they already cleared out the rotunda. That's the aftermath of what I wanted to show. Here we go. I got to go back 10 minutes. There we go. All right, let's go into the clearing of the rotunda.
I have MK4s left. So the only thing we do is maybe get two more platoons in, and we'll have to encircle them this way.
If we can get another platoon up behind me, then I can move my guys forward. But we need to have at least a platoon behind us.
You see what I'm saying? Is if we use that, no, they're surrounding our people. They're starting to, yeah. They're starting to. They're surrounding our people up here. Tell them come up. Tell them come up.
Hey, hold on. Let them push. Let them push. Let them push. Let them push. Let them take them out. Yeah, we're going to start moving this way. Sir, we're going to start moving this way. We're going to start pushing this way. Tim, watch behind you.
I got you. Come on, man.
Just start pushing them that way. America, baby. We're going to start moving this way. Come on out. America, man. America. Tim, watch your back. Tim. Here you go. Yeah. Chris, that way. That way. Tim, watch it. I'm coming up sending it. Yeah, we're going to start moving them out. Hello. Oh, yeah, I know, huh? Okay. This is getting out of hand. Yep, come right here. Go this way. Here you go. Come this way. Go right here. Pull them out. Thank you. Yep, we'll go up here. Where you going? Up here. I just up here. Yep, you got to go that way. You got to move that way. All against the freedom. Dirty gangs. Gotta go.
Now, in that moment, right there with that reporter, and there was and Eric, when I said something about the blue masks, there was only a few DC police with the blue mask on, and one of them was escorting Jacob Chansley. Then another one showed up in this clip earlier too. But then you see this DC reporter with that blue mask on. Obviously, that was the most common mask. Yet you see very few people with them. And this reporter tries to get up in this spot in this, you know, not only are people being told to leave, but even the media, allegedly, you know. I really think this is a legitimate officer here.
They're gonna start pushing this way. Tim, watch behind you. I got you. Come on, man. Just start pushing them that way. America, baby. We're gonna start moving this way. All right. Come on out. America, man, America. Tim, watch your back.
It's that moment right there. It's like I was watching this whole clip the whole time thinking like, now I could be wrong. They could just be playing simple scripts. But like when the protester yelled at him like America, he was hesitant. But if this is a real police officer, he's a very patient one. I couldn't imagine meeting this guy at a protest I was at, but he's, you know, saying like, yeah, let's get on with the situation. He's seeking resolution is what I see, honestly, at the end of the day. I guess that's the easiest way to put it. He's seeking resolution. You see the guy, the protester, smiling back at him. And he's listening because he's being friendly, right? He's being real.
Here you go. Yeah. Chris, that way. Hey, watch it. I'm coming up sending it. Yeah, we're gonna start moving them out. Hello. Oh yeah, I know, huh? Okay.
This is getting out of hand.
Yep. Come right through here. And go this way. Here you go. Come this way. Go right here. Pull them out.
Thank you.
Yep. We'll go up here. Where you going?
Up here.
No.
I'm just up here.
Yep. You got to go that way. You got to move that way. All against the freedom. Dirty gangs. There you go. All right, behind him. Where's Tim? Grab Tim. Tim!
Pushing out that door.
I hope you got it back.
Hey there.
The wind's not on our side. And we're grabbing it. It's not on our side.
Gotcha.
Anyhow, yeah. So that he helps lead some people out there at the last moment there. But the whole time, if you watch the whole clip, he starts back here with his first, he starts in his car. And this is one of many clips. He goes up, talks to a fellow officer about what's happening.
Out to the military right now is what they better do. Get the National Guard suited up, get them down here.
You know, we're suiting up. We're going in.
We are?
Yes.
When?
Damn. You
Right
didn't
now.
hear that?
Yeah, but they had us on active shooter earlier because of all the fucking guns and shit.
No, we're supposed to be making our way to the Botanical Gardens. Yeah, it's one more over. Yeah. Dorian. Yeah, what's up, Dorian?
Allegedly, the only instructions he's given is to put his lethal away. He puts that away. And to go to the location he's told to go to. Now, I know some people know the location he was told to go to. I don't know the map like that, okay? I'm not a fanatic. But some people have good reason to be. He puts his less than lethal gear on. He asks an officer at some point if he has any blue or green tips. I forget which one. For his pepper ball gun.
Okay, fine.
Oh, he okay. So this is a good one here too. He says, "Do you have a mask?" And the officer shows the COVID mask, and he's like, "No, a gas mask." Oh my gosh, that's a good moment.
This CU 43.
Hey. What's that mask on?
Huh?
Masks. Gas mask.
Oh. Okay, fine. Any CU is coming up here. Have an enter and come up here to a stand.
That's such a funny moment. He says you're supposed to have a mask on. He shows his little COVID mask. He's like, "No, gas mask, dude." But like he says it like he knows he's on camera. He's very in tune with that. He knows he's being watched.
Okay,
on. Masks. Gas mask.
Oh. Okay, fine. Any CU is coming up here. Have an enter and come up here to a stand. So you go to like South Capitol, enter and South
All right. So that officer didn't even know what mask to put on, let alone he was only told that because he happened to run into allegedly his commanding officer of whatever unit they're a part of. And people might know out there who are watching, but I would actually, I want to speak to this guy specifically. I want to speak to this guy who shot this camera angle. Resecures the lethal, and then marches in. From here, he's trying to find any sense of direction. He's the leader of some sort of a team.
Take them.
Please.
Can they take us through there?
Yep.
Let's go. We'll come through. Okay, got it. Down the seat.
Who is the guy in the suit? And why are they listening to the guy in the suit? We're not going to listen to the guy in uniform. We're going to listen to the guy in the suit on the ground. Who is this guy?
You follow you guys? Yeah.
Are we following these guys? Yeah. How does he know who to follow? How does anyone know who to follow here?
You follow you guys? Yeah.
See, everyone has their individualized commands, but where are they getting instructions from? They eventually end up here, upstairs in the Capitol building. Not sure which doors to defend and protect people from even entering.
I think I have one long distance.
Where you going? Okay.
Please stand up.
Okay.
All these people in this scene right here are in an area they're not supposed to be in. Allegedly. Like, this is the floor that's supposed to be being protected and people being kept away from. And soon we'll see Jacob Chansley, the QAnon shaman, wandering about with a police escort.
51, take the line. Let the EMT back up.
Please let us through. We are Americans.
I thought it was Texas.
Yeah. We got this. All right, so let's find out what that video is.
Right there. All right. Where would be another place we could get out to the other folks?
Come from the center door there, because I know they're looking for some of you guys. And they return the door. That's what we're rolling. The center of the fucking, the center there, you make that left, the center steps.
Right there on the left?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get. Look up like that. You said they're trying to freeze on this side right here.
didn't even read your comment before I pinned it, but I love that. Yes. Home monitors everywhere. We're horrified by seeing this. I can already see the terrible commercial. But you see, like this guy appears to legitimately he's looking for which way to go, and everyone's pointing in different directions, pointing the blame, obfuscating what's really happening. Go down here in this hall. There's a situation going on we don't know how to deal with. Look at them. They're trying to get in the wrong door.
Sounds like we're in the right place.
Let's pull back. If you're gonna maintain it, we gotta protect up here.
We got to protect up here. We got to protect up here, is what he said. And they're going back up the stairs.
Right, this definitely could be. You're live, right? Yeah. Well, what is down there? I don't know. But I mean, the Capitol Police. Wow. Not three of us aren't going to hold that. Fuck no.
Hey, I'm grabbing 4 and hold right here, just in case they decide to go this way.
Just get a sergeant and a squad.
Yeah, so I can still.
Everybody here is trying to, get a sergeant and a squad. Yeah, that's right. I told them. So we can follow the word of the people and see how it, if we're really investigating here. But who has these resources? Well, that depends on the.
I know.
It's easier to maintain a small area. Where does that take them? The elevator going down. I'm wondering why they're not.
There's a reason they're not coming up here. And if they make that shift and come up this way, it's gonna be hard to maintain that group. So we gotta lock this down. We should probably backfill back here.
What's on the other side of this? What's on the other side?
This is where all the officers they start going to. I don't think they realize that. They must think that everything is down here.
People in the blue masks always speak in a manner or do things that are kind of suspect. They must think he's yelling this, by the way. He's a police officer trying to protect people, yet he's yelling that they must think that it's down that way, but they need to be up here. And what is this all, he's Woos pointed out who this guy was earlier, actually. The amount of dedication it would take to figure out that and recall that is impressive. He actually pointed out the name of this officer earlier, and I see why he stood out. Because he's sitting there, he's yelling commands. He's saying they're down there, but the door they want to get in is up here. How would he know what door they want to get in? How would he know?
What's on the other side of this? What's on the other side?
This is where all the officers they start going to. I don't think they realize that. They must think that everything is down here.
Is that right here? The lowest terrace doors? I don't know. What did they say? There's shots fired down there at the lowest terrace. That's what they said, and they keep saying it's M80s. So. What are they doing in that building, that office?
Anyways, a lot of nothing ends up happening here, despite all of this, other than Jacob Chansley being escorted about when they get back upstairs. There's a few rogues, but like this team in this body camera footage, basically not really many intense encounters.
Wristband, their guns will have a candy stripe.
So this guy right here points out how to spot undercovers. How do we spot our own guys in the crowd? They'll either have a wristband or their gun will have a rainbow stripe or something like this, he says. I want to get back to this whole conversation here.
Dark hair, and he's got like a little 27 or something on his hip. No police identification on the wall. I couldn't get to him because there were so many people. But just keep an eye on white male. White male, dark hair.
All right.
It looked like a grayish black, maybe a digital
Do any of your
fatigue.
non-uniform guys have any identifiers? Like
They
wristband?
will have a wristband. Their guns will have a candy stripe on the barrel.
Okay.
I don't know the wristband color, but they'll have a wristband somewhere. Okay.
So it was difficult to pick up exactly what the other officer asked him, but it was something like, do the undercover guys have some sort of identification for, as in, why are you armed? They'll either have a wristband. I'm not sure of the color. So even this guy, whoever he is, giving this information out, has no idea what the color of the wristband will be, but he knows that they might have a candy stripe color on the barrel of the gun. So until you pull out the gun, they don't really know who's undercover and who's not. In this whole scene, he's that guy right there who just said that is pointing right here. What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? Lipstick too.
Where is like the choke points? Where are the entries and exits?
There's a whole hallway right here. This goes to the main entrance to the floor, but it's basically, there's the stairwell right here, dude. I mean, it's not gonna happen. I don't have enough assets in here, but just so you know, it might be coming up behind you. They've been pretty cool once we encounter them, right?
Yeah, that's their MO.
But the problem is,
Right? Need to get to the doors.
don't exhaust themselves out there.
Yeah, keep them on. Keep them on.
If they're not in there, you gotta keep a platoon ready to go, or at least a small squad. You want to exhaust your whole team out. Yeah.
Do whatever you gotta do. So
just try to preserve some of the we're doing this over. I know, but you gotta go that way.
there you go, straight down this hall. Straight down this hall to the right. To the right, to your right. Right here. Right.
Dude, that just kills me. Asthma. I'm so soft.
Some things never change, Pete.
You know, I'm glad we made entry when we did, man. Hey, Sam!
So
Yeah, I know it's everywhere, but is there anywhere that you guys have access to, like primarily? Or is it just kind of scattered all over?
God bless the man of America. God bless the man of America.
No, I was muted. Oh my god. Anyhow, whatever. He finally finds himself in a position of there was people that have access to the unmuted thing, and they got the message they needed to hear. I know they're listening. I know y'all listening.
Why don't you tell Pete to bring that whole platoon up here?
So he finally finds a moment here where he gets to shine from, and guide some people out, and he does so in a respectful fashion, in my opinion. Now, are all these actors that he encountered on the front line? I don't know. I'm not claiming that. But what I do see is this individual from which the body camera footage is being shot, trying to figure out what's going on. He begins to see, they were basically told by their commander, oh, we can't thin troops out enough to clear this area. And they immediately do so.
Here you go.
That's my favorite one right here.
We're gonna start moving this way. All right. Come on out. America, man, America. Tim, watch your back. Tim. Here you go. Yeah. Chris, that way. Tim, watch it. I'm coming. I'm sending it.
So they clear the room, the rotunda there. And basically from here, I mean, they go back and not much really happens in the footage that were provided. They go outside, long discussions are had about what happened, and then they go outside. And they kind of discuss with others what they saw.
Yeah, I left my phone in the car. Were you able to get a hold of anybody? Two and one are inside. Okay. Probably in one of these doorways, but inside. They said that they were either middle or north. There's literally 2,000 or 3,000 people out there ready to push in. Yeah, we've been holding them back from getting through the doors. Dude, the fire extinguishers at us over here. I mean, the whole thing all of a sudden comes over. So I had to tell our guys too, don't waste your ammo. All right, there's a lot of. I'm not saying that. There's a lot of shit to hit. Oh, I know. If they got something directly, like we had fire extinguishers coming over, hit them. Yeah. But we have very limited ammo. No, I only have a few rounds. I got this. I got 2 sling balls. I got this. And I forgot to turn in. I don't hear that. Maybe. If it's something that the ones you got today, the ones you got today. Yeah. I found them. I found them on the floor. Hey. You know how like when you're in a battle and there's like guns and ammo on the floor? I was just grabbing whatever's on the floor. We're good today. So can I have the last 4? Or?
Oh, man. Anyhow, what none of them complained about was being told to not be lethal. None of them complained about not having a weapon on them that could kill someone. What they said was, we're running out of less than lethal, but we still did it. We still held them off with less than lethal. Which probably became a lesson to police departments. Because I've noticed that police aren't doing what they used to do. But, you know, we could go down different theories and rabbit holes there. But we're not going to do that tonight. We are not going to do that. Praxis, are you still like an hour and a half behind? You're commenting away. Who are you arguing with, Praxis? I don't get it. Are you seeing comments in your imagination that you're responding to? Praxis, what are you saying? Oh, man. Many different perspectives coming together here tonight, specifically. I appreciate all y'all. I really appreciate the fact that I was going to paint these walls, but then I said, I'm going to draw on them first. That's pretty fun. That's a fun way to live life, I'll tell you what. What am I going to put up here, though? I want to do a triangle. I'm already going to get blamed with things, though. I'm going to do a triangle. Can you see it? Yeah. You can see it. I'm not going to go the Illuminati route, though. What are we going to do here? How are we going to correct this situation? Here, I know. Uh-oh. That's some sort of a symbol I've seen before. What is that? What is that? What is that right there? What is that one? That's even less thick. How's that the thicker one? That's weird. Man, I'm really getting in trouble. I'm getting in trouble here. That's a nice color. I like that one. I'm going to draw the rough, turbulent waters that we're all facing right now. I'm looking for the gold color, but there isn't really a gold. So I'm going to use orange and yellow. I'm going to put that's the light coming in. Look at that. What is that information on the wall there? Hmm. Y'all can figure out what that means. I'm going to get out of here. I want to play. Wait, can I do that? I want to play a song on YouTube. I know I could download it. Actually, I could download it now and then just play it through the thing. Because I'm really putting myself under pressure right now for undetermined reasons, I'm going to go through that process. This is the most comfortable I've ever been in an uncomfortable situation. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we're all in some sort of an uncomfortable situation at this point. There's just simply no way around it. Shoot. Really, I have to do it that way? There's no other way to do it. I'm gonna play. Not only would I have to download the song, I'd have to clip out the video, then do the audio upload. Like, it's just too much. But there's a visual. There's a visual there. This is life as we know it. As far as I can see right now. We might get further down the road. I know, Destroyer. I know. See, I already heard you yelling at me. I already did. Believe me. Trust me. I heard that. I'm trying to find out how to just get that there. and like play the song. I can't do it live. So I'm gonna end with the song here. It pains me so much to see y'all go, but I have to leave. Sorely, I'm gonna follow your advice. Don't go to bed. How do I play a song while I close out on this? All right, I'm getting out of here. I'm just gonna put this up full screen, and then we're gonna go to bed. We're all gonna go to sleep. Share this tab instead, and then we're going to bed. All right, get out of here, y'all. What are y'all still doing here? Why are you still here? Why are you crazy people still listening to this? Why is anyone listening to this right now? Well, beautiful song here.
Some of you young folks been saying to me, "Hey, Pops, what you mean? What a wonderful world. How about all them wars all over the place? You call them wonderful? And how about hunger and pollution? They ain't so wonderful either. But how about listening to old Pops for a minute? Seems to me it ain't the world that's so bad, but what we're doing to it. And all I'm saying is see what a wonderful world it would be if only we'd give it a chance. Love, baby, love. That's the secret. Yeah. If lots more of us loved each other, we'd solve lots more problems. And man, this world would be a guesser. That's why old Pops keeps saying, I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They're like much more than I never knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful Ooh, yeah.
All right. I believe that I figured out how to redirect again. I haven't tried this in forever. For better or for worse, I am redirecting y'all's attention to this one here, Enslaved by Truth. Oh my gosh, this keyboard. If it doesn't immediately redirect, then I encourage y'all to go check out at Enslaved by Truth, the Waffle House Conspiracy Live Truth Ring open panel. Uh-oh. I'm ending the stream. And, go hit that like button or something. And then, I'm not responsible for the commentary made afterwards. Good night, y'all. Have fun. I'll see you over there.